Chapter 101. Back in the interrogation room, Dustin and Dahlia sat back to back, trying to keep warm. Moments like this were rare for them, especially since their marriage had ended in divorce. They remained silent for a while. Finally, Dahlia broke the silence, her voice trembling. "Dustin, do you think we'll make it out of here alive?" She could no longer endure the damp, dark space. It made her anxious and terrified of what Mr. Gardner might do to them. "Don't worry. We'll definitely get out of here," Dustin said, trying to reassure her. "What if we don't? Do you have any last wishes?" Dahlia asked softly, her mood heavy. "There's no way we're going to die. Let's just focus on getting out," Dustin replied firmly. "Not after we've offended Lord Asman. With his power and resources, he could easily wipe us out," Dahlia sighed. Even if she gathered all her strength, it would never compare to the wealth and influence of the nobility. "Dahlia, this isn't like you. I thought you were someone who never gives up. You always face challenges head-on. Why are you being so negative?" Dustin said, raising his voice slightly. Dahlia let out a soft chuckle. "You're right. We won't know what happens until the very last moment. Maybe we should hold on to hope that things will change." Just as she finished speaking, the metal door creaked open. Light flooded the room as Mr. Gardner walked in, followed by several large, intimidating men. "Kid! Your time is up. Have you made your decision?" he barked. He shot Dustin a vicious glare. "Yes, I've decided. I will not return the items," Dustin said firmly. "What?" Mr. Gardner frowned. "Kid, do you know who these men are? I'll be honest with you, they're the worst criminals in this prison. They haven't touched a woman in a long time. If you don't cooperate, you'll regret it. These men will fuck your girlfriend right in front of you and make you watch her suffer. If you touch her, I'll tear this whole place apart." Dustin growled. "How dare you talk back to me?" Mr. Gardner roared. "You'll pay for this. Show this bastard what happens when he defies me. Give him a fate worse than death." Chapter 101, continued. "Of course, sir. We're more than ready," the men laughed viciously. They had been locked up for a long time without a woman. Now that a beautiful girl stood before them, their filthy intentions were obvious. "Hey, gorgeous. Let's have some fun," one of them sneered. "I'll take the girl." "You deal with the guy," another said. The men began stripping as they advanced toward Dahlia, laughing like animals. "You're asking for death," Dustin shouted furiously as he stood up. With terrifying strength, he tore the shackles from his wrists and ankles. They clanged loudly as they hit the floor. In an instant, he turned and freed Dahlia. "You!" Mr. Gardner stared in shock. The shackles in this room were reinforced steel. No one should have been able to break them. How the hell did this skinny kid do it? "Gardner, you've pushed me too far," Dustin said coldly. He kicked the broken shackles aside and charged toward Mr. Gardner. "Stop him. Someone stop this bastard!" Mr. Gardner screamed. The large men rushed forward, surrounding Dustin and attacking him all at once. "Get the fuck out of my way!" Dustin roared. He stomped his foot onto the ground, and a terrifying force erupted outward. The shockwave sent the men flying, slamming them violently into the walls. Blood splattered everywhere as they collapsed unconscious. "Help! Somebody help me!" Mr. Gardner screamed, his face pale as death as he tried to flee. Chapter 102. Dustin kicked the limp body of a man lying nearby. The body flew through the air and smashed into Mr. Gardner, who was attempting to escape. Mr. Gardner screamed in agony and crashed to the ground, unable to move. "I warned you not to touch her," Dustin said coldly as he walked toward him, his eyes burning with rage. "Kid, don't forget where you are. This is a police station. You can't go this far." Mr. Gardner shouted, crawling backward on his hands and knees. "Too far?" Dustin sneered. "What the fuck are you going to do about it?" He stepped down hard on Mr. Gardner's arm. A sickening crack echoed through the room, and Mr. Gardner screamed like a dying pig. "Dustin! Stop it!" Dahlia cried out, her face drained of color. They were innocent victims, but fighting back against the police could still land them in serious trouble. That would only make everything worse. "Come to your senses, you little shit," Mr. Gardner hissed through clenched teeth. "Confess now and turn yourself in. You might still survive this. Otherwise, there will be no mercy." Dustin didn't respond. He kicked Mr. Gardner hard in the stomach. Mr. Gardner vomited violently, spewing half-digested food all over the floor. A foul stench filled the room. You fucking lunatic!" Mr. Gardner gagged, blood dripping from his mouth. "Dustin, have you lost your mind? If something happens to him, we'll be held responsible." Dahlia shouted anxiously. "Even if I hadn't fought back, that bastard wouldn't have let us leave alive," Dustin replied calmly. "Since things have reached this point, we might as well finish it. It hasn't gone that far yet. Stop now while we still can." Dahlia pleaded. "If you kill him, we're finished. Please, pay for your mistakes," she begged. She feared that Dustin, blinded by rage, would do something irreversible. "You hear that?" Mr. Gardner snarled. "If you touch me again, I'll make sure you and your entire family fucking pay for it." What the hell is going on here? Draco rushed in with several followers, stunned by the bloody scene before them. "Kid, you've got a death wish," Draco shouted. "Let Mr. Gardner go right now if you still want to live." "Let him go," Dustin scoffed. "Fine. Take him." He kicked Mr. Gardner brutally, sending him flying through the air. Mr. Gardner crashed into several of Draco's men, knocking them down like bowling pins. Dahlia stood frozen, completely speechless. Even surrounded by armed men, Dustin showed no intention of surrendering. Had he completely lost his mind? Didn't he understand who Mr. Gardner really was? Mr. Gardner wasn't just any officer, he was known as Heinous Hades, the inspector in charge of the prison and criminal interrogations. Countless prisoners lived or died at his whim. How could Dustin dare to humiliate him like this? "Mr. Gardner! Are you alright?" Draco rushed over to help him up. Furious and humiliated, Mr. Gardner roared. "Kill that little bastard! I want him dead! Chop his body into fucking pieces! No one had ever dared to disgrace him like this! Kill him!" Draco shouted as his men pulled out their weapons and charged at Dustin. Just as the battle was about to erupt, a thunderous voice rang out from the doorway. "Stop this instant!" Chapter 103. "Stop this right now," a loud voice echoed in the room. A group of men in suits, armed to the teeth, entered the space. "Who are you? How dare you enter the interrogation room without permission? Are you trying to start a riot?" Mr. Gardner shouted angrily, his fury boiling over. His only thought was of tearing Dustin apart, and anyone who got in his way would become his enemy. "Mr. Gardner, what an honor to see you," a beautiful woman in high heels walked in, causing the crowd to part. "Natasha?" Mr. Gardner's anger subsided slightly when he recognized her. "You're lucky, Dustin. Your girlfriend is here to save you," Dahlia said sarcastically upon seeing Natasha. She felt both relieved and annoyed. As Dustin's ex-wife, she didn't want to feel indebted to another woman. But sadly, Natasha was the only one who could help Dustin now. "Miss Harmon, what are you doing at the police station this late with your men? What is going on?" Mr. Gardner moved to block their path. "Humph. Are you really questioning me? You detained someone without a fair trial. Is this how the police operate?" Natasha replied with a scoff. "I have no idea what you're talking about," Mr. Gardner said, sounding evasive. "Don't understand? Fine, I'll be clear. I'm here to demand the release of my man. Let Dustin go right now, or you will regret it. Let him go. This man is a wanted criminal with clear evidence against him. Are you really demanding I release him? Aren't you obstructing justice? Mr. Gardner retorted, feeling a rush of anger. Just moments ago, Dustin had beaten him badly, and he couldn't let that humiliation slide. Offending Natasha seemed a small price to pay for revenge. How dare you lecture me about the law? Natasha shot back. Don't you see your own hypocrisy? I could easily expose all your shady dealings. Release him now if you want to keep your secrets. Natasha, don't push me. Mr. Gardner warned, his face darkening. I know the Harmon family has influence, but I have my authority. This is my jurisdiction, and that man is a criminal under my watch. You have no right to interfere. Mr. Gardner insisted. How about me? Do I have a right to interfere? Hunter walked into the interrogation room, flanked by his men. His commanding presence made everyone step back. What? This kid knows Mr. Anderson? Draco gasped in shock. He had doubted Mr. Gardner before, but seeing it unfold made him realize the seriousness of the situation. Wow, even Mr. Anderson is here. Looks like Natasha really can't live without you, Dahlia said sarcastically. Mr. Anderson, what brings you here? Mr. Gardner frowned. Handling Natasha was one thing, but with Hunter involved, things were more complicated. If I hadn't come, would you have listened to reason? Hunter snapped, clearly irritated. I told you during our last call to give me time to investigate. If there's a mistake, I will release him, Mr. Gardner said, trying to defuse the situation. I don't have time for your games. Release Dustin now. Hunter demanded, his patience gone. Everyone knew about the inspector's corrupt ways. If they waited for his investigation to finish, Dustin might be dead. As an inspector, it's my duty to apprehend criminals and keep the peace. I see nothing wrong with my actions, Mr. Gardner argued. Mr. Gardner, I'm giving you one last chance. Release him now, or you'll face serious consequences. Hunter warned. Are you threatening me, Mr. Anderson? Don't you realize the risks of confronting the police? Mr. Gardner glared. I don't give a damn about the risks. If you don't let Dustin go, I'll tear this fucking building down. Hunter shot back. Mr. Gardner's face flushed with anger. He never expected Natasha and Hunter to be so obstinate. Why go to such lengths for Dustin? Didn't they know Mr. Granville was his father-in-law? What the hell was wrong with them? Mr. Anderson, consider yourself warned. It's a crime to barge in here. If Mr. Granville finds out, you're finished. Mr. Gardner threatened, invoking his father-in-law. What the hell? Hunter lost his temper and punched Mr. Gardner in the face. I said let him go. Stop with the bullshit. You, how dare you hit me? Mr. Gardner exclaimed, shocked. He was Mr. Granville's son-in-law, a police inspector. Given his connections, he thought people would know better. Were they really willing to defy Mr. Granville? What's wrong with slapping you? If you say one more word, I'll blow your fucking brains out. Hunter shouted, pulling out his pistol and pressing the barrel against Mr. Gardner's forehead. What are you doing? Stop this madness. Mr. Gardner stammered, cold sweat on his brow. He never thought Hunter would draw a gun in a police station. Had the man lost his mind? This was a gross violation. What is going on? When did Mr. Anderson become so reckless? Natasha wondered. She knew Hunter as calm and composed. Why was he so angry today? Slapping, threatening with a gun, if it were his own kidnapped son, he might not have reacted this fiercely. I'm counting to 5. Release Dustin or face the consequences. Hunter warned, his expression cold. Mr. Anderson. I'm Mr. Granville's son-in-law. Are you really going to defy him? Mr. Gardner shouted. 5, 4, Hunter began. Hunter. If you harm me, Mr. Granville will never forgive you. Mr. Gardner's legs shook violently. 3, 2, 1. Chapter 104. Hunter counted down and pulled the trigger. A loud bang echoed as a bullet grazed Mr. Gardner's ear. Mr. Gardner screamed, clutching his bleeding ear as he stumbled back. "You're insane! How dare you shoot me?" he yelled, panicked. He had thought Hunter was bluffing. "Next time, I won't miss," Hunter said, reloading and aiming at Mr. Gardner's face. "I'll ask again. Will you release Dustin, or shall I?" Mr. Gardner trembled, realizing Hunter was deadly serious. Just then, a commotion erupted at the door. An elderly man with white hair rushed in, followed by his men. "Mr. Granville?" someone called out. The room fell silent. The man was Mr. Granville, the mayor of Swinton. "Finally! Rhys, you're finished. What good are Miss Harmon and Mr. Anderson now? With Mr. Granville here, no one can save you." Draco shouted, his fear replaced by arrogance. "Mr. Anderson! You assaulted and shot me for this punk. You've gone too far. Now that my father-in-law is here, let's see you explain this." Mr. Gardner sneered, emboldened. Hunter's face remained stern. A moment ago, they were all bold. Now, with the mayor present, let's see how they acted. What perfect timing. Mr. Granville really knows how to make an entrance, Natasha frowned. Mr. Granville's position demanded respect. Even with her and Hunter's support, his word would be final. Moreover, he was Mr. Gardner's father-in-law. Were they in trouble? "Mr. Granville, your son-in-law is guilty of framing, bribery, and false imprisonment. You need to explain this," Hunter demanded, standing his ground. Everyone was shocked. Even as chamber president, Hunter was under Mr. Granville's authority. This was rebellion. "You're lying. I've always been fair." Mr. Gardner regained his composure and rushed to Mr. Granville. "Father, they broke in. Look, Mr. Anderson shot me. My ear is ruined. You must arrest them." He showed his bloody ear. "And that kid is the cause." Mr. Gardner pointed at Dustin. "He attacked me. Father, you must punish him." "Shut your mouth." Mr. Granville roared in anger and slapped Mr. Gardner hard across the face, knocking him back. "What?" Mr. Gardner exclaimed, stunned. Everyone was shocked. No one expected Mr. Granville to strike his own son-in-law. Natasha's mouth hung open. Dahlia was equally surprised. Draco and his friends were dumbfounded. "Father, why did you hit me?" Mr. Gardner asked, confused, rubbing his cheek. He had never seen his father-in-law so furious. "You bastard! You imprison the innocent and free the guilty. How dare you speak? I'll teach you a lesson." Mr. Granville shouted. "Father, what's wrong? I'm your son-in-law." Mr. Gardner's voice trembled. He thought Mr. Granville was here to save him. "Don't call me that. I disown a disgrace like you," Mr. Granville retorted. "You took bribes and abused your power. You're fired." "What?" Mr. Gardner gasped. Fear gripped him, cold sweat drenching his back. He didn't understand why things had turned so badly, but he knew he was cut off. Mr. Granville would investigate and expose him. Their once good relationship was shattered. What could have caused this? Without hesitation, Mr. Granville shouted to his men, "Arrest Mr. Gardner immediately. Investigate his crimes and throw him in jail." Mr. Gardner fell to his knees, pale and despairing. He knew his father-in-law was acting under pressure from someone higher. That's why Mr. Granville had no choice. How could this happen? He had only detained Dustin, a nobody with no connections. How could it lead to his ruin? Could it be that the Rhys kid had powerful backing? That must be it. The thought filled Mr. Gardner with deep regret. He never imagined that young troublemaker had such influence that even his father-in-law had to bow down. This was all Dwayne's fault. That son of a bitch had doomed him. Chapter 105. We're fucked. Draco exclaimed, his face going pale when he saw Mr. Gardner get arrested. Everything had happened so fast, from Mr. Granville's arrival to Mr. Gardner's capture. Draco felt confused and overwhelmed. The only thing he knew for sure was that Mr. Granville wasn't going to let his son-in-law escape punishment, which meant trouble for them all. Draco had thought Mr. Granville was there to save them, but it turned out he was there to bring them to justice. The world really could be unpredictable. Draco looked back at Dustin, who had been quiet during all this. Dustin wore a calm expression, as if he had expected everything that was happening. Who was this man, and why did Mr. Granville treat him with such respect? Why would Lord Asmon hold a grudge against someone like him? Arrest all the other men too, Mr. Granville ordered sharply. Soon, Draco and Mr. Gardner's men were all taken into custody. Draco and Mr. Gardner exchanged worried glances. It was clear they would have to face the consequences of their actions. What's going on? Natasha asked, struggling to understand the sudden change in events. She had anticipated trouble when Mr. Granville showed up. To her surprise, Mr. Granville didn't blame them. Instead, he fired Mr. Gardner and sent him to prison. Who could have predicted such a turn against his own son-in-law? Am I dreaming? Is Mr. Granville on our side? Dahlia said, her eyes wide with shock. She couldn't believe Mr. Granville's actions. Knowing he was related to Mr. Gardner, she had braced herself for the worst. At one point, Dahlia thought she and Dustin were doomed. But now, the outcome felt unbelievable. Could it really be that Mr. Granville was a righteous man after all? Are you Dustin? I can see you are a capable young man. Mr. Granville approached Dustin with a rare smile, easing the stern look on his face. Hello, Mr. Granville, Dustin replied politely with a nod. I apologize for the trouble you've gone through because of my mistakes. I sincerely ask for your understanding and forgiveness, Mr. Granville said, bowing his head slightly. Dustin smiled back. They say there are always a few bad apples in every bunch. I admire that you brought your son-in-law to justice. Thank you for your understanding, young man. Now I can finally stop worrying, Mr. Granville said with a sigh of relief. What no one knew was that he had just received a call from the governor of Millsburg. The message was clear: protect Dustin Rhys at all costs. Dustin must have some serious influence if the governor himself was ensuring his safety. In a city like Swinton, someone with such connections was untouchable. After exchanging pleasantries, Mr. Granville and his men quickly left. Mr. Rhys, Ms. Nicholson, are you both all right? Hunter asked, looking concerned as soon as they were gone. We're fine. Thanks for your help, Mr. Anderson, Dahlia said, nodding in appreciation. It was nothing. Don't worry about it, Hunter replied with a reassuring nod. Dustin, looks like you're having a good time. Natasha said as she walked over, her heels clicking on the ground. She looked at him with resentment, as if he had betrayed her. What do you mean? Dustin asked, confused. Am I wrong? Natasha crossed her arms and responded sarcastically. When I heard you were locked up, I was so worried that I searched everywhere for help to get you released. Meanwhile, you seem to be just fine here, chatting with another woman. Why wouldn't you be having a good time? Don't misunderstand. She was arrested because of me, Dustin said awkwardly. Is that true? Natasha asked, still not convinced. If that's the case, why are your hands so tightly clasped? She pointed out. What? Both Dustin and Dahlia looked down and realized they were still holding each other's hands. Surprised, they quickly let go. I never thought you'd be a playboy, Dustin. I'm so disappointed. My devotion is wasted on you. Natasha sighed dramatically and turned to leave. Miss Harmon. Dustin called as he took a few steps toward her. He glanced back at Dahlia, as if he wanted to say something. Why are you looking at me? Go after her. It's not my problem. Dahlia said, trying to sound casual while avoiding his gaze. Okay. Take a cab home, Dustin said, then ran after Natasha. Did he really chase after Natasha? Dahlia felt annoyed. Didn't he see that she was testing him to see who he valued more, her or Natasha? What a fool. She had been sulking to get his attention, and now he was running after Natasha. Would he jump off a building if she asked him to? Just the thought of Dustin spending time with Natasha made her angry. "Miss Harmon, please let me explain," Dustin said as he caught up to Natasha at the entrance. "I had to protect Dahlia from a dangerous situation. I'm not trying to get back with her." "Is that true?" Natasha looked at him suspiciously. "Of course. Why would I lie to you?" Dustin replied, his face serious. "All right, I'll forgive you because you're being honest." Natasha suddenly broke into a big smile. The disappointment and anger on her face vanished in an instant. Dustin was amazed at how quickly a woman's mood could shift. Their feelings seemed as unpredictable as the weather. He couldn't shake the feeling that Natasha might be playing games with him. "Dahlia, you're still not as good as me," Natasha thought with a smug look at Dahlia. It was clear from Dustin's actions that he cared more about her. "Let's go, I'll drive you home," Natasha said cheerfully. "Not right now. I have to meet someone," Dustin replied, shaking his head. "Meet someone? Who?" she asked, curious. Chapter 106. At that moment, in a beautiful villa, Dwayne was having a conversation with a young man in fancy clothes. Behind him stood two female bodyguards, alert and ready, armed with swords that made them seem intimidating. "Dwayne, what's this Jemafen you're talking about? Is it really that powerful?" asked Oliver Williams, taking a sip of his coffee. "Mr. Williams, I can assure you it works. I've tried the pill myself," Dwayne replied confidently. "A Jemafen pill saved my life when I was near death from internal injuries. I'm not exaggerating when I say this medicine could heal almost anything. Talk is cheap. Where's the pill?" "Let me see it," Oliver said, extending his hand. "Because Jemafen is so rare, I don't have one with me right now," Dwayne explained. "Are you fucking kidding me? You called me here in the middle of the night for a deal, and you don't have the goods?" Oliver's eyes narrowed with annoyance. "Mr. Williams, please calm down. I would never disrespect you. One of my men is on the way to get the prescription. He should be here soon," Dwayne said, trying to placate him. "For your sake, I hope he hurries. Don't you know what happens when you mess with a member of the Boulder Thorn Guild?" Oliver tapped impatiently on the table. "Of course, Mr. Williams. Once I get the prescription, I'll start production right away and bring you the first batch of Jemafen," Dwayne promised. "That's more like it," Oliver said with a nod of satisfaction. "I'll put in a good word for you with my father. Who knows? He might help you out if he's in a good mood." "Thank you so much, Mr. Williams. I won't let you down." Dwayne's face lit up with a smile. According to his research, Jemafen could not only heal serious internal injuries, but it could also accelerate the training of martial artists. If marketed well, martial artists worldwide would clamor for it. That was the main reason he had reached out to the Boulder Thorn Guild. Boulder Thorn was one of the top guilds in the South, with wide influence. They had hundreds of thousands of members in politics, the military, and business. If Dwayne could secure an exclusive contract to supply them with Jemafen, his wealth would grow immensely. Becoming the top player in Millsburg would be within his reach. "Dwayne, don't get ahead of yourself," Oliver said firmly. "If you want my father's support, you need to supply us with Jemafen continuously. And loyalty is crucial. Do you understand?" "I'll remember your advice, Mr. Williams," Dwayne replied, nodding earnestly. Just then, a loud commotion erupted from the gardens, filled with shouts and cries of pain. "What's happening?" Dwayne frowned, concerned. Suddenly, a bodyguard rushed into the room, looking terrified. "Boss, someone has trespassed into your villa." "What?" Dwayne's face darkened. "Who dares to intrude on my property?" "It's too dark to see who it is, but we know he's alone," the bodyguard reported, trembling. "Unbelievable. Can't you handle one intruder?" Dwayne shouted angrily. "Boss, he's too powerful. Our men couldn't stop him," the bodyguard exclaimed, desperation in his voice. The intruder had slipped into the villa like a shadow, moving swiftly and striking with deadly precision. No number of guards could hold him back. With a quick flick of his finger, he sent them flying like leaves in the wind. "From your description, he must be a martial artist," Dwayne said, scratching his chin in thought. "There are many martial artists in Swinton, but few are as skilled as I am. Most have formed their own guilds and only appear for important events. They wouldn't invade my property without a damn good reason. Boss, now is not the time to think about this. For your safety, you should escape," the bodyguard urged. "Escape?" Dwayne laughed. "How could I ever show my face in public again if some random asshole can drive me out of my own villa? But that man is too powerful. What if..." The bodyguard hesitated. "Enough. I want to see this bastard's abilities for myself." Dwayne was not scared at all. He had trained in martial arts since childhood. There was no way he would back down from a challenge. "Dwayne, it seems you're in some trouble. Do you need my help?" Oliver asked, raising an eyebrow. "It's just a minor issue, Mr. Williams." "Don't worry about it," Dwayne chuckled. "Please wait a moment, I'll be back quickly after I handle this." He stood, gave a slight bow, and left the room. Since someone had come to challenge him directly, he felt he had to accept it. To do otherwise would be an insult to all his years of training. Outside, he spotted a figure dressed in white walking up the driveway to the villa. It was Dustin. Many armed bodyguards surrounded him, trying to attack. But it was useless, they were like moths drawn to a flame. With every step Dustin took, the swirling energy around him sent guards flying away. Howls and cries of pain echoed as he walked past the group of bodyguards without a care. If they were lucky, they only had broken arms and legs. The unlucky ones died instantly when he struck them. None could withstand his powerful presence. In the end, Dwayne's men could only watch from afar. They didn't have the courage to approach him. They looked at him as if he were a monster. As trained bodyguards, they thought this would be easy. Who would have guessed they would be completely beaten by someone they saw as just a punk? Dustin continued toward the main doors of the villa, leaving a trail of bodies behind him. Taking a deep breath, he shouted, "Dwayne, come out and meet your maker." Chapter 107. "Dwayne, come out and face me." Dustin's angry shout echoed through the villa like thunder. When Dwayne heard this challenge, he was filled with rage. "Who the fuck is causing trouble on my property?" he thought as he rushed outside. But when he saw Dustin in the distance, he was taken aback. "It's you, Dustin. I thought you were arrested. How did you escape?" Dwayne had paid Mr. Gardner to arrest Dustin and keep him in the interrogation room. There was no way Natasha could have gotten him out so easily. "Did you frame me?" Dustin asked coldly. "Now that you're here, you must know the answer." "Yes, I framed you, you bastard. But you only have yourself to blame. I had to do it because you didn't appreciate the chances I gave you," Dwayne smirked. "At least you admitted it. Here's your chance to make things right, cripple yourself and leave Swinton for good, and I won't take further revenge," Dustin said indifferently. "Cripple myself? Leave Swinton?" Dwayne was stunned at first, but then he burst out laughing. "Have you lost your fucking mind? Who do you think you are? If it weren't for Natasha, do you really think you could stand here and threaten me?" Dwayne figured Natasha must have pulled some strings to save Dustin. "So you refuse?" Dustin's face grew serious. "Kid, it seems you don't understand the situation," Dwayne sneered. "This is my territory. Even if Natasha is behind you, do you think I'd let you walk out of here alive after what you've done to my men?" He gestured to the unconscious guards littering the ground. "Since you've chosen your path, don't blame me for what comes next," Dustin said, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. "You arrogant little shit. I'll show you true power." Dwayne roared. He stomped his foot, and the ground cracked beneath him. With a swift motion, he drew a long sword from a nearby guard's scabbard. "Let's see how you handle my Seven Shadows sword technique." Dwayne charged, his body becoming a blur. 7 afterimages of himself seemed to split from his form, each holding a sword, all lunging at Dustin from different angles. It was a technique designed to confuse and kill. Dustin didn't move. He simply watched the approaching blades. Die, you fool! Dwayne's true form emerged from the shadows, aiming a devastating slash at Dustin's neck. Clang! A metallic ring echoed, not from a blocked sword, but from Dustin's hand. He had caught the razor-sharp blade between his thumb and forefinger, stopping it dead. What? Dwayne's eyes bulged in disbelief. Before he could react, Dustin flicked his fingers. Snap! The high-quality steel sword shattered into a dozen pieces as if it were made of glass. How? How is this possible? What kind of monster are you? Dwayne stammered, his confidence shattered. He stumbled back, dropping the broken hilt. Dustin simply shrugged, a calm smile on his face. I'm just someone who knows how to train properly. Dwayne shook his head in horror. This isn't possible. That strike should have cut you in half. But it didn't, Dustin replied, still unfazed. You rely too much on flashy techniques. There's more to fighting than just brute strength and tricks. Chapter 108. Dwayne shouted in fear, cold sweat drenching his back. As a skilled martial artist, Dwayne was famous for his quick and powerful moves. At his peak, the energy from his sword could split boulders. So how was Dustin able to stop his ultimate technique? What kind of monster breaks swords with his bare hands? Dustin couldn't be human. Don't you know who I am? Dustin said, stepping closer, his gaze icy. Stay the hell away from me. Dwayne panicked, scrambling backward. I don't want the Gemifen prescription anymore. Please, just let me go. I offered you a chance, but you didn't take it. Now it's too late for regrets, Dustin said as he grabbed Dwayne's shoulders and squeezed tightly. Crack! Dwayne felt his shoulder joints dislocate with a sickening pop. Agony shot through his body, and he let out a blood-curdling scream. Without hesitation, Dustin drove a fist into his abdomen. The force of the blow caused devastating internal injuries, and Dwayne began to vomit blood. He collapsed on the ground, paralyzed with pain. You've ruined me, he gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with hatred. Because of Mr. Anderson, I'll spare your life. But you will pay for your crimes. Dustin declared. He grabbed Dwayne by the collar and hurled him through the air. Dwayne's limp body crashed through the villa's main doors, skidding to a stop in the foyer. Just then, Hunter walked in with his men, his expression stern. Hunter! Save me, please! Dwayne cried, crawling toward Hunter as if he were a lifeline. Save you? You should be grateful I don't kill you myself. Hunter laughed mockingly. But don't get too comfortable. You'll be rotting in Azkaban for the rest of your miserable life to pay for your sins. Azkaban? Dwayne's face paled with terror. What the hell are you talking about? I am a direct descendant of the Welch family. You're nobody. How dare you threaten me with Azkaban? Azkaban was the most infamous prison for the realm's worst criminals. Once someone was sent there, they were never seen again. It was a living death. This decision came from the Welch family patriarch. Your own father agreed to it, Hunter stated calmly. No. That's a lie. Why would my father betray me? Dwayne shook his head in denial. It's because you offended Mr. Rhys. Sacrificing you was the only way to protect the Welch family from his wrath, Hunter explained plainly. Mr. Rhys? You mean Dustin? Dwayne's eyes widened in shock. How could the Welch family be afraid of a young punk like him? Who the hell is he? Dustin Rhys is an alias. 10 years ago, he was known throughout Stonia as Logan, Hunter said. What? Logan Rhys, Hunter repeated. Logan Rhys. The Kirin? The color completely drained from Dwayne's face as he connected the name. Now he understood the family's fear. Logan Rhys, known as the Kirin, was a legendary martial artist whose very name struck terror across the land. To think Dwayne had somehow provoked such a monster, It was a death sentence in itself. Chapter 109. Dustin's true identity was revealed, and Dwayne felt utterly defeated. His eyes were dull, as if all hope had left him. He knew he was done for. No one was coming to save him, and no one dared to try. Take him away. Hunter commanded his men to secure Dwayne. Even though he knew the truth, Dwayne felt the crushing weight of his fate, Azkaban. The only way out of that hellhole was as a corpse, carried out for cremation. Stop right there. What the hell are you doing? Leave that man alone. Oliver suddenly appeared, flanked by his 2 female bodyguards, and confronted Hunter. He hadn't intended to get involved, but Dwayne had fucked up spectacularly. How could he lose a fight? Oliver had to step in before Dwayne was locked away for good. Dwayne still had value, especially regarding the precious Gemophen. You have no right to interfere. Stay out of this, Hunter warned coldly. Too bad, I'm not backing down. What are you going to do about it? Oliver replied, walking confidently toward Dustin with his hands in his pockets. Are you one of Dwayne's men? Dustin asked casually. Dwayne? With his skills, he's more like my lackey. But I have a business deal with him. No one takes him without my permission. So, you better release him now. Oliver declared, holding his head high. And what if I refuse? Dustin asked. You refuse? Do you even know who I am? Do you know who my father is? How dare you talk back to me, you piece of shit? Are you looking for a death wish? Oliver shot back with a sneer. I don't care who you are or who your father is. It's best for you to stay out of this, Dustin replied firmly. Deal with Dwayne, Dustin said to Hunter, ignoring Oliver. Have you lost your fucking mind? Anna. Break this punk's legs. Let's see if he can keep talking down to us while he's on the ground. Oliver grinned, clearly enjoying the moment. Yes, sir. The 2 female bodyguards behind him rushed toward Dustin simultaneously. They aimed low, striking at Dustin's knees to cripple him without hesitation. Dustin, however, was ready. He moved first, slapping both of them hard across the cheek. Stunned by the unexpected blow, they stumbled back. You bastard, they shouted, holding their sore faces as they tried to draw their swords. Before they could react, Dustin kicked one in the stomach and slapped the other again, this time on the opposite cheek. Dazed, the 2 bodyguards swayed, seeing stars. You need to learn your lesson. How dare you sneak attack me? Oliver shouted, his anger boiling over. He charged at Dustin, ready to punch him. It was clear Oliver was skilled in martial arts. His fists were quick and precise. But Dustin wasn't fazed. He caught Oliver's fist mid-air and twisted it painfully. Crack! Oliver cried out as his wrist dislocated. Before he could recover, Dustin drove a fist hard into his stomach. Oliver flew back several feet and landed heavily on the ground, the impact making him retch. Sir! The female bodyguards rushed to Oliver, concern etched on their faces. Kill him! I order you to kill that son of a bitch! Oliver shouted, his voice filled with rage, clutching his stomach. There is no mercy for anyone who hurts our boss. The female bodyguards swiftly drew their swords, ready to fight. Nobody moves. Hunter suddenly yelled, pulling out his gun. The bodyguards froze, startled by the direct threat. They didn't dare move. You fool! Do you know who I am? How dare you point a gun at me? Oliver stood up, his face turning red with fury. I'm Oliver Williams from the Boulderthorn Guild. My father is the second elder. The Boulderthorn Guild? Hunter's expression turned serious at Oliver's words. As a top guild in the South, Boulderthorn held immense power in Swinton. Even Edwin, the richest man in town, was just a regular member. This showed how formidable they truly were. What, are you scared now? Oliver laughed mockingly as everyone remained quiet. Now that you know who you're dealing with, kneel and beg for forgiveness. If you don't, I will destroy you and your entire family. What good were guns or fighting skills compared to the influence of the Boulder Thorn Guild? With just one word, Oliver could wipe them all out like ants. That was the power of authority. Boulder Thorn, huh? Dustin remained unfazed by Oliver's threat. What if I kill all three of you right now? Then no one would know what happened here. Kill me? How dare you? Oliver's eyes widened in shock. If you even touch a hair on my head, I promise you'll be chopped into pieces. Since you threatened my family, what do I have to fear? An eye for an eye. Dustin said, his voice icy. An eye for an eye, and a tooth for a tooth, he finished with a shrug. Oliver took a step back, genuine fear creeping in. He wasn't ready to die here, and he knew Dustin was serious. I'll remember this, you punk. This isn't over. Oliver shouted, realizing the situation was hopeless. He quickly fled with his bodyguards, utterly defeated. A wise person knows when to retreat, especially when the odds are suicidal. For someone of Oliver's status, risking his life wasn't worth it. Mr. Anderson, what do you know about Boulder Thorn? Dustin asked, watching them leave. The Boulder Thorn Guild has been expanding rapidly. With their strong martial reputation, they're on track to dominate the South. Their members are entrenched in politics, business, and the military, which extends their influence. Plus, I heard they plan to open a branch in Swinton. That man's father, Mr. Williams, was sent here as the representative for the new branch, Hunter explained quietly. Dustin nodded, taking in the information. It seemed Mr. Williams was a significant figure within the guild. Chapter 110. At the Nicholson Villa, everyone was thrilled to see Dahlia return home safely. Dahlia, you're finally back. I was so worried. Florence exclaimed. Are you okay? Did anyone hurt you in there? James asked, looking concerned. Florence and James were overjoyed. Ever since they'd heard Dahlia was detained, they had been sick with worry. They had called in every favor and spent a fortune trying to secure her release, but to no avail. They had felt hopeless. Just as they were about to despair, Dahlia walked through the door on her own. Mother, I'm fine. I'm sorry for worrying you, Dahlia said with a tired smile. She was shaken by the day's events but grateful to be home. It's all Dustin's fault. If it weren't for him, you wouldn't have been captured. Florence said angrily. Mom is right. That shameless bastard is always causing trouble. Sis, you should stay away from him to avoid getting dragged into his mess. James added. Actually, this had nothing to do with him. He was framed, Dahlia defended Dustin. How can that be? If he's really innocent, why was he arrested? Florence demanded. Yeah, why would someone frame him if he wasn't doing anything wrong? It must mean he has a terrible character. James chimed in. Dahlia sighed, feeling too exhausted to argue. If it were up to me, I would choose Matt. When he heard you were detained, he went out immediately to look for help. A man like him is hard to find these days. Florence quickly changed the subject. That's right. Sis, Matt really cares about you, James said, nodding in agreement. Dahlia forced a small smile but didn't reply. Her thoughts were elsewhere. Meanwhile, at the peaceful medical center, Dustin was busy preparing breakfast. Let's eat, he called out from downstairs. I'm coming. Why are you in such a hurry? An old man with a cane asked as he slowly made his way down. Hey, punk. Where's the alcohol? The old man demanded, looking grumpy. No alcohol for breakfast. Just soup, Dustin replied, handing him a bowl of chicken soup. I won't eat if there's no alcohol, the old man protested, crossing his arms. Suit yourself, Dustin said, unfazed. He sat down and started eating. The old man scowled but couldn't resist watching Dustin eat. He huffed and eventually picked up the soup, taking a sip. God damn it, what a rude young man, he muttered before lifting the bowl and gulping it down. Here, this is the Panax root you asked for. Keep it safe, Dustin said after breakfast, placing a cedar wood box on the table. Oh, you found another rare herb? You're really efficient, the old one-eyed man said in surprise. I still need 4 more. I hope I can gather them all in time, Dustin replied. Don't rush it. Let fate take its course, the old man said casually. For him, each new day was a precious gift. Just then, a silver Bentley pulled up to the medical center. A beautiful woman stepped out and walked over. Wow, what a beauty! She has curves in all the right places. Dustin, aren't you divorced? Don't you want to marry her? The old man laughed joyfully. Shut up, old man. Dustin shot him a glare as he stood to greet her. Miss Harmon, what brings you here? What? Am I not welcome? Natasha smirked. Of course you are. Please, have a seat. Dustin pulled out a chair for her. You must be old Mr. Whiskey. I heard you love alcohol, so I brought you some homebrewed ale as a gift, Natasha said with a smile, placing 2 bottles on the table. I'll be happy as long as I have alcohol. A glass of good ale is worth its weight in gold, the one-eyed man exclaimed, his face lighting up. His earlier complaint was instantly forgotten. If you like, I can send you alcohol every day, Natasha chuckled. You're such a thoughtful young lady, much better than that Dahlia girl, the old man grinned, clearly pleased. Punk, you're really lucky to have met someone as great as Miss Harmon. You should treasure her. Just take your drinks and get lost. Dustin replied, clearly annoyed. Okay. I'll go upstairs to drink by myself. I don't want to be a bother. The old man grabbed both bottles and scurried up the stairs. Miss Harmon, I'm sorry about him. He can be rude and clueless, Dustin said with an apologetic smile. I don't think he said anything wrong. Are you upset? Natasha raised her eyebrows. No, Dustin shook his head quickly. Then it's all good. Natasha chuckled. By the way, I went through a lot of trouble to get you out of that interrogation room. How are you going to repay me? Can I take you out to dinner? Dustin asked, a bit unsure. That's too predictable, Natasha rolled her eyes. Well, what do you want then? Dustin asked, confused. Without a word, Natasha closed her eyes, pointed to her bright red lips, and motioned for Dustin to kiss her. Chapter 111. Looking at Natasha's closed eyes and puckered lips, Dustin felt mesmerized by her beauty. Is something wrong with your mouth? Does it hurt? He asked, completely confused. What are you talking about? I'm letting you kiss me, you idiot, Natasha said, clearly frustrated. Ha! Dustin's eyes widened in disbelief. This can't be happening, he thought to himself. Well, if you don't want it, then this is the last chance you'll get, Natasha teased, a playful smile on her face. You fool! If you don't take this opportunity now, when the hell will you ever get another? Yelled the old man with one eye, peeking from the second floor. He shook his head in disbelief at Dustin. Shut the fuck up! Dustin shouted back, glaring at him. However, when he turned back to Natasha, he noticed her perfect skin and bright red lips. Suddenly, he felt a pang of regret. Anyway, I'm done teasing you. Let's get serious, Natasha interrupted his thoughts. Recently, Edwin took most of the main team from Harmon Pharmaceuticals, so we need new leadership to reorganize. With your amazing medical skills, how about becoming my honorary chief physician? I don't think I'm right for that, Dustin replied, sounding unsure. He was great at healing, but he had no experience in leading others. Honestly, you won't have to do much. Just help me keep an eye on things from time to time. If you decide it's not for you, you can just keep the title, Natasha reassured him. Noticing his doubt, Natasha gave him a sad look. If you don't help me, I'll just have to sit back and watch as Edwin destroys Harmon Pharmaceuticals, she said. Feeling hopeless and unsure how to say no, he finally agreed. Fine. I guess I can try. I knew you'd help. Let's go. Come to my place first, and I'll explain your duties. Natasha cheered, her face lighting up. She quickly grabbed him and led him to her car. Meanwhile, half an hour later at Java Joy's, Ruth was sitting with her mother, Jessica. They were entertaining a few guests, including a handsome young man in a nice suit and an older man wearing a lab coat. The young man spoke up first. "I'll get straight to the point, Miss Ballard. I'm here to investigate the traitor. Also, I want to help my cousin take over Swinton's pharmaceutical market so my family can move forward. Natasha will be glad to have your help, Quentin. Just remember, she has a bit of a temper and doesn't like anyone meddling in her business," Jessica said with a smile. "I can't back down now, especially since this is part of my family's plan. As long as my cousin doesn't make choices that go against our interests, I'll support her," Quentin replied, taking a sip of his tea. "Honestly, it sounds like you're just here to spy on my sister," Ruth said, frowning. Jessica kept her face calm. With her sister's engagement to Tyler Grant approaching, their family wanted to ensure everything went smoothly. That's why they had sent someone to watch over her. "Oh, and by the way, are the rumors true about Edwin Hummer stealing most of our workforce and taking the Eternamax research documents?" Quentin suddenly asked. "I've heard those rumors too, but I believe Natasha can handle it," Jessica replied, her expression steady. "Eternamax is the result of years of hard work by the Harmons. It could have given us a major advantage in Swinton's pharmaceutical market. Now that this has happened, the people at headquarters are furious. That's why they sent an expert," Quentin explained. He then gestured toward the elderly man next to him. "This is Mr. Wangley. He's an expert in medical research, and he will be the new chief physician for Harmon Pharmaceuticals." Just as Quentin finished speaking, a loud voice interrupted from outside the cafe. "I've already found the right person for the job, Quentin. No need to bother Mr. Wangley anymore," Natasha declared as she walked in, linking arms with Dustin. "What the hell?" Quentin exclaimed, his face darkening as he saw them. He had heard rumors about Natasha dating someone, but he hadn't believed them. If the Grant family found out, their marriage plans would be ruined. Chapter 112. "Why did you bring him here, Natasha?" Jessica asked with a frown. Natasha responded calmly, "This is my place, so I can bring whoever I want. Besides, I found the perfect candidate for chief physician, and it's Mr. Dustin." "What?" Everyone gasped in surprise. "Are you serious, Natasha? Is he even qualified to be the chief physician for the Harmons?" Jessica expressed her concern. "Dustin's medical skills are exceptional, and he knows medicine inside and out. I'm confident he'll do well," Natasha insisted. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Jessica shouted, clearly frustrated. Ruth stood up to ease the tension. "Calm down, everyone. Let's sit and talk. Dustin, let me introduce you. This is my mom, you've met her. And this is my cousin, Quentin Harmon." "It's a pleasure to meet you both," Dustin said politely, nodding. "So you're the pretty boy who keeps hanging around Natasha?" Quentin said with a sneer, looking Dustin up and down with utter disdain. Dustin raised an eyebrow at Quentin's attitude but remained calm. "Didn't I ask you a question? Why aren't you saying anything?" Quentin taunted, trying to intimidate him. "I'm afraid I didn't quite catch it," Dustin said calmly. "Are you deaf, or are you just stupid?" Quentin challenged, taking a deep breath. "Let me ask again. Did you kill Tilda Snyder?" "I did, but," Dustin started to explain, but Quentin cut him off. "Great. Now that you've admitted it, my job is easier. I'll make sure Tilda, a key member of the Harmon family, doesn't die in vain." With that, he slammed an urn on the table. "Look at her ashes and bow your head in apology." "What?" Dustin frowned, confused. Quentin's intention to humiliate Dustin was now clear. "Are you serious? The Tilda Snyder you're talking about is the same woman who betrayed the Harmons and tried to kill Miss Harmon. Are you saying I should have spared her?" Dustin asked. "Who the fuck are you to decide who lives or dies? Even if she was a traitor, she was still part of the Harmon family. Her problems were ours to handle, not yours. You should think carefully before you eliminate someone." And who are you to interfere in Harmon family business? Quentin shouted. Dustin let out a frustrated laugh. Not only did he not get thanked for helping deal with a traitor, but now he was facing punishment. What a fucked up way to show gratitude. Enough talk. Just bow down to Tilda, and I'll consider letting you off the hook for my cousin's sake, Quentin said, his voice harsh and commanding. He looked down at Dustin as if he were an insect. Dustin shrugged, unfazed. What if I refuse? Quentin sneered, if you refuse, I'll break your fucking legs. I'd like to see you try, Dustin shot back, his eyes narrowing dangerously. You're really asking for it? Quentin shouted, his anger boiling over. He slammed his fists on the table, and a teacup shattered on the floor. Suddenly, Natasha stormed over, her face filled with fury. Quentin Harmon. If you even think about touching Dustin, I'll be the one to break your legs. Chapter 113. What? Natasha shouted, her anger making Quentin raise his eyebrows in surprise. Are you really going to turn against me just to protect that boy toy of yours? Quentin wanted to humiliate Dustin for two reasons: he couldn't stand him, and he wanted to see how Natasha would react. Dustin saved my life. If you even think about hurting him, don't be surprised if I lose my temper. Natasha warned, her voice firm. If he weren't her cousin, she would have slapped him already. Is that right? Quentin scoffed, his face twisting into a scowl. I may set aside Tilda Snyder's case for now, but I still can't support your plan to make him chief physician. He doesn't have the qualifications. Quentin knew this was a chance to gain power in the company, and he wasn't going to let it go easily. Whether he's qualified or not is not your decision, it's mine. Natasha shot back, her authority clear. All your possessions come from the family, Quentin reminded her. If you keep interfering with the family's interests, I won't hesitate to report you to the board. Do whatever the fuck you want, Natasha replied defiantly. She wasn't scared of him. Wait. Jessica suddenly interjected. The leak of the Eternimax research documents is serious. The next chief physician needs to be capable enough to handle this. I think Dustin is still too young for such a big role. Mr. Wangley would be a much better choice. She didn't want someone as inexperienced as Dustin in a key position. Dustin's medical skills are top-notch, I can vouch for that, Natasha insisted. Vouching isn't proof. We need a demonstration, Quentin sneered. He turned to the elderly man. Mr. Wangley, since you're the family's expert, why don't you compete with him? Let's see who's more qualified. A competition? Mr. Wangley stroked his beard, a sly smile on his face. How about this? Let's have a little contest. We'll each make a poison. The other person has to drink it and then create an antidote to save themselves. The one who survives wins. What do you say, young man? His eyes gleamed with a dangerous light. Mr. Wangley. This is too much. Natasha's face changed. A poison-making contest? That's incredibly dangerous. Dustin is a doctor, not a poison master. This is just to back you into a corner, she warned softly. She was beginning to think Mr. Wangley wasn't really a doctor but a master of poison. Unlike doctors who heal, poison masters focus on the dark arts, witchcraft, voodoo, and all things toxic. They use ruthless methods and have strange tricks. If it were a contest of medical skills, Dustin had a good chance. But a poison-making contest against a poison master was practically a death wish. I'm giving you one last chance to back out, boy toy. If you admit defeat now, you'll lose the chief physician title and still have to bow and apologize to Tilda Snyder's ashes. Quentin spat. Who was this pale-faced nobody to challenge the great Mr. Wangley? Aren't we just playing with some poison? Fine, I'm in, Dustin declared boldly, showing no fear. Ha, you asked for it. Quentin laughed maniacally, looking at Dustin with glee. How could this fool be so stupid as to compete with a poison master? It was a death wish. Are you out of your mind, Dustin? You could die. Ruth said nervously. Why is he putting his life on the line? They don't even have a real rivalry, she thought. I know exactly what I'm doing, Dustin replied casually. Dustin, are you sure about this? Natasha frowned, worry in her beautiful eyes. She knew Quentin was deliberately making things hard for Dustin, but there wasn't much she could do to stop him. Don't worry, I'll be fine. You should be more concerned about them, Dustin said with a grin. Dustin was skilled in medicine, but he also had a strong background in voodoo magic and poisons. Less talk, more poison making, boy toy. Quentin urged, eager to get started before Dustin changed his mind. Wait. Dustin suddenly raised a hand. I'm all for making poisons, but you have to be in this with me. What the hell are you talking about? Quentin asked, surprised and uneasy. Didn't you say you wanted this to be exciting? After we're done, why don't you and I test the poisons on ourselves and leave the rest to fate? Dustin suggested coolly. Cut the crap. Quentin shouted, his expression changing instantly. How can you compare your worthless life to mine? Look in the mirror. Are you chickening out? If you don't have the guts for this challenge, then kneel and admit defeat right now. Oh, and I want an apology too, then I'll pretend this never happened, Dustin taunted. You, Quentin stammered, anger rising. Would he really lose face if he backed down? But he was the one with money and status. What would he gain by risking his life against a filthy peasant? I won't, he thought, determined to stand his ground. Rest assured, Mr. Harmon. With my skills, I can guarantee that any poison this punk creates won't hurt you at all, Mr. Wengele said confidently. He believed that in all of South City, only Dr. Lyndon Watkins could match his talent in poisons. Are you really sure about that? Quentin asked, raising an eyebrow. Absolutely. Just take the bet, Mr. Harmon, and I promise to keep you safe, Mr. Wengele insisted. Sounds good to me. Quentin exclaimed, banging his hands on the table as he stood up. If you want my life on the line, boy toy, then you've got it. I'll be with you until your last breath. Chapter 114. After both sides reached an agreement, the mood quickly turned tense. Dustin and Mr. Wengele had their teams buy ingredients. They planned to mix poisons right there and drink them. The outcome would depend solely on their skills. Do you think Dustin is going to be okay, sis? What if he gets poisoned? Ruth asked nervously. Well, since he agreed to it, he must be confident. Trust him, Natasha replied, trying to sound calm. Inside, however, she was anxious. She wished Dustin would just back down. You can say that, but Dustin only knows medicine. He can't possibly compete with Mr. Wengele, an expert in poisons, Ruth said, shaking her head. Medicine has many specializations, each very different. How could an amateur match a professional? While the sisters worried, Jessica watched from the side, feeling embarrassed for Dustin. She couldn't decide if he was brave or foolish. Still, she found it somewhat amusing. If Dustin lost and got hurt, she wouldn't have to worry so much about her daughter's marriage. I suggest you drop out, boy toy. If the poison hits you, you might not get a chance to regret it. Quentin warned. To be honest, I have to give you credit for your bravery. Or is it just stupidity? Dustin shrugged. Trust me, I've got this. Quentin's laughter faded as he watched Dustin, unsure if he should be impressed or worried. Just then, the subordinates rushed in with bags of ingredients. Mr. Wengele wasted no time and started mixing his poison quickly, his hands a blur. In contrast, Dustin moved at a leisurely pace. After a while, Mr. Wengele finished, revealing a bottle filled with thick, black liquid. A faint, unpleasant smell of dead fish wafted from it. I'm done, boy toy. Ready to drink? Quentin teased, placing the bottle on the table and staring defiantly at Dustin. Anyone could tell the potion was extremely toxic. Drinking it was a serious risk. Let's just forget about this, Dustin. Anyone who drinks that will die. Ruth pleaded. Natasha clenched her fists in concern. It's just poison. No big deal, Dustin said with a grin, picking up the bottle and downing it in one gulp. His quick, confident action left Quentin speechless. Is he really not scared? Quentin wondered. Dustin licked his lips. My mouth has a bitter aftertaste, but overall, the taste is fine. Natasha was taken aback. Did he really just comment on the taste? She thought incredulously. Mr. Wangley chuckled. You don't have to pretend. Just bow down to Mr. Harmon and admit your mistakes if you want me to help you. Dustin smacked his lips. Your poison is only mildly toxic at best. What you made is the devil's elixir, right? It's a good choice, but you used the wrong ingredients. You should have added aconite instead of epiphyllum. They have similar properties, but the differences can make a poison much stronger. Mr. Wangley gasped. How did you know? Did you see me mixing it? I didn't need to see. I could smell it, Dustin replied. You used 5 ingredients: strychnine, Zeus vine, oranges, philanthus, and a bit of devil's grass. It's a pity you were so close to making the perfect poison. As Dustin finished, Mr. Wangley shuddered. It was amazing that this young man could name every single ingredient. Quentin felt uneasy, wondering why Mr. Wangley hadn't reacted yet. What's going on? He thought. Don't worry, Mr. Harmon, Mr. Wangley assured him. He's just pretending to be brave. Without an antidote, he'll be dead soon. He shook off his shock. Even if Dustin made a cure, it wouldn't completely remove the poison because Mr. Wangley had added something extra. Quentin felt a wave of relief. I'm done making my poison, Dustin announced, holding up a bottle filled with a yellow liquid. Steam rose from the foul-smelling, hot liquid. It looked terrible. What the hell is that? It smells awful. Quentin exclaimed, scrunching his nose and covering it. It may stink, but I promise it tastes good. Go ahead and try it, Dustin said nonchalantly, pushing the bottle toward them. Are you really going to back out now, great Quentin Harmon? Natasha urged. Quentin stayed silent, glancing at Mr. Wangley, who seemed unsure. Don't worry, Mr. Harmon. I saw every ingredient he used, so even if you drink the poison, I can handle it, Mr. Wangley reassured him. An antidote for you in under 3 minutes. Sounds great. Here we go. Quentin replied, feeling brave. He picked up the bottle, pinched his nose, and drank it all in one go. Yuh! Quentin gagged as the bitter liquid went down. It felt like it wanted to come back up. The taste was terrible, bitter, rancid, and disgusting. It was as if he had consumed something truly awful. It won't count if you spit it out. Dustin reminded him. Quentin gritted his teeth, his face flushed. He had no choice but to swallow it all. It would be a waste to spit it out after such an effort. What the fuck did you put in that? It stinks. Quentin asked, still tasting the awful liquid. Oh, nothing much. Just some golden juice, Dustin replied casually. Mr. Wangley's face showed shock. Even Jessica, who had been sitting quietly, raised an eyebrow. Golden juice? What the hell is that? Quentin asked, feeling more uneasy. Golden juice, or golden liquid, or fecal fluid, basically, it just means human waste, Dustin explained with a slight grin. Chapter 115. What? Human shit? Quentin couldn't believe what he had just heard. He immediately started dry heaving next to Dustin. The poison was already in his stomach, so he couldn't spit it out even if he wanted to. His face turned bright red instead. Before this, the phrase, eat shit, had only been an insult, but now it felt all too real. I can't believe Dustin would be so cruel as to make our cousin eat this. Ruth exclaimed, covering her nose with her hands. She stepped away, clearly disgusted. For all the nonsense he talks, this seems like a fitting punishment, Natasha added, not helping the situation at all. How could you trick me, you little bastard? Quentin shouted, his anger boiling over. His expression darkened, and he shot a furious glare at Dustin. He had never felt so humiliated in his life. Since we were making poison, I got to choose my own recipe. I could add whatever ingredients I wanted, Dustin said casually. Oh, you've got guts, don't you? Quentin yelled, his face twisted with rage. I can't wait until you're begging for mercy when the poison takes effect. We'll see who's begging later. You should probably ask around to find out if anyone can cure the poison I made, Dustin replied with a grin. Give me the antidote now, Mr. Wangley. Quentin demanded, desperate to save his high-class body from any more damage. Calm down, Mr. Harmon. Let me check you first, Mr. Wangley said, picking up the bottle with the remaining liquid and bringing it closer to his nose to smell it. Then, he dipped his finger in and tasted a drop. At first, I thought it was some kind of strong poison. Who would have guessed it was Venenum insectum all along, he chuckled, pleased with his deduction. Venenum insectum? What's that? Quentin asked, curious. Venenum insectum is a poison made from 7 different venomous creatures. They're ground into a fine powder and mixed together. If I remember correctly, those creatures are snakes, scorpions, toads, centipedes, spiders, poisonous bees, and fire ants, Mr. Wangley explained confidently. Are you serious? You figured all that out just from tasting a tiny drop? Ruth asked, surprised. It showed Mr. Wangley was quite the expert. As expected of a poison master, you clearly know your stuff, Dustin said with a smile. He had to admit Mr. Wangley was talented, but it was unfortunate he had mistaken the mixture for Venenum insectum. The golden juice was just there for flavor. Enough of your rambling, Mr. Wangley. Please make me an antidote. My stomach is starting to hurt again, Quentin complained, gripping his abdomen with a pained expression. His stomach began to churn violently. Just hold on while I prepare an antidote, Mr. Wangley said as he quickly gathered ingredients. Faster. It's getting worse. Quentin cried out in agony. With each second, it felt like a knife was twisting in his gut. Quentin felt a sharp pain that made him break into a cold sweat. Meanwhile, Dustin appeared completely unfazed, sipping his tea. How are you not affected? Quentin asked, his voice shaky. After all, Dustin had drunk the poison first. I've already neutralized the poison in my body. Why would I still be affected? Dustin replied casually. You made an antidote already? But how? You didn't do anything. Quentin exclaimed, disbelief written all over his face. That's not your concern. You should focus on your own situation. What will you do if the person next to you can't help you? Dustin said with a teasing tone. The poison I created is very strong. It'll cause intense pain first. If you don't get the antidote within 3 hours, it will eat through your insides and lead to a terrible death. What? Quentin gasped, panic rising. The pain in his stomach intensified after hearing Dustin's words. Just then, Mr. Wangley appeared, holding a vial of white liquid. I have the antidote for you, Mr. Harmon, he said, arriving just in time. Without thinking, Quentin gulped down the entire vial. Almost instantly, he felt a wave of relief. But after a few moments, he suddenly vomited the white liquid back up. What are you doing, Mr. Harmon? You just threw up the antidote. Mr. Wangley exclaimed in shock. I couldn't help it. I really couldn't hold it in. Quentin complained, looking desperate. You could eat anything, so why can't you take the antidote? Mr. Wangley asked, baffled. Enough. Just make me another dose. I promise I'll keep it down this time. Quentin yelled, his face twitching. Reluctantly, Mr. Wangley agreed and quickly prepared another dose. Quentin wasted no time swallowing it. This time, he managed to keep it down. Mr. Wangley, my stomach still hurts so much. Why isn't it working yet? Quentin grimaced, his face twisted in pain. The main ingredients for an antidote to Venenum insectum are forsythia, lotus root, and white creepers. I added some herbs and heated it to detoxify the poison. Maybe the effects just need a little longer, Mr. Wangley reassured him. Quentin nodded, trying to endure. As time passed, his face contorted even more. Mr. Wangley. This antidote isn't working. It's not only doing nothing, but it hurts even more. Quentin yelled through clenched teeth, sweating profusely. How could this happen? Mr. Wangley said, stepping closer to check Quentin's pulse. Don't tell me this isn't Venenum insectum, he exclaimed in shock. What? Then what the hell was the antidote you just gave me? Quentin shouted angrily. What else did you put in your poison? I saw you add those venomous bugs. Mr. Wangley accused. Dustin turned and asked, the type of ingredients I used isn't what matters here. The real question is, can you get rid of the poison or not? Mr. Wangley replied, you played dirty, didn't you? That's fine. Even if this ends up in a tie, if you give me the antidote, I'll give you the antidote for the devil's elixir. He decided to take the high road. If he had to analyze a new recipe, it would take time. But with Quentin in such pain, he couldn't wait. Losing his patron would be a big problem. You want the antidote, right? Fine. A cocky grin appeared on Dustin's face. But first, I want something from you. You need to kneel down and admit defeat. Then I'll give you the antidote. As soon as he said this, both Quentin and Mr. Wangley's faces changed. Chapter 116. Don't get ahead of yourself, you little shit. Mr. Wangley shouted. Clearly angry. Remember, Mr. Harmon isn't the only one poisoned here. Without my antidote, you won't survive past tomorrow with my poison in you. Is that so? Want to bet on who dies first? Dustin chuckled. Why you? Mr. Wangley was left speechless. Looking at the situation, it was clear Quentin would be the first to lose. That's why Mr. Wangley suggested a draw. But Quentin wasn't interested in that at all. Just give me the antidote, Dustin. We'll take this loss. Quentin said reluctantly. If he wasn't in so much pain, he would never admit defeat. You can't just say you've lost. Where's the sincerity in that, Mr. Harmon? Dustin teased, shaking his head. Don't test me, Rhys. Quentin yelled. When you make mistakes, you should admit it, right? Are you saying you can't even do that? Dustin pressed on, showing no fear. Oh, so you want me to kneel and admit my mistakes to you? What makes you think you deserve that? Quentin sneered, his expression cold. Of course, I don't deserve it. I guess you'll just have to deal with the poison yourselves, Dustin replied with a shrug. Are you threatening me? Quentin scowled. Goodness, no. I'm just returning the favor, Dustin said calmly. Enough. Everyone stop this nonsense right now. Jessica suddenly screamed. You need to hurry and give the antidote to Quentin right now, Dustin. If anything happens to him, you won't be able to take responsibility. With all due respect, ma'am, I value my promises highly. Since I just made one, I have to keep it, Dustin replied calmly. What are you talking about? Why are you choosing to go against the Harmons today? Jessica snapped, her pretty face now stern. She thought Dustin would back down and be the bigger person, but he seemed insensitive. Can you stop pretending? You didn't say anything when Quentin was bullying Dustin before. Why are you coming to his defense now that he's in trouble? Do you even have any dignity left? Natasha suddenly spoke up. Why are you defending an outsider when Quentin is your own cousin? Jessica frowned at her. I'm speaking for the truth, not just family ties. Natasha declared firmly. Quentin started all of this, so he's getting what he deserves. We're outsiders in this competition, so we should just watch and not interfere. Why you? Jessica growled, clearly frustrated. Even though she let Natasha express herself outside, she felt powerless to change her mind. All her nagging was ineffective. Natasha was truly a thorn in her side. This is the last time I'm asking, Rhys. Are you giving me the antidote or not? Quentin demanded, gritting his teeth. And I'll give you the same answer. Kneel down and apologize first, Dustin replied. Fine. Fine. Quentin finally relented, a sinister look on his face. I can kneel down, but are you ready to face the consequences? He growled menacingly. I need to see it for myself first, Dustin replied with a mocking smile. Fine. I hope you don't regret this, Quentin shouted through clenched teeth. After a brief pause, he dropped to the floor with a heavy thud. As he knelt, he shot a fierce glare at Dustin, clearly furious. Humiliating him in public felt like a death sentence. The man has already knelt before you. Are you satisfied now, Dustin? Hurry up and give him the antidote. Jessica snapped. Humiliating Quentin Harmon was a blow to the entire Harmon family's pride. How dare a mere doctor treat a Harmon this way? He was really asking for trouble. Here. Bottoms up, Dustin said as he pulled out a small white vial and poured its powdery contents into a cup of tea. Is that hexanavir? Mr. Wangley wondered to himself. Chapter 117. When Mr. Wangley saw the small, white vial, his face showed shock, quickly replaced by greed. That vial held the legendary miracle cure created by Dr. Rowan Cross. How the hell did someone like Quentin end up with such a valuable treasure? Everyone knew that this antidote was extremely rare and worth a fortune. Even a tiny amount could sell for an outrageous price. No wonder Quentin felt so confident, he had hexanavir. Today would be the day Mr. Wangley got his revenge. Humph. Quentin scoffed, then drank his cup of tea in one swift gulp. Almost immediately, the sharp pains in his stomach began to fade. In just a few minutes, the pain was completely gone. Quentin felt like he had just escaped a serious ordeal. I won't forget how you embarrassed me today, Rhys. You better not get caught by me again. Quentin shouted, then turned to Natasha. And you, Natasha, need to fix the issues with Eternamax soon. Don't blame me if I have to report you to the board. After barking his threats, Quentin left the room looking exhausted. You'll regret this, young man. Mr. Wangley grunted before rushing after Quentin. How could a weak doctor like him humiliate Mr. Wangley? If he decided to take revenge, he promised it wouldn't end well for Quentin. So you came prepared, Dustin. You really scared me just now, Ruth said with a sigh of relief. It was all thanks to the hexanavir your sister sent me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have one, Dustin replied. Dustin let out a small chuckle. Easily, he said, but the antidote only made things a little easier for him. Jessica snorted in disdain. Humph. So it was all a trick. She had thought Dustin used his own skills, but it turned out he simply relied on hexanavir, created by the famous Dr. Rowan Cross. Natasha shot Jessica a hard glare. You can doubt it all you want, but Dustin won. So what if he won by luck? What makes you think he can research Eternamax without Mr. Wangley? Jessica challenged. Eternamax had been crucial for Harmon Pharmaceuticals for many years and was vital to their family's future plans. Jessica couldn't believe that someone like Dustin, who was relatively unknown, could possibly help. Who says? I think Dustin is much more knowledgeable than this Wangley guy, Natasha replied firmly. Fine, if you believe he's the better choice, then let's make a bet. If he can develop Eternamax from scratch, I'll accept that he's passed the test. If not, I'll have him resign immediately to make room for someone else. Jessica shouted, clearly angry. I'm okay with that, Natasha said, standing her ground. She knew whether Dustin could do it was a different question, but she couldn't back down now. Rhys, you better not let my daughter down. Jessica yelled at Dustin, giving him a stern look before storming out. What did Mom mean by test just now? Ruth asked, confused. Curiosity filled the room. Kids shouldn't get involved in adult matters, Natasha said, rolling her eyes at Ruth. Humph. I'm sorry for asking. Who died and made you queen? Ruth replied, pouting. What's Eternamax? Dustin asked, pretending not to know. Natasha forced a smile and began to explain. The Harmons are involved in many industries, but our main focus is still medicine. That's why we carefully chose our business partners and profit sharing. We wanted to dominate the pharmaceutical market in Swinton. So, we started researching and developing a new drug to capture that market share. Everything was going well at first, but we didn't expect a traitor to be among us. When Tilda Snyder was assassinated, it was a warning to all traitors but also an opportunity for us. However, when they realized they were about to be exposed, they tried to lure our employees away with promises of better benefits. This led to a significant loss of our workforce, and they even stole our research. The research for our new drug, Eternamax. Chapter 118. I see, Dustin said, nodding. Then he remembered something and asked, so, if you and Edwin are competing, whoever makes Eternamax first will control the market in Swinton? Yes, that's true, Natasha replied. But there's a problem. My researchers' documents were stolen, so we have to start from scratch. It's going to be really hard. That Edwin is an asshole. He's so sneaky. Ruth exclaimed, upset. What exactly is Eternamax? Dustin asked again. It's a medicine that not only helps you live longer but also keeps you looking beautiful. It comes from an ancient recipe for an antidote. Unfortunately, part of the recipe is lost since it's so old. We need to keep researching to recover the whole thing, Natasha explained. An ancient antidote recipe? Dustin thought for a moment. I think I know of a similar secret medicine called Imorchinol. I read about it in a medical archive. It also extends life and preserves beauty. Its effects should be comparable to Eternamax, he said with a slight smile. The archives he had explored contained valuable antidotes that time had forgotten. Anything listed there was definitely special. Ha! I don't believe you. Eternamax is a secret ancient recipe. How could this Imorchinol even compare? I've never heard of it. Ruth crossed her arms, looking skeptical. Just because you haven't heard of it doesn't mean it isn't real. There could be some surprises in store, Dustin replied. Let's try to make the Imorchinol, Dustin suggested. Natasha quickly replied, no matter if it works, we should give it a shot. Just tell me what ingredients you need, and I'll get them ready right away. They were in a tough spot, and this was their only option. Rue, bring me a pen and paper, Dustin ordered, turning around. Hey! I've told you 1,000 times. My name is Ruth, not Rue. Ruth gritted her teeth but still kicked Dustin lightly before fetching the pen and paper. Dustin quickly jotted down the recipe for Imorchinol. Natasha read through the list and nodded. These ingredients are pretty common. The only tricky one is leminianth root. Sis, I think I saw a few sellers in the medicine market. We might find some there, Ruth suggested. Yeah. Take Dustin with you to check it out. I still have some things to handle, Natasha replied. Alright, Ruth said, pouting a bit. She was disappointed but knew she had to help her sister. After deciding where to go, Ruth drove Dustin to the market. At the market, a Mercedes-Benz parked in front of a shop called Emporium. Dahlia and a few others got out of the car. Along with Florence and James, there was a pretty, well-dressed woman. This was Florence's niece, Julie Amberson. Julie, I thought you wanted to buy a gift? Why are we here? Florence asked, confused. Aunt Florence, I just heard this shop has a rare ingredient called leminianth root. Julie whispered excitedly. Leminianth root? What's it used for? Florence asked, intrigued. It's a great gift, Julie replied. Of course. Tomorrow is the Hummer's birthday party. I'm planning to give this to Miss Hummer. Why are you giving this instead of gems or jewelry like everyone else? Chapter 119. Hee hee. You wouldn't know, would you? Miss Hummer is a noble lady. She doesn't need gems or jewelry. If you really want to impress her, you should give her a unique gift. The leminianth root can help preserve a woman's beauty. No woman could resist it. I think Miss Hummer would love it. Julie said confidently. You're right, but isn't the leminianth root really expensive? Florence asked. Of course. It's extremely rare. It costs about $3 to $5 million, Julie replied with a nod. What? That much? Florence was shocked. Julie, do you even have that kind of money? Of course not, but you do. So, can you lend me a few $1,000,000? I promise to pay you back, Julie asked without hesitation. Florence was taken aback. Dahlia and James frowned as well. Their cousin always borrowed money when she visited. Last year, she borrowed a Mercedes-Benz for 2 days, and they still hadn't seen it returned. It looked like they wouldn't get it back anytime soon. If they lent her a few $1,000,000 now, they were sure they wouldn't see that money again either. Julie, it's not that I don't want to help you, but a few $1,000,000 is just too much, Florence said after thinking it over. Aunt Florence, your family owns a business. You must have that kind of money. Or is it that you just don't want to lend it to me? Julie's tone became upset. No, I really don't have that much money, Florence laughed awkwardly. If you don't, then Dahlia should have it. She's the president of Quine Group. I can't believe she doesn't have a few $1,000,000 to spare. Julie insisted. Julie turned to Dahlia after she spoke. The company's finances are tight right now. Every penny counts. I wouldn't suggest spending money on expensive birthday gifts, Dahlia said, shaking her head gently. If there was an emergency, she wouldn't think twice about spending money. But in this case, she really couldn't help Julie even if she wanted to. Dahlia. You can't be that stingy. It's just a few $1,000,000. I promise I'll pay you back. Julie said, crossing her arms confidently. Once I send Miss Hummer this gift, she'll want to be my friend. Then, I'll get a high-ranking job at Hummer Pharmaceuticals and be making millions every year, easy. Julie, you're getting ahead of yourself. It's not easy to get into Hummer Pharmaceuticals. Honestly, with your experience, it would be better for you to get some training at my company, Dahlia replied calmly. Dahlia, let me be clear. I'm a valuable Ivy League graduate. Everyone wants me. A small company like Quine Group isn't worth my time, Julie scoffed. Dahlia was at a loss for words. Her cousin was such a classic narcissist. No experience, no skills, yet she dreamed of being a wealthy supervisor. She looked down on almost everyone, but she didn't even have the basics down. All right. Back to the point. Are you lending me the money or not? Julie demanded, still standing arrogantly with her arms crossed. She really had no shame, especially for someone asking for money. No. James replied firmly. Fine. Today I finally see what kind of relatives you really are. You'd leave me to die if I needed you. Fuck you all. You'll pay for this. With that, Julie turned and stormed off. Chapter 120. After stomping out of the coffee shop, Julie didn't leave. She waited for Florence, Dahlia, and James to leave, then circled back and snuck into the medicine shop by herself. She knew her aunt was tight with money, so she decided to take matters into her own hands. Excuse me, shopkeeper. Do you happen to have laminianth root here? Julie asked with her most charming smile, leaning on the counter. Really? You sell it here? That's great. I just heard about laminianth root yesterday, Julie said to the shop owner. Yes, we do. In fact, it just arrived yesterday, the shop owner replied honestly. That's awesome. How do you plan to sell it? Julie continued. We're planning to hold an auction for it because it's quite valuable, the shop owner explained. Julie frowned. Auctions are a hassle. Why don't you just sell it to me directly? You'd save money on the auction. The shop owner looked worried. But... Julie quickly cut in, what? Do you think I can't afford it? Just tell me, how much do you want for it? If you really want to buy it, I won't stop you. I need $5 million, the plump shop owner said, holding up 5 fingers. $5 million? That's so expensive. Florence gasped, freezing in place. She had expected a high price, but this was still a shock. She and the others had followed Julie inside, curious where she went. That price includes a discount for our friendship. If I auction it, I could get 5 to 6 times more. This is a low price for an early buyer, the shop owner said, shaking his head. Can't you lower it a bit? That's too much, Florence pleaded. I can't. This herb cost me a fortune. Honestly, if I find someone who really needs it, I could sell it for $100 million, the shop owner replied seriously. But... Florence started, but Julie interrupted her. All right, Aunt Florence. Let's not get too hung up on the price. It's just $5 million. We're buying it. Miss, I love your attitude. I'll have someone bring over the laminate root right away, the shop owner said, smiling widely as he signaled to a man behind the counter. The man quickly understood and dashed upstairs. After a little while, he returned with a large wooden box. Inside is the laminate root. Miss, will you be paying by card or cash? The shop owner smiled, happy with the sale. Card, Julie replied without hesitation. Go ahead, Aunt Florence. Florence winced slightly as she reached into her bag for her card. Just as they were about to complete the payment, a woman's voice shouted from outside. Wait! That laminate root is ours. Everyone turned to see a man and woman enter the shop. It was Dustin and Ruth. Chapter 121. Why are you here? Dahlia was taken aback to see Dustin. Her surprise deepened when she noticed the beautiful woman standing next to him, causing a wave of jealousy to wash over her. Is Natasha not enough for him? Does he need more women? Dahlia thought, feeling frustrated. Men are all fucking playboys after all, she concluded in her mind. Dustin, do you two know each other? Ruth asked, glancing between them, sensing the tension. Yes, we do. This is Miss Dahlia, the president of Quine Group, Dustin replied. Oh, it's her. Ruth's expression turned cold. This was her sister's biggest rival in love, and she needed to be careful. She couldn't let them get close again. Humph. Why do we keep running into each other? What bad luck. Florence sneered. Dustin. Wow, I can't believe you found another girl so quickly. You really are a fucking gigolo. James teased while feeling a bit jealous. Ugh. I'm way more amazing, and yet I still can't find a girlfriend. Meanwhile, this guy keeps switching girls. First Natasha, now this new beauty. Life is so unfair. James grumbled to himself. Hey! Were you two causing a scene? Julie said as she glared at Dustin and Ruth. It was me, Ruth said, stepping forward. Boss, we want this laminate root. Just tell us the price. Do you really think it's yours just because you said so? Who the hell do you think you are? Julie replied sharply. Let me tell you, I already paid $5 million for this laminate root. Pretty lady, we need this. Please, we need the laminate root urgently. Can you help us? Ruth asked kindly. Who do you think you are to ask me for a favor? Just get lost. Julie snapped back, her voice cold and harsh. Boss, she offered $5 million, right? I'll give you $8 million. Ruth said firmly, her frown showing determination. $8 million? Everyone gasped at the high amount, especially the shop owner, whose eyes lit up with excitement. The other customers watched, amused. Hey! What the hell are you doing? Are you trying to start a fight? Julie's face darkened with anger. This treasure is worth that much. Do you have a problem with that? Ruth stood her ground. Fine. If you want to play this game, I'll pay $10 million. Julie shouted. Florence turned pale. $5 million was already too much, and $10 million was beyond her means. Without missing a beat, Ruth replied, then I'll offer $12 million. $15 million. I want this deal done now. Boss. You know it's first come, first served. The laminate root is already mine. If you sell it to someone else, I'll make sure to ruin your fucking shop. Julie roared, grabbing the wooden box before anyone could react. Okay. The laminionth root is yours. The shop owner agreed, though he felt secretly delighted. Boss, why are you selling it to her? I can give you 12 million. Ruth protested, frustrated. It's not just about the money. In business, credibility matters. This lady ordered the laminionth root first, so it belongs to her, the shop owner said, siding with Julie. Did you hear that? It doesn't matter how much money you have. What's mine is mine. Julie declared triumphantly. Take it from me. Julie exclaimed, her smile bright and triumphant, as if she had just won a grand victory. But behind her, Florence felt crushed. $15 million. The thought of losing that much money made her feel like she was about to be broke. Chapter 122. Ruth watched Julie's happy face and struggled to keep her anger in check. Pretty lady, I really need that laminionth root. Can't you sell it to me? I'll pay you 20 million. Ruth pleaded, trying to stay calm. Julie hugged the wooden box tightly and replied, so what if you have money? You want my laminionth root? Dream on, bitch. She looked very proud of herself. Ruth was furious. She had never been treated this way before. Finally, she gave up and said, Dustin. I can't deal with this anymore. You handle it. Dustin, watching the exchange, asked Julie, what do you plan to use the laminionth root for? That's none of your goddamn business. Julie shot back, glaring at him. I will never sell the laminionth root to you, no matter what. Dustin tried to reason with her. But that's a huge laminionth root. You won't be able to use it all if it's for medicine. Before he could finish, Julie interrupted, shut the fuck up. Even if I can't use it all and it goes to waste, I still won't sell it to you. Dustin frowned, surprised by her stubbornness. Boss. Card. Julie quickly grabbed the card from Florence and handed it to the shop owner. She was determined not to back down. Julie. $15 million is way too much. Florence exclaimed, nearly collapsing. That was all her savings. Aunt Florence, it's just 15 million. It's nothing. I promise I'll pay you back double when I earn money. Julie said confidently. Florence couldn't help but twitch her lips at what she heard. How many blue moons would it take for you to earn that much money, she thought to herself. After the transaction was completed, Julie was in a great mood. She teased Ruth and Dustin, saying, you guys have never seen anything as precious as this, have you? I'll be nice and let you see it for the first time. With that, she quickly opened the wooden box. Everyone leaned in to look, and inside was a laminionth root, about the size of a palm. The root was dark gray, looking scrawny and wilted. It seemed dry and lifeless. When someone touched it, it crumbled into powder, and a piece broke off. Ha! Julie frowned and asked, Boss, are you sure this is laminionth root? It looks really suspicious. The root was not what she had expected at all. Of course. I harvested this laminionth root myself yesterday. It's definitely the real thing, the shop owner said with a grin. Why does it look dead? Julie was not convinced. Boss. Did you just scam us by selling a fake laminionth root? Florence asked, shocked and worried. How could I do that? The shop owner smiled nervously. This laminionth root is real. It just looks a bit ugly, but it's still genuine. That's not right, Dahlia said, examining the root. It is a laminionth root, but it's clearly wilted. There's no sign of life at all. It's like a piece of dead wood. How can you sell it for such a high price? What? A piece of dead wood? Florence and Julie gasped in disbelief. No wonder it didn't look right. Damn you, you fat fuck. You lied to us. Give us our money back now. Florence shouted, her face bright red with anger. That's right. We want a refund. Julie added, finally regaining her composure. Did he really think he could trick her out of $15 million for a worthless piece of junk? Chapter 123. Listen, we've made our terms very clear. You wanted to buy it, I didn't force you, the shop owner said without concern. Enough of this bullshit. I don't want this laminate root anymore. Just give me a fucking refund. Julie yelled, grabbing the owner by the collar. What? Are you trying to cause trouble in my shop? The owner replied, his expression unchanged. He clapped his hands once. A group of strong men stepped out from the back room. Seeing their fierce faces, Julie and her friends fell silent. Are you out of your fucking minds? How dare you create a scene in Mr. Walter's shop? One of the men said. It's clear they have no idea about the rules here, another added. Exactly. They didn't even check the item before buying it. That shows how clueless they are, a third chimed in. The crowd began to gossip. What? You think I'm scared just because you have a few tough guys? Florence shot back, trying to act brave. You better give me a refund now, or I'll sue you for fraud. Go ahead, sue me if you want, Mr. Walter said, unfazed. I sold you a laminate root, and that's what you got. You set the price, it's not my fault. Suing me won't help you. You! Florence gritted her teeth, knowing she couldn't act because of the men around her. You fat fuck. Why didn't you tell us the laminate root was defective? Julie shouted, frustrated. I handed you the laminate root before you paid. Now you're blaming me because you didn't check it yourself. Mr. Walter replied confidently. Julie felt her anger rising at his words, but there was nothing she could do. Even though she didn't pay for it herself, she still felt cheated. Ha ha ha. 15 million for a piece of dead wood. That's fucking hilarious. Ruth laughed, showing no empathy. Now she had the chance to get back at them. Mind your own damn business. Julie snapped back. Actually, I should thank you for not selling it to me. If you had, I would have been the one getting scammed. Ruth continued to laugh. You bitch. Julie was furious. She felt like steam was coming out of her ears, and her face turned bright red. Miss, didn't you say you wanted to buy laminate root? We can sell it to you for $20 million, Florence said eagerly, as if she had just seen a miracle. She quickly brought the laminate root to Ruth. Do you think I'm stupid? You really want $20 million for this piece of junk? Ruth scoffed. Even though Ruth was wealthy, she wasn't a fool. A wilted laminate root was useless. If you think that's too expensive, I can lower the price. How about 15 million? Florence pleaded, desperate. Not a chance, Ruth replied firmly. Okay, how about 10 million? That's a good deal, right? We're already losing money. Florence begged, her forehead sweating. Do you really think this is worth $10 million? Ruth looked at Florence as if she were crazy. Just 5 million. I'll sell it for 5 million. Florence cried, hoping to close the deal. Florence was close to tears. She looked around desperately. Please, someone. Will anyone be kind enough to buy it for $5 million? At that moment, she knew she couldn't ask for the original price. She just wanted to reduce her loss. Stop wasting your breath. Only a fucking idiot would buy this junk. Ruth said, her lips pressed tightly together. Just as she finished speaking, a voice came from the back of the room. I'll buy it for $5 million. Chapter 124. I'll buy it for $5 million. Dustin's voice caught the attention of several customers, who turned to look at him in disbelief. Anyone with sense could see that the laminate root he was bidding on was defective. Only a fool would buy it in such a condition. Dustin, have you lost your mind? Why would you spend $5 million on a piece of junk? Ruth exclaimed, clearly shocked. Even though $5 million wasn't a huge amount for her, it still seemed foolish. You really want to buy it? Florence asked, her eyes wide in disbelief. Why? Don't you want to sell it? Dustin replied. I'll sell it. Of course, I'll sell it. Florence nodded eagerly, a big smile spreading across her face. Even though she would still be losing money, it was better than nothing. Dustin, this laminate root is clearly useless. Are you sure you want to go through with this? Dahlia asked, surprised. Oh, come on. What are you saying? This laminate root is a rare gem. Florence exclaimed, taken aback. She finally had a chance to sell it, and now Dahlia was trying to ruin it. What if he changes his mind? Florence worried. Dustin nodded confidently. Of course, I'll buy it. I think it's very useful. Exactly. This is a precious laminate root, the rarest you can find. You're definitely getting your money's worth for $5 million. Florence insisted frantically, as if this deal was her lifeline. Dustin. $5 million is a lot of money. Do you even have that much? James asked, raising an eyebrow. I don't, but she does, Dustin said, pointing at Ruth, who was standing nearby. Ruth stood beside Dustin, looking surprised. Me? She exclaimed, rolling her eyes. I won't do something so stupid. Can you think of it as me borrowing your money? This is really important to me, Dustin said earnestly. Fine, fine. I give in. Here, take your $5 million. Just remember this as a lesson. Ruth couldn't say no, especially since $5 million wasn't a lot for her. In the end, they completed the deal. After Dustin received the money, Julie burst out laughing. Dustin. You're even dumber than I thought. The laminate root is obviously defective, and you still insisted on buying it. I have to applaud your stupidity. Good thing there's someone foolish enough to buy it, or we'd really be in trouble. Florence added with a smirk. $5 million for a piece of junk, how impressive. James chuckled, shaking his head in disbelief. How do you all know it's junk? Dustin asked, unbothered. Are you blind? Can't you see? It's fucking wilted. If that's not junk, what is? Julie shot back. That's just your opinion. To me, it's a priceless treasure, Dustin replied with a smile. A priceless treasure? You're not just blind, you must be brain dead. How can you think a piece of junk is a treasure? Julie laughed uncontrollably. How clueless can you be? James added, pursing his lips. Have you all thought about why this laminate root is wilted? Dustin said, grinning. What? Everyone looked surprised. Why? Ruth asked, intrigued. Instead of answering, Dustin held the laminate root tightly and slammed it onto the ground with a loud thunk. The laminate root broke into pieces. Dustin. Have you lost your fucking mind? Ruth gasped, completely shocked. Dustin had just destroyed the item they bought for $5 million. Is he really out of his mind, she thought, struggling to believe what she saw. Even if you're rich, you shouldn't waste something like that. She couldn't help but think. Julie laughed even louder. He's brain dead after all. Chapter 125. You're hopeless, James thought, shaking his head at Dustin. He really didn't understand what Dustin was doing. Dahlia frowned too, clearly confused by the scene unfolding before them. Ignoring the curious crowd, Dustin bent down to the broken laminate root and started searching for something among the pieces. Before long, he pulled out a small, crimson laminate root, about the size of a finger. It was a deep red, almost like blood, and it gave off a strange smell. This is unusual. How could there be a smaller laminate root? Ruth wondered aloud, puzzled by what she saw. Can laminate roots actually reproduce? She asked, still trying to make sense of it. Then, Mr. Walter's eyes widened as he realized something. No way. Could it be that this is a blood laminate root? His words sent a wave of excitement through the room. What? A blood laminate root? Mr. Walter, you must be joking, someone exclaimed. No, I'm serious. I've read about it in a book. This is really a blood laminanth root, Mr. Walter insisted. Oh my god. I can't believe I'm seeing a blood laminanth root in person. How thrilling, the crowd buzzed with excitement. Some people were amazed, while others felt a twinge of jealousy. Wait. What's a blood laminanth root? Ruth asked, looking around for answers. A blood laminanth root is a rare type of laminanth root. It's much more valuable than a regular one. You could call it the king of laminanth roots. It's a priceless treasure, Mr. Walter said, his eyes gleaming with joy. Priceless? How much would it be worth? Ruth asked, intrigued. The blood laminanth root is incredibly valuable. If I auctioned it, it could sell for more than $10 billion. Mr. Walter's words left everyone in shock. 10 billion, the crowd gasped in disbelief. Everyone was stunned by what he had just said. The amount was something none of them could afford, even if they sold everything they owned. How could it be? This tiny thing is worth $10 billion? Florence gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief. 10 billion is just the starting price. If it goes to auction, it could even go higher. Mr. Walter exclaimed. His words drained the color from Florence's face. This blood laminanth root belonged to her. Yet, she had sold it for only $5 million. From 10 billion to 5 million, the difference was fucking shocking. How could this happen? No! This can't be, she cried out. At that moment, Julie and the others were in shock, unable to accept the reality. Who would have thought a blood laminanth root could be hidden inside a wilted laminanth root? Dustin, my man. I can't believe how lucky you are. You found a blood laminanth root. That 5 million was well spent. Ruth laughed joyfully. Even someone like her had never seen anything worth $10 billion. You. Thank you for your sacrifice. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been able to get this treasure. To be fair, it was supposed to be yours. What a shame you didn't see its value. Because of your mistake, we got it for such a low price. $10 billion. How amazing. Ruth shook her head with a sigh. Her words cut deep. Julie and Florence turned red with anger, feeling as if they had fallen into a pit of mud. This was a treasure worth $10 billion. Because of a small mistake, they had given it away. They felt truly fucking defeated. Chapter 126. This guy really hit the jackpot. I can't believe he found a blood laminanth root. I know, right? With a treasure like that, he'll never have to worry again. Damn it. If I had known there was treasure in that piece of wood, I would have bought it myself. As the blood laminanth root was revealed, the crowd began to chatter excitedly. Everyone looked at Dustin with envious eyes. Wow! This guy really struck gold. James gritted his teeth, his face filled with anger. That's strange. How did he know there was treasure hidden inside? Dahlia was more puzzled than shocked. Even Mr. Walter had no idea. Yet somehow, Dustin had figured it out. Is it really just luck? Or did he have another reason, she wondered. Dustin, we really hit the jackpot this time. But how did you know a blood laminanth root was inside? Ruth asked the question everyone was thinking. To be honest, I wasn't sure. It was just a guess, Dustin replied humbly. A guess? You mean you had no idea there was a blood laminanth root in there? And you spent $5 million on a gamble? Ruth looked shocked. You could say that, Dustin nodded. I really don't know if I should call you stupid or lucky, Ruth said, giving him a bewildered look. I admit it was a big risk, but it paid off. When something seems off, there's usually a good reason. I remember reading something about a long-living laminanth root wilting, Dustin smiled faintly. You're a genius. You really opened my eyes today. Ruth gave him a thumbs up, her respect for him growing immensely. Wait. That blood laminanth root is mine. Florence suddenly exclaimed. Hey! What the hell are you doing? Ruth shouted as Florence tried to grab the blood laminate root. I'm not selling it. I'll give you back your $5 million. I can't sell this root anymore. Florence was panicking. This root was worth $10 billion. There was no way she could just hand it over so easily. That's right. We're not selling it anymore. Give it back to us. Julie added, finally coming to her senses. Everyone frowned at the outrageous behavior of Florence and Julie. Are you fucking serious? The deal is done. You can't just back out now. Ruth stood in front of the blood laminate root, looking fierce. She couldn't believe how shameless they were. They had laughed when they thought they had tricked Dustin, but now that they realized they had lost, they were trying to take it back. It's disgusting, she thought. I don't care. This blood laminate root is mine. You have to give it back to me today. Florence shouted, her anger boiling over like a child throwing a tantrum. Dustin! I'm warning you, give us back the blood laminate root. Or else. Julie glared at him with fierce eyes. The treasure was enough to drive them crazy. You sold it to us willingly. We paid the money. Now that we found out it's a treasure, you want it back. Do you really think we'll return it to you? Dustin replied coldly. Stop your nonsense. If you hadn't tricked us into selling you our blood laminate root, do you think we would have sold it to you in the first place? Florence yelled in anger. Exactly. You, Julie pointed an accusing finger at Dustin. You knew there was a blood laminate root inside. Why didn't you tell us? You tricked us. Dustin just laughed, looking at them like they were fools. First off, I had no idea there was a blood laminate root in there. That was just a guess. And why should I tell you if I did know? You two were the ones trying to trick someone else. If you were honest, why would you sell it to me in the first place? You brought this on yourselves. He spoke calmly, and everyone around him nodded in agreement. Exactly. He earned that treasure fairly, using his skills, someone shouted. Yeah. If you followed your own silly logic, the blood laminate root would belong to Mr. Walter, another person chimed in. As the crowd expressed their disapproval, Florence grew angry. You're all ganging up on us. I'll make you pay. She prepared to lash out. Stop. You lost. Why keep complaining? Isn't that a bit fucking shameful? Dahlia shouted at Florence. How dare you, Dahlia? Florence was taken aback. Why are you just standing there? Go. Dahlia snapped, her frustration evident. Mom, we're not getting the treasure back. Let's just go home and think of another plan. James quickly tried to calm his mom, knowing how angry his sister could get. Listen, Dustin. This isn't over. Florence glared at him but knew she couldn't act on her anger. With one last look, she left the room, clearly unhappy. Dustin smirked, so what? Do you have a blood laminate root? A guy like you wouldn't live long enough to use it. Julie said, leaving him with a curse before she walked away. Blah, blah, blah. Ruth mocked as they left. Dustin, if you have something valuable, you have to be careful. Robbers will be drawn to you. It's not easy to keep a treasure safe, Dahlia warned him, her eyes on him for a moment before she too walked away. Ruth felt uneasy. Dustin, did you see the way she looked at you? Are you two still not over each other? What are you talking about? Dustin rolled his eyes. Just be careful. Don't fall for her tricks. Ruth warned, narrowing her eyes and showing her sharp canines. Ruth, what's going on in that head of yours? We have the laminate root now, so let's just go home. Dustin lightly tapped her on the head. Chapter 127. Quentin paced the table, trying to get Natasha's attention. Natasha sighed and took another sip of her coffee. I get it, Quentin. It's a big deal. But why are you so worked up? Quentin ran a hand through his hair in frustration. Because if they control the market, we could lose everything. We need to act fast. Mr. Wangley, who had been quietly observing, finally spoke up. Natasha, what do you think? Should we look into this further? Natasha leaned back in her chair, considering their words. I suppose we should. But let's not panic just yet. We need a plan. Quentin nodded, his expression softening a bit. Right. We need to figure out how to compete or find a way to get our hands on some of that Eternamax ourselves. Agreed, Natasha said, feeling a bit more alert now. Let's gather more information and see what our options are. With a renewed sense of purpose, the three of them started discussing their next steps, ready to tackle the challenge ahead. What exactly are you saying? Natasha asked, raising an eyebrow. Quentin responded firmly, you have two choices. You can either develop the Eternamax quickly, or you can work with Edwin Hummer. Natasha shook her head. Our research on the Eternamax has been stolen. It's too late to start over. And working with Edwin Hummer? That's out of the question. Quentin pressed on, you don't agree with either option, but you don't have a solution, do you? The family relies on you, and this is how you repay us. I have my own way of handling this. You don't need to worry, Natasha replied calmly. This is about the family's interests. I won't let you fuck this up. If you don't come up with a good solution in 3 days, I will report you to the board. Quentin warned. Do what you want, Natasha said with a shrug. Fine. Just wait and see, you bitch. Quentin scoffed as he walked out, convinced Natasha would fail this time. Once she stumbled, the family would need someone to blame, and he'd have a reason to force her out. Not long after Quentin left, Ruth burst in, excitement written all over her face. We did it. We did it, she shouted, looking for Natasha. Did what? Natasha asked, confused. The Immortanol. Dustin managed to produce it. Ruth said, pulling out a small bottle and pouring a bright green pill into her hand. The pill gleamed and looked beautiful, almost like a pearl, and it even had a light fragrance. Oh? This is Immortanol? Natasha said, her eyes wide with surprise at its appearance. It's really delicious. Do you want to try it? Ruth exclaimed, excitedly showing off her find. Really? Do you think it's a snack? Natasha was confused by her sister's enthusiasm. Still, she picked up the Immortanol and popped it into her mouth. It dissolved right away, and a cool feeling spread through her body as she swallowed it. A tingling sensation washed over her, making her feel refreshed. All her tiredness seemed to vanish instantly. Immortanol is amazing. Natasha couldn't hide her surprise. She was amazed at how quickly it started working. Wow, Natasha. Your face looks different. You look younger and so much brighter. Ruth exclaimed, her eyes wide with excitement. What are you talking about? That's impossible. Natasha rolled her eyes, not convinced. It's true. Look in the mirror. Ruth said, pulling out a compact mirror and handing it to her sister. What? Natasha gasped as she looked in the mirror. To her shock, her skin looked better. The dark circles under her eyes, which had been there from staying up all night, were gone. Her skin felt smooth and looked bright and hydrated. Oh my goodness! This is incredible, she said in disbelief, touching her face. One Immortanol had made her feel rejuvenated, erased her dark circles, and improved her skin, making her look more attractive. It was a total game changer. How do you like it? I wasn't lying, was I? Ruth asked, looking very pleased. She had been busy helping Dustin ever since they got the blood luminance root the day before. She thought she was playing a big role in making Immortanol. It's amazing, isn't it? She said, momentarily lost in her thoughts before breaking into a smile. Honestly, she didn't expect them to actually produce Immortanol, but Dustin had once again proved her wrong. He was truly their lucky star. Sis, not only does Immortanol work wonders, but it also costs much less to make than Eternamax. We spent $5 million on the blood luminance root, and Dustin diluted it with water, which means it can last us for years. Ruth exclaimed, sharing the exciting news. Really? That's fantastic. Natasha felt her spirits lift. From what she had seen, she was convinced that Immortanol worked better than Eternamax. Plus, controlling the production cost could lead to a major breakthrough. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that once Immortanol hit the market, it could take Eternamax down. Ruth, we need to keep Immortanol a secret, Natasha said. Why? Ruth asked, puzzled. Edwin is having a press release for the launch of Eternamax in a few days. We need to surprise him and hit him where it hurts. That will shock him in front of the press. Chapter 128. That afternoon at the Nicholsons' house, James excitedly asked Dahlia, "Are you going to Miss Hummer's birthday party this evening? Can I come with you?" He noticed the invitation on the table and got excited. After all, Miss Hummer was the daughter of Edwin Hummer, the richest man in the country. It would be great to meet people like that. I'm going to the party, but the invitation only allows 2 people. Julie already claimed her spot, Dahlia said, dampening James' excitement. Her? James frowned as he glanced at Julie, who was sitting on the couch, putting on makeup. Dahlia, I'm your brother. Why would you take her instead of me? He complained. Julie shot him a look and replied, and what can you do at the party? Everyone there will be important and wealthy. A high school dropout like you would just make a fool of himself. Hey, what the hell do you mean? You think you're so much better? James retorted, feeling irritated. Better than you, at least, Julie shot back confidently. Ugh, you bitch. James was about to explode in anger when Florence stepped in. That's enough. Julie is our guest, so you should be nice. It's a good chance for her to make connections at the party since she just graduated from college. Let her go with Dahlia. Did you hear that? If I can befriend Miss Hummer, I'll be on my way to success. And I'll make sure you benefit from it too. Julie said proudly. Ha! You? I'd rather rely on myself. James declared, feeling even more upset. He flopped onto the couch, clearly annoyed. Ever since Julie arrived, all the attention seemed to be on her. He felt like he was being pushed aside. Ah, right, Dahlia, I nearly forgot, Florence said, suddenly remembering something. She dug around in her bag and finally pulled out an intricate jewelry box. This is a present that Matt gave you 2 days ago. Since you're going to the party today, I think you'll find it useful. Take a look. As she spoke, she opened the box to reveal a stunning pair of ruby earrings. The earrings sparkled beautifully in the light. Wow! They're amazing! Julie exclaimed, her eyes shining as she jumped up. She leaned closer to the jewelry box for a better look. Aunt Florence, these must cost a fortune. I heard Matt say these are Pandarum earrings, custom-made and the only pair in all of Swinton. They cost millions, Florence said proudly. Really? That's just like Matt to give the best. Julie grinned as she picked up one of the earrings and put it on. Aunt Florence, how do I look? You're a natural beauty, Julie. They look magnificent on you, Florence replied. Thank you, Aunt Florence. Julie said cheerfully. She quickly put on the other earring, clearly planning to keep them for herself. Florence was taken aback. Julie, those are your cousin's gift from Matt. It wouldn't be right to wear them tonight, she chuckled nervously. What's wrong with borrowing them for the night? I'll give them back, Julie shot back. But, Florence started to argue, but Julie interrupted her. Aunt Florence, we're family. You can't be so stingy. Julie Amberson. These are Those are my sister's earrings. What the fuck right do you have to wear them? James finally couldn't hold back any longer. Julie claimed she was just borrowing them, but the truth was, she had never returned anything she borrowed before. This is just plain stealing. Why are you yelling at me? They're just earrings. You're being selfish. Julie slammed her hand down on the table. I'm selfish. Do you even realize how greedy you look right now? Aren't you ashamed? James shouted back. How dare you talk to me like that? Aunt Florence. Did you hear what James said? If I'm not welcome here, I can leave. Julie snapped, getting ready to walk out. But before she could take a step, Florence grabbed her arm. What are you doing, Julie? You're always welcome here. It's just a pair of earrings. I'll lend them to you. Mom. You. Shut the hell up. Florence turned to James with a fierce look. You're her older cousin. Why do you keep starting fights with her? Can't you be a little more generous? Fine. Keep defending that thief then. See if I care. James shouted in frustration and stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Dahlia frowned. It wasn't the earrings that bothered her, it was Julie's bossy attitude that she didn't like. Dahlia, you don't mind if I wear your earrings, do you? Julie asked with a smile as she gently touched the earrings. It's up to you, Dahlia replied, uninterested in continuing the conversation. She was already uncomfortable with the gift Matt had given her. Thanks, Dahlia. Julie said happily as she went back to putting on her makeup. That evening at the Kingdom Hotel, a sleek Mercedes-Benz pulled up to the main entrance. The door swung open, and out stepped Dahlia and Julie. Dahlia kept it simple, wearing a black dress and matching black heels. Her accessories were minimal, letting her natural beauty shine through. In contrast, Julie went all out. She looked vibrant and flashy, almost like a peacock. Dressed in dazzling jewelry from head to toe, she sparkled under the lights. To highlight her stunning ruby earrings, her hair was elegantly styled in a chignon. She was ready to be the center of attention. Wow! What a stunning lady! She looks like a celebrity, one guest exclaimed. I think she looks even more attractive than any celebrity. Her charm and elegance are out of this world, another added. As they stepped out of the car, several guests at the entrance turned to admire them. Most of the attention, however, was on Dahlia. Despite Julie's extravagant outfit, she didn't draw much attention. It was clear that Dahlia outshone her in every way, from her looks to her figure. Julie realized that her flashy attire couldn't make up for what she lacked. Humph, she thought, feeling frustrated. She had prepared for the birthday party all week, hoping to impress everyone with her beauty. It never crossed her mind that Dahlia would steal the spotlight. Those men are so blind. How could they pay attention to a woman who has been married before? She fumed silently. Chapter 129. Dahlia, you can go up first. I'm waiting for a friend, Julie said as they entered the hotel lobby, making up an excuse. She knew that as long as Dahlia was around, she wouldn't get the attention she wanted. How would she meet the rich and powerful? How would she find eligible men? Okay, I'll wait for you at the banquet hall, Dahlia replied without thinking much and took the elevator upstairs. Once Dahlia was gone, Julie immediately became the center of attention. She wandered around the lobby, deliberately acting flirtatious to draw eyes toward herself. A few men came over to strike up conversations, but she rejected all of them, enjoying the thrill of playing hard to get. Wow, your earrings are beautiful. Where did you get them? One man asked. Yes. I've never seen earrings like those before, another chimed in. These rubies are huge. They must be worth a fortune, a woman exclaimed. Before long, not only men but women had gathered around to admire her earrings. Women always loved jewelry. These ruby earrings are from Pandarum. My boyfriend gave them to me, Julie said casually, lifting her chin. They're custom-made, the only pair in the world. As for the price, they weren't that expensive. Just 1 or 2 million. Although she tried to sound modest, her arrogance was impossible to hide. 1 or 2 million, and you say that's not expensive? You're definitely not an ordinary person, someone exclaimed. You're so lucky. Your boyfriend must really adore you to give you something so precious, another said enviously. It's not about the money, Julie replied with a smile. It's the thought behind the gift. She then extended her hand confidently. "Hello, I'm Julie." Tina smiled faintly and shook her hand. "Nice to meet you." The women surrounding them watched closely, eager to see how the interaction would develop. Julie was thrilled. This was exactly the opportunity she had been waiting for. "I love your style," Julie continued, trying to impress her. "And your earrings are gorgeous too." Tina glanced down briefly and smiled politely. "Thank you." The atmosphere buzzed as more people gathered around. Julie felt a rush of excitement, basking in the attention and the feeling of being close to someone so important. "I heard your father is hosting a major event soon," Julie said carefully. "Will you be attending?" "Yes," Tina replied calmly. "Of course." Julie nodded eagerly. "I'd love to hear more about it sometime." Tina smiled faintly. "Maybe." A moment later, Tina was pulled away by the crowd. Julie stepped back, satisfied. Catching Tina's attention was already a huge win. This was only the beginning. However, Tina suddenly stopped. She did not shake Julie's hand again. Instead, her gaze locked firmly onto Julie's ruby earrings. "Where did you get those earrings?" Tina asked coldly. "They're a gift from my boyfriend." "Custom-made pandarum earrings," Julie replied smugly. "There's no second pair in existence. If you like them, Miss Hummer, I could give them to you." She sneered inwardly. Even the richest girl can't resist these. "Boyfriend?" Tina's expression darkened. "Is it Matt Laney?" She asked because she had received the exact same earrings from Matt as a birthday gift not long ago. "Oh. You know Matt too, Miss Hummer?" Julie's eyes lit up. "Then that makes us friends." "Friends? Who the fuck do you think you are, you little bitch?" Tina slapped Julie hard across the face. Smack! The sharp sound echoed through the lobby. Julie froze, clutching her cheek. "Miss Hummer, why did you hit me? What is your relationship with Matt Laney?" Tina demanded viciously. "You'd better tell me the truth. If you hide anything from me, you won't live to see tomorrow." Her murderous expression made it clear she wasn't joking. "Miss Hummer, you've misunderstood. Matt and I are just friends, nothing more." Julie stammered, panic setting in. "Would a normal friend give you ruby earrings worth millions?" Tina snapped. "Do you take me for a fucking idiot? It has nothing to do with me." Julie blurted out. "The earrings aren't mine. They belong to my cousin, Dahlia Nicholson. I only borrowed them." "Dahlia Nicholson?" Tina narrowed her eyes. She remembered that name. Matt had mentioned it during the interrogation incident. At the time, she hadn't cared, but now everything clicked. "That bitch seduced my man and even dared to show up at my birthday banquet?" Tina snarled. "Is she trying to provoke me?" Sweat poured down Julie's back. "Miss Hummer, this is all Dahlia's fault. I had nothing to do with it. Please, let me go." Tina sneered. "Shut up. If you want to stay alive, you'll do exactly as I say." "Anything. I'll do anything." Julie nodded frantically. "Put this in Dahlia's bag." Tina handed her a delicate jewelry box. "What?" Julie asked, startled. "Don't ask questions," Tina snapped. "Just do it." "Yes, yes." Julie nodded quickly. Chapter 130. Inside the banquet hall, Dahlia noticed Julie rushing in, slightly out of breath. "Didn't you say you were waiting for a friend?" Dahlia asked. "Where is she?" "Something came up. She couldn't make it," Julie replied with a forced smile. "Oh, Dahlia, can I borrow your compact mirror? I need to fix my makeup." "I thought you brought your own," Dahlia said. "Mine's broken." "I'll just use yours," Julie said impatiently. Without waiting for permission, she reached into Dahlia's bag and rummaged through it. Dahlia frowned, annoyed. She knew her cousin was spoiled and rude, but this was excessive. "Thanks," Julie said after finding the mirror, tossing the bag aside before hurrying off to the restroom. Moments later, Tina entered the banquet hall, surrounded by a noisy crowd. She raised her hand sharply. "Everyone, quiet. I have something to say." The room instantly fell silent. "Today is my birthday," Tina said coldly, "but something disgusting has happened. A pair of valuable earrings, custom-made Pandarum rubies, has been stolen." The crowd erupted. "Who the hell would dare steal Miss Hummer's earrings? That bastard deserves to die. If I find the thief, I'll beat them half to death." "I already know who did it," Tina said calmly. "Who?" the crowd demanded. Tina walked straight toward Dahlia. "It was her." The hall exploded in shock. "What? That's the president of Quine Group. She wouldn't steal, would she? Looks can be deceiving. Who knows what kind of filthy person she really is?" The men hesitated, but the women immediately believed Tina. "Miss Hummer, there must be a misunderstanding," Dahlia said firmly. "I didn't steal anything." "We'll know once we search your bag," Tina sneered. "If you're innocent, what are you afraid of?" someone shouted. "Humph. Guilty people always talk the most." Tina's friends mocked. "Fine," Dahlia said coldly. "Search it." She handed over her bag. Tina's bodyguards quickly opened it and pulled out a jewelry box engraved with Tina's name. "Miss Hummer, we found it." Tina opened the box and lifted the ruby earrings high. "This is the evidence." The crowd erupted again. "So she really stole it? How shameless. What a fucking disappointment." Dahlia's face went pale. "I didn't do this. I was framed." "You thief." Smack. Tina slapped her hard. 5 red marks instantly appeared on Dahlia's cheek. "I didn't steal anything," Dahlia shouted. Smack. Smack. 2 more slaps landed mercilessly. "If I say you stole it, then you stole it," Tina snarled. "Guards! Hold her down." 2 bodyguards forced Dahlia to her knees. "You slut!" Tina hissed, yanking her hair. "How dare you steal my man? Are you tired of living?" Dahlia finally understood. "You framed me." "Ha!" Tina laughed softly. "So you're not completely stupid." She grabbed a bottle of red wine and shoved it into Dahlia's mouth. The wine poured in violently, making Dahlia choke and cough, her face flushing red. "Drink it!" Tina screamed, eyes filled with madness. "Drink every fucking drop." Chapter 131. "You slut! How dare you seduce my boyfriend? I'll make your life a living hell." Tina screamed at Dahlia. Tina shoved the wine into Dahlia's mouth, humiliating her in front of everyone. She was savage and relentless. By the time the bottle was emptied, Dahlia had collapsed onto the floor, unable to stand. But Tina still wasn't satisfied. She grabbed Dahlia by the hair, yanked her head up, and began slapping her viciously. Each slap was harder than the last. "How dare you touch my man? How fucking dare you?" Tina shrieked, completely losing control. When she finally stopped, Dahlia's face was swollen and bruised, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Why, Dahlia gasped weakly, struggling to breathe. "You still have the nerve to ask why?" Tina roared. She seized Dahlia's hair again and slammed her head against the floor. Bang! Blood burst out, mixing with the red wine smeared across her face. Seeing Dahlia lying there helplessly only excited Tina further. She raised her heel and stomped down hard on Dahlia's fingers. "Ah!" Dahlia screamed in agony, no longer able to endure the pain. "You shameless bitch!" Tina sneered. "You think it's okay to flirt with other men? Try seducing my boyfriend again, I dare you." Her face twisted into a deranged grin as she repeatedly crushed Dahlia's hands with her stilettos, each stomp more brutal than the last. Soon, Dahlia's hands were mangled beyond recognition, soaked in blood and torn skin. Her face drained of color as the pain sucked the life out of her. Her body trembled violently. Even the toughest man would have broken under such cruelty, let alone a woman. Many people in the crowd felt uneasy and sympathetic. Stealing, even if true, didn't deserve torture like this. It was far too cruel. "Dahlia, you can't blame me for this," Julie said shakily from the corner. "You brought this on yourself by messing with Miss Hummer's boyfriend." Julie never imagined Tina would be this merciless. It looked like Tina was ready to torture Dahlia until she was unrecognizable. "She's passed out," a bodyguard reported coldly. Dahlia had lost consciousness from the beating. Her fingers were broken, her palms shredded and bloody. The sight was horrifying. "She's already down." "How boring," Tina said indifferently, clearly unsatisfied. She wiped the blood off her heels on Dahlia's clothes and waved her hand casually. "Throw her out. I'll deal with her another time." If it weren't for her birthday party, she would have continued the abuse. After Dahlia was dragged out, Julie, knowing she was partly responsible, didn't dare waste time. She hurried Dahlia to the hospital. When they arrived at the emergency ward, the medical staff were horrified. Dahlia was covered in blood. It was obvious this wasn't an accident but a brutal assault. "Where is the patient's family?" a doctor asked urgently. "Where did the woman who brought her go?" a nurse asked, scanning the area. "Check her bag for a phone. Contact her family immediately," another nurse instructed. The nurse searched Dahlia's bag, found her phone, and unlocked it using her fingerprint. She dialed the contact labeled husband. At Peaceful Medical Center, Dustin's phone rang. He had been focused on working with Emotional, but when he saw the caller ID, he frowned and answered immediately. "Hello? What's wrong? Are you a family member of the phone's owner?" the nurse asked. "This is the emergency ward of East Swinton Hospital. You need to come here right now. The patient is in very bad condition." "Is she injured? What happened?" Dustin's voice tightened. "I don't know the details." "Please come immediately," the nurse urged. Dustin didn't hesitate. He rushed to East Swinton Hospital. When he entered the emergency ward, his heart sank. Dahlia lay unconscious on the bed. Her face was badly swollen, blood stained her lips, and her forehead showed signs of severe impact. But the worst sight was her hands. Her fingers were broken and mangled, soaked in blood. Dustin clenched his fists, his chest tightening. He could only imagine how much pain she had endured before passing out. "You're her husband, right?" the head nurse said angrily. "What were you doing? How could you let your wife be hurt like this? That's extremely irresponsible." "How is she?" Dustin asked quietly. "She's not in immediate danger," the nurse replied, then hesitated. "But her injuries are severe. Her hands have multiple fractures. There's a chance they may never fully recover." Dustin's face turned icy. "Who did this?" he asked flatly. The nurse frowned. "How would I know? You're her husband. Shouldn't you know?" Dustin said nothing. Suddenly, he turned toward the door. He noticed someone peeking inside. In a flash, he rushed forward and grabbed her. "Hey! Rhys! Let go of me!" Julie cried out in shock. "Who did this to Dahlia?" Dustin demanded, his voice cold and terrifying. I don't know." Julie stammered. In the next second, Dustin lifted her off the ground by her throat. Julie's eyes widened in terror as she struggled to breathe. "I'll ask one last time," Dustin said, his gaze murderous. "Who did it?" The air in the ward turned suffocating. "It was Tina Hummer." Julie sobbed. "Edwin Hummer's daughter." She was shaking uncontrollably. She had never seen such a terrifying sight of Dustin before. His eyes felt like frozen blades piercing her soul. "Watch over her," Dustin said coldly, releasing her. Then he turned and walked away, murderous intent burning in his chest. Chapter 132. Rain began to fall outside, But the birthday party at Emperor Hotel remained lively and extravagant. The earlier chaos hadn't dampened the mood at all. Tina stood in the center like a spoiled princess, surrounded by guests eager to flatter her. Most of them bored her, but a few distinguished guests caught her attention. A butler approached respectfully. Mr. Williams and Mr. Chapman have arrived." Tina turned and saw two handsome men at the entrance, Oliver Williams from Boulderthorn and his senior, Troy Chapman, accompanied by two bodyguards. "Mr. Williams, Mr. Chapman. I'm so glad you came," Tina greeted them with a bright smile. "Happy birthday, Miss Hummer," they said politely, presenting their gifts. "Oh, you didn't have to bring anything," Tina said warmly. "It's already an honor to have you here." Oliver smiled. "We're just returning Joshua's kindness. He's always taken good care of us." Had they been from an ordinary wealthy family, Tina wouldn't have bothered. But because her brother Joshua was their senior at Boulderthorn, she had to show respect. "By the way, where's my brother?" Tina asked. "He's in seclusion right now and can't attend," Oliver explained. "He sent us in his place." "I see," Tina nodded. "Please, have a seat." The surrounding guests whispered among themselves. Who are they? Why did Tina personally greet them? They don't look like locals. Maybe they're big shots from Millsburg. The curiosity grew as the party continued. At that moment, a man in a dark coat approached the hotel entrance under an umbrella. Two guards stopped him. "Stop! Today is Miss Hummer's birthday. No invitation, no entry." "Get out of my way," Dustin said coldly. He shoved past them. "Hey!" Before they could react, Dustin grabbed them and threw both guards to the ground. "Call Sir Zims," one guard yelled desperately. But Dustin had already entered the hotel. He stepped into the ballroom and scanned the lively crowd. Then he spoke. "Which one of you is Tina Hummer?" His voice wasn't loud, yet it echoed through the entire hall. The room fell silent. Everyone stared at him in shock and displeasure. Who the hell dares call Miss Hummer by her name? Tina slowly stood up, annoyed. "Who's calling me?" Dustin walked forward, ignoring the stares. "That's Dahlia's ex-husband. He must be here to apologize." How shameless, only now. Mockery filled the air. Tina sneered. "What? You're here to beg for that bitch?" She looked him over arrogantly. "If you really want to help her, get on your knees. If I'm pleased, maybe I'll spare her." "So you're the one who hurt Dahlia," Dustin said calmly, stopping right in front of her. "So what?" Tina laughed cruelly. "That slut didn't know her place. She deserved every bit of it. This is just the beginning," she added viciously. "I'll make her suffer slowly, piece by piece." Before anyone could react. Smack! Tina's body flew sideways. She spun in the air and slammed onto the floor. Blood sprayed from her nose, teeth scattering across the ground. The hall went dead silent. No one expected it. No one expected Dustin to slap her, especially not in front of everyone. She was Edwin Hummer's daughter. The queen of the party. Is he insane? Does he want to die? Tina staggered up, clutching her face, her mind blank. Then. Smack! Another brutal slap. Blood burst from her mouth. Her face became swollen and distorted, teeth shattered, hair in complete disarray. "I'll make you pay 10 times over for what you did to Dahlia," Dustin roared. The party erupted into chaos. The first slap was madness. The second was a declaration of war. No one dared breathe. Who would dare provoke the Hummer family like this? Chapter 133. He hit Miss Hummer. He must want to die. He's lost his mind. He's completely crazy. He struck Miss Hummer in front of everyone. Not even the gods can save him now. Dustin's actions threw the room into chaos. Some people were shocked and didn't know how to react. Others were impressed, while many simply couldn't believe what they were seeing. As long as they could remember, only Tina Hummer had ever bullied others. The idea of someone fighting back against her was completely unimaginable. "Kill him! Kill him now!" Tina shouted, her face twisted with rage as she struggled to her feet. "Kill him!" The guards finally snapped out of their daze and rushed toward Dustin, batons raised. But Dustin remained unfazed. He moved like lightning, knocking each guard down with a single punch and sending them flying across the room. He fought effortlessly, showing no sign of strain. Everyone watched in stunned silence as the elite guards, men known for taking down 5 opponents with ease, lay writhing on the ground in agony. It was utterly shocking. "Guards! Bring me more guards," one of the bodyguards yelled into his walkie-talkie, calling for backup. Dustin continued walking forward, step by step, completely indifferent to the panic around him. "Stop him! Someone stop him!" Tina screamed, stumbling backward in terror. A few guests wanted to step in and help her, but a single cold glance from Dustin froze them in place, robbing them of the courage to move. "You jerk! How dare you touch me? Do you even know who I am? I am Edwin Hummer's daughter. If you don't want to, apologize to me right now," Tina demanded, her voice trembling despite her attempt to sound threatening. She invoked her family name, hoping it would make him hesitate. It didn't. Smack! Dustin slapped her again, hard. Tina's head snapped to the side, and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth as dizziness overwhelmed her. "You don't need to bring that up," Dustin said coldly. "Even if your father were here, I'd still slap you." He grabbed her by the hair and struck her again, harder this time. Smack! 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 Each slap echoed through the hall. After several blows, Tina's face was swollen and bruised beyond recognition. It was a horrifying sight. The guests stood frozen, mouths agape. This was madness. Dustin wasn't just beating Tina, he was humiliating the entire Hummer family and courting death. "Stop!" A thunderous voice cut through the tension. Oliver and Troy forced their way through the crowd. The moment they saw the blood on Tina's face, fury ignited in their eyes. "Who the hell dares to cause trouble at Tina's party?" Oliver roared. Dustin turned around and recognized them immediately. "Oh? So it's you." Oliver was briefly stunned, but that shock quickly turned into seething rage. "What a coincidence. I've been looking for you everywhere. I can't believe you showed up here." "Oliver, you know this guy?" Troy asked curiously. "Yes," Oliver replied through clenched teeth. "This is the bastard who punched me 2 days ago." Chapter 134. You dare to hit someone from Boulder Thorn? You must be tired of living," Troy said coldly, his expression turning hostile. Troy and Oliver were as close as brothers. If one of them was hurt, the other would never let it slide. "Save me! Save me!" Tina cried out. When she saw Oliver and Troy, hope flared in her eyes, and strength surged back into her body. "Don't worry, Miss Hummer," Troy said confidently. "With Oliver and me here, this guy won't be able to touch you again." Before he could finish his sentence, smack! Dustin slapped Tina hard, sending her crashing across the table. Troy's confident expression stiffened as he realized just how unpredictable Dustin was. "You!" Oliver roared in fury. "Bastard! You're dead meat!" Tina snarled as she staggered to her feet, her face twisted with hatred. "Your whole family will pay for this. These two are the strongest fighters in Boulder Thorn. You're nothing compared to them. I'll have them break every bone in your body before I make you beg to die." Boulder Thorn? The name rippled through the crowd like a shockwave. Everyone knew Boulder Thorn. It was one of the top 2 guilds in South City. Its members were famous for their terrifying strength, capable of shattering boulders with a single kick. The top disciples were even more frightening, able to wipe out an entire room by themselves. Who would have thought Boulder Thorn had people here? "This guy is finished," someone whispered. He deserves it. Anyone who causes trouble here is asking for death. Kid, if you know what's good for you, you'll be kneeling and begging right now. If you're lucky, you might survive, someone else sneered. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Though they acknowledged Dustin's strength, no one believed he stood a chance against Boulderthorn's top disciples. So what if you're from Boulderthorn? Dustin replied calmly. You still can't stop me from doing whatever the hell I want. You crazy bastard! Oliver shouted. If I hadn't gone easy on you last time, do you really think you'd be standing here without a scratch? Oliver, let me handle this, Troy said as he stepped forward. Oliver raised a hand to stop him. Wait. Do we really need to fight personally? This guy doesn't even belong to a guild. If we accidentally kill him, people will say Boulderthorn bullies the weak. He turned to the two women behind him. Anna. Emma. Kill that punk. Don't hold back. Yes, sir, the two women replied, drawing their swords. 2 days ago, they had been careless and lost to Dustin. Today, they wouldn't make the same mistake. Mr. Williams, are you sure? Tina asked nervously. That man isn't easy to deal with. Aren't you underestimating him by sending only the two of them? Relax, Miss Hummer, Oliver said confidently. They were trained by my father himself. Beating him will be easy. In truth, he knew they were stronger than he was. All right, Tina said, forcing a cruel smile. Then I'll leave it to them. I want revenge. Understood, Oliver replied. At his signal, the two women lunged forward. One attacked from the left, the other from the right, their movements sharp and precise. Whoosh! Their swords flashed brilliantly through the air. Just as everyone believed Dustin was about to be cut down. Clang! A deafening metallic crash rang out. Both swords shattered into pieces, the violent impact sending the two women flying backward as if they had been hit by a speeding car. Before they even hit the ground, blood sprayed violently from their mouths, staining the air red as they collapsed unconscious. Chapter 135. Holy cow! What just happened? The crowd gasped at the sight of the shattered swords and the two women lying motionless on the ground. They had been certain Dustin was finished, yet no one expected the Boulderthorn girls to be the ones crushed in that clash. Everyone in the room was completely stunned. Is this kid not just all talk? Oliver's eye twitched in disbelief. He had argued earlier that they weren't fully prepared, but now it was obvious, Dustin possessed real skill. So you do have some tricks up your sleeve. No wonder you dared to stir up trouble here, Troy said, narrowing his eyes with a sly smile. While Anna and Emma were no match for Troy himself, they were more than capable of defeating ordinary fighters. Dustin's effortless victory over them proved how terrifying his strength truly was, even if Troy refused to admit it. Mr. Williams. Didn't you say this would be easy? Tina shouted, her bruised and swollen face making her look vicious. It was just a small miscalculation, Oliver said with an awkward laugh. Don't worry. This guy won't stand a chance against Troy and me. Don't worry, Miss Hummer, Troy said as he stepped forward, locking eyes with Dustin. I'll make sure you get your revenge. I admit you have some talent, but too bad for you, you ran into me today. This is your last chance. Kneel down and beg for mercy, and I might let you live. Did you hear that? Oliver sneered. Kneel now, or Troy will destroy you. Really? Dustin replied. Calmly. Then give me everything you've got. Are you serious? Oliver scoffed. Do you even know who Troy is? He's the lightning fist of Boulderthorn. He's never lost a fight. Oliver boasted. The crowd exploded with excitement. What? Is he really Troy Chapman, the Lightning Fist? Oh my god. The Lightning Fist is actually here. What's Lightning Fist? Is he really that strong? Strong? He's at the very top of Boulderthorn. He could take on 100 men alone. Only a handful of people in Swinton can match him. This kid is dead. Once Troy's identity was revealed, the crowd began cheering wildly. What they thought would be a normal scuffle had turned into something far more thrilling. Troy lifted his chin proudly, basking in their admiration. "Punk! You were acting tough earlier. Why so quiet now? Scared?" Oliver mocked. Even if Oliver himself was mediocre, Troy was a true monster. He had trained since childhood and mastered inner energy. No one in Swinton could rival him. "What's Lightning Fist?" Dustin asked indifferently. "Never heard of it." The room erupted again. Is he insane? He just insulted the Lightning Fist. He clearly doesn't know who he's dealing with. What an arrogant idiot. Every gaze burned into Dustin. "You'll regret that." Troy's face turned icy. "Knowing who I am, you still dare act so recklessly? You're a fool." "I don't care who you are," Dustin replied coldly. "Leave now, or I won't hold back. Mr. Chapman. Kill him." Tina screamed, fear creeping into her eyes as she stared at Dustin. "You want to die that badly?" Troy roared. "Fine, I'll grant your wish." He flexed his muscles and ripped his shirt apart, revealing a powerful physique. Several women gasped in admiration. "I'll show you what a lightning fist really is." Troy leapt forward, his body soaring through the air like a predator. Chapter 135, continued. How incredible! So majestic! The crowd watched in awe. "Die!" Troy roared, spinning and launching a devastating punch straight at Dustin's head. "How handsome! He's amazing! Miss Hummer, did you see that?" Oliver said proudly. "That's his signature move, the lightning fist. One punch can shatter mountains." "He'd better kill him in one blow," Tina sneered. "One punch is more than enough. He should feel honored to die by the lightning fist." The crowd shook their heads, convinced Dustin was finished. "But you're all just full of shit," Dustin said calmly. He threw a punch of his own. Boom! Their fists collided with a deafening explosion. The ground beneath Dustin cracked, yet he didn't move an inch. Troy screamed in agony. Blood burst from his fist as his body was sent flying across the room. He smashed into the wall and spat out a mouthful of blood. Before Troy could even recover, Dustin was already in front of him. No wasted movement. No flashy technique. Just pure, overwhelming force. "Spare me! Please!" Troy cried, terror draining the color from his face as he dropped to his knees. Chapter 136. Whoosh! A violent gust of force slammed into Troy's chest, making his bones creak and his face contort in pain. Dustin's fist stopped just inches from him, yet the pressure alone made Troy tremble uncontrollably. Blarg! Blood poured from Troy's mouth. Dustin's fist energy was terrifying. Even without making contact, it nearly shattered Troy's bones. If that punch had landed, he would have been dead on the spot. "Spare me! Please!" Troy begged again, his confidence completely shattered. Fear replaced arrogance. When their fists had collided, Troy realized the horrifying truth: his strength was nothing compared to Dustin's. Every bone in his body screamed in pain. Faced with such an overwhelming gap, kneeling was the only choice he had left. "Don't ever appear in front of me again," Dustin said coldly. "Yes. Yes." Troy scrambled to his feet and fled without a shred of dignity. The room fell into dead silence. The lightning fist of Boulder Thorn had run away. No one could believe it. If they hadn't seen it themselves, they never would have believed such a legendary warrior could flee in terror. "How is this possible?" Oliver gasped. That was Troy Chapman, Boulder Thorn's pride. "This can't be real," Tina muttered, shaking her head. But reality was merciless. "Didn't you say you'd protect her?" Dustin asked, turning to Oliver. "You're just lucky my senior was injured today." Oliver snapped. "Next time, you won't escape so easily." He turned and ran. Mr. Williams! Mr. Williams! Tina screamed. Oliver didn't stop. As I said, a cold voice said behind her, "You'll pay back tenfold." Tina turned, and froze. Dustin stood right behind her. "Don't touch me," she screamed. "I'm Edwin Hummer's daughter. If you hurt me, your entire family will regret it." Dustin smirked. "Good. I was planning to play with the Hummers anyway." He grabbed her. Screams echoed through the hotel, again and again. When Julie arrived, soaked from the rain, she froze in horror. Tina lay broken on the ground, her limbs twisted unnaturally, blood everywhere. "Stop! Dustin! Are you fucking insane? Let her go!" Julie screamed. Dustin ignored her. "I won't kill you tonight," he said calmly. "But in 3 days, you will kneel and apologize to Dahlia. If not, you'll die slowly." He pressed 2 fingers into Tina's pressure points. A death curse. Only he could undo it. "You fucking lunatic!" Julie screamed. "You've doomed all of us." Dustin walked away. No one dared stop him. "Seal the place," someone shouted. A group of fighters stormed in. "Who the fuck caused trouble here?" A man wearing sunglasses and smoking a cigar growled. "Sir Zims is here. He's the Hummer's right-hand man. Now Dustin is finished." Julie rushed forward. "Sir Zims. Dustin beat Miss Hummer." "What?" Mason snarled. "Which bastard dared?" He froze. Mr. Rhys?" "Scram," Dustin said flatly. "Yes, sir." Mason stepped aside. Silence fell once more. Chapter 137. The rain poured down heavily as Edwin sat talking with Fletcher at the Hummer Villa. "Mr. Hummer, the first batch of Eternimax is completely sold out. We've received overwhelming positive feedback. Many people want to cooperate with us long-term. We can begin mass production immediately," Fletcher said excitedly. "That's the power of our secret formula," Edwin replied with a satisfied laugh. Who would have thought it would receive such praise right after launch? He had expected the market to take time to respond, so the immediate success delighted him. Now was the perfect time to capitalize on the momentum. By the way, we should thank the Harmon family. Without their years of research and groundwork, this product wouldn't exist, Fletcher added with a smile. "Natasha was foolish enough to challenge me," Edwin sneered. "I'll crush her completely with Eternimax." "Then allow me to congratulate you in advance, Sir Hummer," Fletcher said, clapping his hands. "All right, it's getting late. I should head to Tina's party." "If I'm late, she'll definitely start bitching," Edwin said with a grin as he stood up. Just then, an elderly butler rushed in, panic written all over his face. "Sir! Something terrible has happened. Miss Hummer has been injured," he shouted. "What? Injured?" Edwin's expression darkened instantly. What the hell happened? Who would dare touch his daughter? A man caused chaos at the party. He beat Miss Hummer in front of everyone. "She's already been sent to Hummer's hospital," the butler reported hurriedly. Hummer's hospital was under the Hummer family's control and ranked among the top medical centers in Swinton. Its doctors were elite experts from around the world. "Move! Go to the hospital, now!" Edwin roared. He rushed out immediately with his entourage. The moment Edwin entered the ward, his heart sank. Tina lay motionless on the bed, barely breathing. Her face was completely disfigured, swollen beyond recognition. Her limbs were even worse, bones shattered, joints twisted unnaturally, as if they had been violently ripped apart. Who did this? Edwin roared like a mad beast. No one had ever dared hurt his daughter. "Sir Hummer, it was a man named Dustin," an injured bodyguard reported, recounting everything that happened. Edwin's face twisted with rage. "That fucking bastard again," he snarled. "He's been ruining everything for me. I'll chop him into pieces." "Guards! Find the best trackers. I want him captured alive. He clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles cracked. And wipe out the entire Nicholson family while you're at it. Yes, sir, the men responded and scattered. Sir Hummer, Fletcher said cautiously, that man is extremely dangerous. Ordinary fighters won't be enough. What are you trying to say? Edwin snapped. I suggest calling the White Dragon Guild. Their fighters are top tier. They'll be able to deal with him. The White Dragon Guild? Edwin narrowed his eyes. Isn't that overkill for some nobody? Fletcher insisted, Sir, he has the Harmon family backing him. This isn't a risk we should take lightly. After a brief silence, Edwin made his decision. Fine. Contact the White Dragon Guild immediately. I want their best fighters. Anyone who dared cripple his daughter would pay with blood. Meanwhile, at Java Joy's, Natasha stared in shock. What? Dustin caused trouble at the Hummer's party? He beat Tina half to death? Yes. Dustin is fucking insane. Ruth said excitedly. He beat her right in front of everyone. No one could stop him. Natasha frowned. That doesn't sound like him. Why would he do something like that? It's because of Dahlia, Ruth explained. After she was publicly humiliated, Dustin snapped. Natasha nodded. That makes sense. You're not angry? Ruth asked, surprised. Why would I be? Natasha replied calmly. He went that far for another woman. He clearly still has feelings for her, Ruth said. They just got divorced, Natasha shrugged. Feelings don't disappear overnight. If he hadn't done anything. She paused. I'd have lost all respect for him. Ruth scratched her head. I really don't understand you sometimes. I trust Dustin, Natasha said confidently. He won't disappoint me. I hope so. I'd rather have him as my brother-in-law than Tyler, Ruth muttered. Enough. Have people keep an eye on him. If he's in danger, help him immediately, Natasha ordered. Ruth nodded and left. They both knew Edwin would never let this go. A storm was coming. Chapter 138. After the chaos at the party, Dustin returned to East Swinton Hospital. When he entered the ward, Florence and James were already there. Who the hell did this to my daughter? James shouted furiously. I swear, if I find that bastard, I'll kill them. Florence added. Seeing Dahlia lying there broken filled them with rage and grief. Why are you here? James snapped when he noticed Dustin. We didn't call you. I came to see Dahlia, Dustin replied calmly. Get out. James roared. You're not welcome here. Dustin, Florence demanded, tell me the truth. Is this your fault? I don't know how she was hurt, Dustin said evenly. Ask Julie. Julie? James frowned. She was with Dahlia. Where is she? Could she be hurt too? Florence asked anxiously. It's better if you don't know, Dustin replied. If you know something, say it. James growled. Who did this? It was Tina Hummer, Dustin said flatly. Tina Hummer? James froze. She's Edwin Hummer's daughter, Dustin added. The room fell silent. Florence and James exchanged uneasy looks. Their anger vanished instantly. We've never offended the Hummers, Florence said nervously. Why would she do this? That's right, James muttered. What could Dahlia have done? You don't need to do anything, Dustin said calmly. In 3 days, Tina Hummer will kneel and apologize. James scoffed. Are you insane? Do you know who she is? Look at yourself. Florence sneered. If you were so powerful, why didn't you stop it from happening in the first place? They clearly didn't believe him. Just then, a nurse entered. The patient will be moved to a VIP ward with full medical care, free of charge. Do you agree? Yes. Of course. Florence nodded eagerly. As Dahlia was moved, Dustin remained behind. Moments later, Julie rushed in. "Aunt Florence! I just saw." She froze when she saw Dustin. "You? Why are you here?" "You came at the perfect time," Dustin said coldly. "Don't come closer." Julie backed away in terror. "Why are you scared?" Dustin asked calmly. "Are you hiding something?" "I'm not scared of you," she shouted. "Did you frame Dahlia for stealing tonight?" Dustin demanded. "That's bullshit. She's my cousin." Julie panicked. "Then explain this," Dustin said, tossing down a jewelry box containing ruby earrings. Julie trembled. I don't know." "You have 1 minute," Dustin said coldly. "Are you threatening me?" 10 seconds. Footsteps echoed. "Boss. We found Dahlia Nicholson." "Good. Surround the area." Several black-clad assassins rushed in. "Who is Dahlia Nicholson?" the leader demanded. "She is," Dustin said, pointing at Julie. 2 swords instantly pressed against her neck. "Take her," the leader ordered. Chapter 139. What? Julie's mind went blank as 2 swords were pointed at her neck. She couldn't understand what was happening. Everything had happened so fast, from the assassins breaking into Dustin framing her. By the time she gathered herself, she realized she was in serious trouble. "Rhys! How could you do this to me?" Panic surged through her as she realized she might be taken hostage. "Wait, it's a mistake. I'm not Dahlia, you've got the wrong person. Do you think we're stupid? This man told us you are Dahlia Nicholson," the leader of the assassins shot back. "He's lying. Don't believe him." Julie protested, cold sweat trickling down her forehead. She never imagined Dustin would seek revenge on her in such a cruel way. "According to our information, Dahlia is in this hospital room." "If you aren't Dahlia, why are you here?" the leader demanded angrily. I was just passing by." Julie stammered. "Damn it. How dare you lie to me? You must be tired of living." The leader slapped her hard across the cheek, making her ears ring. "What are you all standing around for? Take her away," he ordered. Some of his men quickly grabbed Julie and began dragging her toward the door. "It's not me. It's really not me. Rhys, you jerk, you framed me. Are you even human?" Julie cried, tears streaming down her face. She knew that if they took her away, she would suffer unimaginable abuse. "Dustin. I'm sorry. Please save me. I'm begging you, I've learned my lesson. For Dahlia and old Mr. Nicholson, you can't just stand by. You have to save me." Julie cried desperately. At that moment, only Dustin could help her. "Shut up, you bitch," the assassin leader snapped, clearly irritated by her screaming. He slapped her again, sending her reeling. Julie staggered backward and collapsed to the ground. Blood trickled from the corner of her lips. Dustin watched her for a moment before speaking. "Guys, I'm sorry for the confusion," he said calmly. "I made a mistake. She isn't Dahlia." "What did you say?" The assassins froze. "Punk. How dare you trick me?" The leader glared at Dustin, his eyes narrowing. "I suppose you could say that," Dustin replied calmly, nodding. The leader's face turned red with fury. He charged forward and swung his heavy blade with all his strength. His movements were fast and powerful, clearly showing that he was a skilled martial artist, far above ordinary people. But Dustin didn't dodge. He blocked the blade with his bare hands and kicked the leader hard in the stomach. The man screamed in pain and was sent flying out the door. "How dare you hurt our leader? You're dead meat," the remaining 3 assassins shouted as they tossed Julie aside and rushed Dustin together. Before they could reach him, Dustin leapt forward and delivered a flying kick, smashing their heads together. They collapsed instantly, unconscious. "Who the hell is this monster?" the last assassin guarding the door gasped. Terrified, he turned and ran as fast as he could. 4 of his companions were already down. He wasn't about to test his luck. "Dustin, you," Julie stared at him in shock. She had never known he was this strong. In mere seconds, he had taken down 4 assassins. Relief washed over her, but then anger surged again when she remembered why she had been dragged into this mess. "You're mistaken if you think I'm Dahlia," Julie snapped angrily. "Go and confess to Dahlia about what happened today," Dustin said coldly as he looked down at her. "Remember, there won't be another chance. I'll let you off this time, Rhys, but don't get cocky." Julie clenched her teeth. "Edwin will come after you for hurting Miss Hummer. You'll be chased out of Swinton." "You've got it wrong," Dustin replied calmly. "It won't be the Hummers coming after me. I'll be the one going after them. They owe a public apology." "A public apology?" Julie scoffed. "Have you lost your mind? What right do you have to demand an apology from the Hummer family?" "Believe it or not, that's your problem," Dustin shrugged. "We'll see how long you can keep acting tough. I hope you don't embarrass yourself in front of Edwin Hummer." Julie laughed mockingly as she turned and left. Chapter 13. Dustin ignored her words and dragged the leader of the assassins back into the hospital room. "Did Edwin send you?" he asked. "What's it to you?" the leader sneered through clenched teeth. "How many of you are there?" Dustin asked calmly. "The White Dragon Guild is full of elite fighters and martial artists. 5 of us were sent to scout ahead. If you value your life, you'd better surrender now," the leader threatened. "I've never heard of the White Dragon Guild," Dustin said, shaking his head. "That's because you're ignorant," the leader sneered. "Kid, if I were you, I'd leave Swinton immediately. Otherwise, you'll be sitting ducks when our guild master arrives." "Really? Then I'll wait for him," Dustin said with a faint smile. Crack! With a swift motion, Dustin twisted the man's neck. The assassin leader dropped dead on the spot. Moments later, a group of intimidating bodyguards appeared at the end of the corridor. Stefan was leading them. "Greetings, Mr. Rhys." Stefan stepped forward and bowed slightly. "Miss Harmon sent us to assist you. If you need anything, just say the word." "Thanks, Mr. Chapman," Dustin nodded. "There are a few unconscious assassins here. Take care of them." "Understood." Stefan signaled his men, who quickly carried the bodies away. "By the way, what do you know about the White Dragon Guild?" Dustin asked. "They're one of the top 3 guilds in Swinton," Stefan explained. "Mostly criminals and underground thugs. They work for Edwin and are involved in illegal activities." "I see," Dustin nodded. "Their leader, Dracer Milroy, is especially dangerous," Stefan continued. "He's one of the strongest martial artists in Swinton. They say his body is so tough that blades can't pierce it. You should avoid fighting him." "Thanks for the warning," Dustin replied casually. "I know what I'm doing." He was actually curious to see how strong Swinton's best martial artist really was. Chapter 140. The night was dark, rain pouring heavily as the streets lay deserted. Suddenly, a convoy of black Hummers roared through the rain, splashing water everywhere as they screeched to a stop outside the hospital. The doors flew open, and a group of burly men stepped out. One of them, a massive bearded man, smoked a cigar as he surveyed the area. He stood well over 6 feet tall, with bulging muscles in his arms and thighs. "Guild Master. That man is still inside, he never left," one assassin reported, pointing toward the building. "I thought you idiots could handle one man." "Why am I still needed?" the bearded man growled. He was Dracer, the Guild Master of the White Dragon Guild. "Guild Master, don't underestimate him. He crushed us like dominoes," the assassin said nervously. "Fine. Surround the building. Let's finish this quickly," Dracer ordered impatiently. If not for Edwin's command, he wouldn't have come personally. "Stop! Who goes there?" Harmon family bodyguards shouted as they rushed out. "Oh? He has protection." Dracer sneered. "Good. Use them as warm-up. Yes, Guild Master, his men laughed wickedly as they charged. Hold them, the bodyguards shouted as both sides clashed violently. Despite their training, the bodyguards were quickly overwhelmed and forced to retreat. Who dares challenge the Harmon family? Stefan roared as he stepped forward, his internal energy surging outward and forcing enemies back. Dracer sneered. Internal energy? How laughable. Get out of my way. Stefan attacked relentlessly, forcing several guild members back. Reckless idiot. Dracer inhaled sharply and unleashed a terrifying wave of energy. Boom! Stefan's defense shattered instantly. He was blasted backward over 30 feet, smashing into a wall and coughing up blood. Trash, Dracer scoffed. Who are you? Stefan demanded weakly. Dracer stepped closer. You hurt my men without knowing who I am. When the streetlight revealed his face, Stefan froze. You're Dracer Milroy. Fear gripped him. Kneel and beg. If I'm generous, I might let you live, Dracer mocked. Go tell Mr. Rhys to run. Stefan shouted to his men. I'll hold them off. Yes, sir. The bodyguards rushed inside. Dracer laughed. You think you can stop me? I'll buy him time. Stefan roared. Then die. Dracer lunged. The impact was brutal. Stefan was slammed into the ground, blood pouring from his mouth and nose. You overestimated yourself, Dracer sneered. Lying in the rain, Stefan whispered, Mr. Rhys. I did my best. Dracer raised his foot, ready to crush Stefan's chest. Suddenly, all the hospital windows shattered. A dark figure descended from above, cracking the ground on impact. Who is that? Everyone gasped. Chapter 141. Who is it? The loud crash startled everyone. At first, they thought someone had jumped off the building to end his life. But when they looked closer, they saw the man was still standing, holding a black umbrella in the pouring rain. A mysterious presence surrounded him, filling the air with pressure. Mr. Rhys. This man is dangerous. Run for your life. Stefan shouted in panic. Dustin was already there, and everyone was puzzled as to why he would face danger instead of fleeing. Was he looking for trouble? Hey, are you Dustin? Dracer asked, sizing him up and down, clearly unimpressed by his slender build. Yes, that's me, Dustin replied calmly. You've got some guts, not running away from me, Dracer sneered. Why would I run? I've been waiting for you, Dustin replied casually. Oh? Dracer raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. It's been a long time since I've met someone as arrogant as you. Mr. Rhys, he's too strong. Stefan shouted anxiously. His skin is like armor, and his energy is overwhelming. Even if we team up, we can't beat him. You should go get help from the Harmon family while I hold him off. Mr. Chapman, it's fine. I can handle this, Dustin said with a faint smile, appreciating Stefan's loyalty. Stefan was willing to risk his life for Dustin, even though this wasn't his fight to begin with. Mr. Rhys, you don't understand. Stefan shouted urgently. This man is the guild master of the White Dragon Guild, the strongest martial artist in Swinton. He's far beyond us. Just escape while you still can. Give it everything you've got. Stefan urged. Dustin was indeed a martial artist, but in everyone's eyes, he could only circulate internal energy. Dracer, on the other hand, was a high-level martial artist who could project his energy outward. His body had been tempered to the point of being as tough as steel. Among top-tier martial artists, Dracer was one of the strongest. Beating someone like Dustin should have been effortless for him. Mr. Chapman, don't worry. I really can handle this, Dustin said confidently. Mr. Rhys, you're biting off more than you can chew. Stefan shouted anxiously. You're still young and have a long road ahead of you. If you live, you'll have a chance to surpass him one day. But right now, the most important thing is staying alive. Dustin felt annoyed. Did they really think so little of him? A so-called high-level martial artist was nothing in his eyes. Enough bullshit. Dracer roared, snapping his fingers. All of you, kill him. At his command, the remaining disciples charged at Dustin all at once. Mr. Rhys, run. Stefan gritted his teeth and threw himself into the crowd. I'll hold them off. Despite being severely injured, Stefan pushed himself beyond his limits, knocking down several enemies. As his strength drained away, more of Dracer's disciples fell, only fueling Dracer's rage. What a reckless idiot. Dracer's expression darkened. With a powerful leap, he soared into the air and struck downward with an open palm aimed directly at Stefan. Come on. Hit me with everything you've got. Stefan roared, bracing himself. A thunderous explosion rang out as their energies collided. Stefan was sent flying like a broken doll, blood spraying from his mouth. Just before he slammed into the ground, Dustin appeared and caught him with one hand. At the same time, he blocked Dracer's attack effortlessly. Dustin gently placed Stefan down and patted him on the back. Then he stepped forward, standing tall as he walked toward Dracer. Mr. Rhys! Stefan shouted desperately, blood streaming down his face. I know you're strong, but you can't beat Dracer. He's not human, he's a monster. Please, take this chance and run before it's too late. Relax, Stefan, Dustin replied calmly. He's not my match. Heavy rain hammered against his umbrella as he continued walking forward. You should have listened to that idiot, Dracer sneered. Now it's too late. No regrets for the dead. He stomped into the ground and shot forward like a cannonball, aiming to crush Dustin with his overwhelming body strength. Mr. Rhys, be careful. Stefan gasped, his face pale with fear. Dracer was one of Swinton's strongest martial artists, facing him head-on was suicidal. Just as Stefan thought Dustin was about to be killed, something unbelievable happened. Dracer smashed into Dustin like a charging bull, yet Dustin didn't move an inch. Instead, Dustin reached out, grabbed Dracer by the throat, and lifted him straight into the air. Dracer dangled helplessly like a slaughtered chicken, his muscular body flailing wildly as he struggled in vain. Mr. Chapman, Dustin said calmly, glancing back with a smirk, what were you saying earlier? Dustin stood in the storm, umbrella in one hand, Dracer suspended in the other. The rain was so loud Stefan couldn't even hear Dustin's words. He could only stare in disbelief. Dracer Milfroy, arrogant, tyrannical, invincible, was now being held like a toy. Stefan never imagined that Dustin could restrain Dracer with just one hand. It all happened too fast. Dracer didn't even get the chance to fight back. This wasn't some ordinary fighter, Dracer was a high-level martial artist with terrifying physical strength. How could Dustin overpower him so completely? It was utterly unbelievable. Chapter 142. Let me go, Dracer choked, his face turning crimson as he struggled for air. Fear flooded his eyes. He had always believed himself to be a big shot in Swinton. Now, he finally understood how laughable that arrogance was. A martial artist this strong, and in his 20s? That was unheard of in the entirety of South City. How the hell did someone like this end up in Swinton? Dracer thought in horror. This guy is insane. Even the guild master lost, the White Dragon Guild members whispered in disbelief. Seeing their leader utterly defeated, several of them quietly slipped away. Looks like your men aren't as loyal as you thought, Dustin said mockingly. Who the hell are you? Dracer growled, veins bulging as his strength rapidly drained away. That's none of your business, Dustin replied coldly. Go tell Edwin to bring his daughter and publicly apologize to me. If he refuses, I'll visit him myself. Then. Boom. Dustin slammed a fist into Dracer's stomach. Dracer spat out a mouthful of blood as his internal energy instantly collapsed. How did you drain my energy? Dracer gasped in terror. Because you lost, fair and square, Dustin replied indifferently, tossing him aside like trash. Guild Master. The remaining disciples rushed forward to support Dresser. Though furious, none of them dared approach Dustin again. "Today, I admit defeat," Dresser said hoarsely, wiping blood from his mouth. "Let's go." With that, the White Dragon Guild retreated in disgrace. "Mr. Rhys, you really defeated Dresser Milfroy?" Stefan asked, still in shock. "I told you, he's nothing," Dustin replied with a confident smile. He handed Stefan a Gemiphen pill. "Take this and rest. You'll be fully recovered by tomorrow." "Thank you, Mr. Rhys," Stefan said gratefully, swallowing the pill. Moments later, warmth spread through his body. His internal injuries healed rapidly, the pain fading away completely. "This pill is unbelievable," Stefan exclaimed. "You've done enough. Go home and rest," Dustin said kindly. "Yes, sir." Stefan bowed and left, knowing Dustin needed no further protection. That night passed quickly. The next morning, inside a VIP room at East Swinton Hospital, James burst in, drenched in sweat. "Mother! Bad news! Something terrible has happened." Florence jolted upright. "What is it? Why are you panicking like this?" Several relatives frowned in annoyance. "It's real," James gasped. "The Hummers are boycotting us. Half of Swinton's companies have blacklisted the Nicholson family." "What?" Florence exclaimed. "James, are you joking?" "Why the hell would I joke about this?" James snapped. "Quine Group's stock is crashing. At this rate, we'll be bankrupt in 3 days." The room erupted. "How could this happen? Why would Mr. Hummer target us? This makes no sense." Edwin Hummer, one of the Mighty Three, had the power to destroy them effortlessly. "James," Florence demanded anxiously. "Did we offend Mr. Hummer? Somehow?" "No, it's Dustin," James said angrily. "He went to the Hummer's banquet and injured Miss Hummer. Now they're taking revenge on us." "Not again. That fucking idiot." Florence exploded. "Why do we always have to clean up his mess? Is there no justice in this world? We've already cut ties with him. Why are we paying the price? That bastard should suffer the consequences himself." "Enough shouting. We need a way to calm Mr. Hummer down." Everyone argued, yet no one had a solution. Dahlia, their pillar, was still unconscious. None of them had the status to approach Edwin. "Is something wrong?" Matt suddenly walked in. "Matt! Thank God you're here." Florence rushed over. "The Nicholson family is finished unless you help us." The others immediately looked at him with hope. "Mrs. Nicholson, tell me what happened," Matt said calmly. Florence explained everything in detail. "I see," Matt nodded. "You want me to plead with Edwin?" "Yes. You know him. If you speak up, he'll listen." Florence begged. Matt hesitated. "Miss Hummer is still unconscious. If I approach Edwin now, he might turn his anger on me." "Matt!" Florence pressed. "If you save us, you'll be our hero. And don't you like Dahlia? Once she wakes up, you two can get married." "That doesn't feel right," Matt said uneasily. "Let's talk about that after she wakes up." "What's wrong with it? You like each other." Florence insisted. "Once this crisis passes, you should marry her." "I'll do my best," Matt finally said. Inside, however, joy surged through him. Chapter 143. Inside the director's office at Hummer's Hospital, Edwin sat in his chair with his eyes closed, taking a short rest. Suddenly, a knock sounded at the door. "Come in," Edwin said, opening his eyes. Fletcher walked in, his expression grave. "What's wrong?" Edwin asked immediately, sensing that something was off. "Sir Hummer, we received news last night that Dresser was severely injured," Fletcher reported. "What?" Edwin's eyes snapped open. "Dresser was beaten?" Who did this? It was Dustin, Fletcher replied. Dustin again? Edwin frowned deeply. How does that bastard have such terrifying strength? Dracer was his right-hand man and the strongest martial artist in Swinton. Just hearing Dracer's name was enough to make enemies tremble. Edwin had always relied on him to handle any difficult situation. Yet now, even Dracer had fallen to Dustin. It made no sense at all. Sir Hummer, Dustin asked Dracer to pass you a message, Fletcher said cautiously. What message? Edwin asked coldly. He said Miss Hummer must personally apologize to him. Otherwise, he'll come to see you himself. That punk dares threaten me. Edwin slammed his fist onto the desk. He's looking for death. Dustin had injured Tina, and now he wanted the Hummers to apologize to him? It was outrageous. Sir Hummer, please calm down, Fletcher urged. Dustin is far stronger than we expected. Direct confrontation won't benefit us. So what? We just let him step all over us? Edwin snapped. Of course not, Fletcher said, shaking his head. Even if Dustin is strong, he's still only one man. We can use our influence to drive him out of Swinton. Go on, Edwin said, narrowing his eyes. Our pharmaceuticals are highly sought after, especially by the Harmon family, Fletcher continued. We can use that to negotiate with them. If they side with us, we can suppress Dustin together. Fletcher smiled darkly. That makes sense, Edwin nodded. If Natasha abandons him, dealing with Dustin will be easy. Exactly, Fletcher laughed. And since we still control the Eternamax prescription, once Dustin is dealt with, we can also turn on the Harmon family. Good, Edwin said coldly. Call Natasha. Edwin immediately dialed her number. Miss Harmon, this is Edwin Hummer. I'm calling regarding a business deal. Yes, Eternamax, right? Natasha replied eagerly. If we cooperate, both our wealth and influence will skyrocket, Edwin said smoothly. My condition is simple, cut ties with Dustin, and we'll become long-term partners. As the call continued, Edwin's expression grew darker. When he hung up, his face was livid. What did she say? Fletcher asked. She told me to fuck off, Edwin growled. What? Fletcher was stunned. That woman must be obsessed with that bastard, Edwin snarled. She'd rather give up a fortune for a man. Women are emotional, Fletcher scoffed. She'll regret it once Eternamax dominates the market. Edwin said nothing. His thoughts churned restlessly. Nothing had gone right lately. Sir Hummer. Bad news. A doctor suddenly rushed in. What now? Edwin barked. Miss Hummer's condition has suddenly worsened. What? Edwin leapt up, grabbing the doctor by the collar. Is she in danger? Wasn't she stable yesterday? Sir Hummer, her condition is very unusual, the doctor said nervously. Medicine can't treat it. You'll understand once you see her. Take me to her. Now! Edwin roared. Inside the ICU, Tina lay on the hospital bed, her face pale and contorted in pain. Tina, how do you feel? Edwin asked urgently. Dad, it hurts. I don't feel good, Tina whispered weakly. What happened to her? Edwin glared at the doctor. Her fractures are healing, the doctor explained. But there are internal injuries we can't treat. What injuries? Edwin demanded. The doctor pulled back the blanket. On Tina's abdomen were several dark purple marks, each about 3 inches long, slightly sunken into her flesh. They look like bruises, Edwin said irritably. So what? These are not ordinary bruises, the doctor replied gravely. They're signs of a rare curse. Her blood circulation has been sealed. If this continues, her organs will fail. In my professional judgment, Miss Hummer's life is in serious danger. What? Edwin's face drained of color. There's no cure. Only the person who placed the curse can remove it, the doctor said, shaking his head. Chapter 144. What do you mean it can't be cured? Edwin roared. Are you saying only that Rhys bastard can save my daughter? The doctor nodded. We must find him, no matter the cost. This is unforgivable. Edwin snarled. Using such despicable methods. What should we do now, Sir Hummer? Fletcher asked. They had tried bribery. They had tried force. Dracer was crippled. Every option had failed. And Tina's life was now hanging by a thread. After a long silence, Edwin clenched his teeth. Call that bastard. We negotiate. Fletcher quickly dialed Dustin's number and handed the phone over. Who is this? Dustin asked. This is Edwin Hummer, Edwin said coldly. Did you curse my daughter? If you're talking about that seal, then yes, Dustin replied casually. You fucking brat. Edwin shouted. How dare you hurt my daughter? Ask her what she did, Dustin said flatly. She brought this on herself. Stop acting superior. Edwin snapped. And stop acting like you're still in control, Dustin replied. You're not. Fine. Edwin barked. Lift the curse, and I won't pursue this matter. That's it? Dustin scoffed. I'll also lift the ban on the Nicholson family, Edwin added. That's not what I want, Dustin replied. What the hell do you want? Edwin shouted. I want your daughter to apologize to me. In person. What? Edwin's eyes turned icy. You want a Hummer to apologize? She attacked me first, Dustin said calmly. An apology is the least she owes. Who the hell do you think you are? Edwin roared. If you refuse, Dustin said coldly, your daughter won't last much longer. Edwin slammed the phone down. That bastard thinks he can humiliate me, he roared. He was one of the mighty three, feared, wealthy, untouchable. Yet now he was being cornered. Sir Hummer, Mr. Lawson advised, saving Miss Hummer comes first. We can settle the score later. Edwin clenched his fists. Dad! It hurts. Save me. Tina cried weakly. Edwin closed his eyes. He called Dustin again. Fine. She'll apologize. Today at noon. I'll be waiting, Dustin replied. At noon, in a VIP ward at East Swinton Hospital, Dustin walked in carrying a fruit basket. The entire Nicholson family was present. Florence exploded the moment she saw him. You fucking bastard. Do you know what you've done? Because of you, we were banned. The Quine group is collapsing, are you happy now? Dahlia frowned. She knew Dustin acted for her sake, but his actions had dragged the family into disaster. I've handled the Hummers, Dustin said calmly. Bullshit. Florence screamed. If you were capable, would we still be banned? Get out. I don't want to see you again. She grabbed the fruit basket and smashed it onto the floor. The apples rolled everywhere. Chapter 145. Enough. Now's not the time to blame each other. We need to support one another and get through this together, not fight among ourselves. Old Mr. Nicholson shouted after seeing Florence's angry outburst. Easy for you to say. We're facing a ban from the Hummers. We could all go bankrupt soon and lose our homes in Swinton. Florence shot back, her anger unmistakable. That's right. If it weren't for Dustin causing trouble and dragging us down, the Nicholsons wouldn't be in this mess. James chimed in, and many in the crowd nodded in agreement. What's your side of the story, Dustin? Care to explain? Dahlia asked, giving him a chance to speak. Tina was being unreasonable, so I had to put her in her place, Dustin replied without hesitation. Did you hear that? Everyone heard that. Florence shouted. He attacked her first. That's why the Hummers banned the Nicholsons. You're a pain in our necks, Dustin. You owe us an explanation for all this trouble, someone shouted from the crowd. Maybe we should kidnap him and hand him over to the Hummers to calm them down, another voice suggested. The suggestion instantly stirred the crowd, and many seemed to agree with the idea of kidnapping him. You're being reckless, Dustin. Do you even know who Ms. Hummer is? What makes you think you can stand up to her? Look at the disaster you've caused. Dahlia said, shaking her head in disbelief. So you're saying I should have just stood there while you got humiliated and hurt? Dustin shot back. Humiliated? Dustin sneered. It didn't matter whether Florence and the others understood him or not. But if even Dahlia blamed him, then everything he had done felt meaningless. Don't twist my words. Dahlia snapped. I'm telling you to think before you act. You dragged us into trouble and ruined your own reputation. I don't care about consequences. I only know one thing, anyone who crosses me pays for it, Dustin replied coldly. Did you all hear that? Florence said sharply. This brat is hopeless. We should hand him over to the Hummers immediately. She pointed at two younger members of the Nicholson family. They instantly understood and grabbed Dustin by the shoulders. Cooperate, or you'll regret it, they warned. Dustin frowned, ready to fight back, when Jules suddenly rushed into the room, panic written all over her face. This is bad, Auntie. The Hummers are here, with their people. They're here to kill us all. What? The room erupted in shock. They had already thought things couldn't get worse after the ban, but they never expected the Hummers to be this ruthless. Heavy knocking echoed from the door. It's over. We're finished, someone cried. Why won't the Hummers just leave us alone? Another shouted. Panic spread like wildfire as everyone jumped to their feet. It's all because of that jerk, someone yelled. This is his fault. That's right. The Hummers are after Dustin. Hand him over and we'll be safe, another voice agreed. All right. Everyone's gaze locked onto Dustin, their eyes filled with hostility. If sacrificing him could save themselves, they wouldn't hesitate for a second. Just as the crowd grew more chaotic, the Hummer family entourage walked in confidently. At the front was Tina, seated in a wheelchair. Behind her were several Hummer family members and bodyguards. Tina looked pitiful and weak. Her eyes were half closed, her arms and legs wrapped in casts. Her face was bruised and swollen beyond recognition. Anyone unfamiliar with her would struggle to believe she was once the arrogant young lady of the Hummer family. Miss Hummer, someone gasped. The Nicholsons were stunned. They knew she had been injured, but they hadn't expected it to be this severe. Her swollen face looked almost like a pig's head. If they hadn't seen it themselves, they never would have believed it. Had Dustin gone too far? Dustin, you didn't really beat Miss Hummer into this state, did you? One of the Nicholsons asked nervously. Rhys. You'd better explain everything later and don't drag us into this. Florence yelled, cold sweat dripping down her back. This was far worse than she had anticipated. James didn't waste time. He stepped forward 3 paces and suddenly dropped to his knees with a loud thud in front of the Hummers, sliding forward slightly. Ms. Hummer. This has nothing to do with us. James pleaded. It was Dustin Rhys who hurt you. If you want revenge, take it out on him and spare the Nicholson family. The other Nicholsons secretly approved. They admired James for acting decisively and taking responsibility. In their eyes, he was dependable, the kind of person who would protect the family in times of crisis. Ha! A ripple of confusion spread through the Hummer group. Why was someone kneeling already? Weren't the Nicholsons supposed to be the ones apologizing? I think you've misunderstood something, kid, the Hummer family butler said, looking utterly bewildered. Oh, and before I forget, the butler began. But James cut him off, panicking. He turned around and waved his arms. Someone. Bring Dustin over. I'll make him kneel and beg the Hummers for forgiveness. Ha! I'll walk myself, Dustin said calmly, shaking off the 2 men restraining him and stepping forward. That's him. James shouted. He's the one who beat Miss Hummer. The moment the Hummers saw Dustin clearly, their expressions changed completely. One by one, they dropped to their knees with loud thuds. Chapter 146. Ha! James's jaw dropped as he stared at the kneeling Hummers. Everyone else was just as stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. Who could have imagined the mighty Hummer family kneeling like this? What's going on? Didn't they come for revenge? Someone whispered. Is this some kind of trick? Another muttered. This feels wrong, something's off, a third said nervously. Fear crept into the Nicholson family's hearts. Instead of joy, they felt dread. Their legs almost gave out from the shock. Ms. Nicholson, the Hummer family was at fault last night, Fletcher said sincerely as he knelt. We are here today so our young lady may personally apologize. Please forgive us. Our deepest apologies, Ms. Nicholson, the rest of the Hummer representatives echoed, kneeling without hesitation. The Nicholsons were speechless. They were really apologizing. But why? Why are you all kneeling? Dahlia stammered as she forced herself out of bed. Mr. Lawson, there must be a misunderstanding. The Hummers admit our mistakes, Fletcher replied solemnly. We hope for your forgiveness. Florence instantly recovered and smiled broadly. Mr. Lawson, please stand up. There's no need for this. Let's just put this behind us. Yes, yes. Please stand up, the Nicholsons echoed nervously. As long as the Hummers dropped the matter, they wouldn't dare ask for anything more. If you don't accept our apology, we'll kneel here forever, Fletcher insisted. Please get up. Let's forget this ever happened, Dahlia said helplessly. Tina had clearly suffered more than she had. While Dahlia would recover in a few days, Tina might be bedridden for a month. This made the apology even more shocking. Thank you for your generosity, Ms. Nicholson, Fletcher said with relief, bowing before standing up. Florence finally relaxed. Thank goodness. Everything's settled, she said, exhaling deeply. James smiled stiffly. Peace brings fortune. Just then, Dustin spoke up. Wait. Tina beat Dahlia. She should apologize too. The room exploded into chaos. What the hell is wrong with you? Florence screamed. If you don't know how to speak, then shut the hell up. Are you insane? James snapped. They're letting us off easy, and you still want to stir shit up. Everyone stared at Dustin like he was crazy. Is it wrong to demand an apology from someone who hurt you? Dustin asked calmly. Shut up, Rhys. You're going to get us all killed. Florence yelled. Dustin, please stop. Dahlia begged. Fine, Dustin said flatly. Handle it yourselves. Florence immediately turned to the Hummers. Miss Hummer, please don't listen to him. He's a psycho. Yes. He's insane, James added quickly. Instead of relaxing, the Hummers looked even more tense. After Fletcher whispered something to Tina, she struggled to lift her head. I'm sorry, she said weakly. This was my fault. The room fell dead silent. Florence and the others froze in disbelief. The arrogant lady of the Hummers had just apologized. Chapter 147. When Tina and her group left, the Nicholsons were still frozen in shock. They could hardly believe that the proud young lady of the Hummer family had not only forgiven them but had even come personally to apologize after the fight. It was completely unbelievable. What the hell is going on with the Hummers today? Since when did they become so humble? Someone muttered. I know, right? If I hadn't pinched myself, I'd think I was dreaming, another person echoed. Maybe Miss Hummer really realized she was wrong and decided to apologize in person, someone guessed. Nonsense. You're giving the Hummer family way too much credit, another scoffed. The Nicholsons began chatting excitedly, and the discussion showed no signs of stopping. Could this really be Dustin's doing? Joel murmured suspiciously, feeling uneasy. Ever since last night's incident, Dustin had been unusually calm, as if everything was unfolding exactly as he expected. Either he knew everything from the start, or he was extremely good at hiding his emotions. But when she thought about how he had been married into the family for 3 years without accomplishing anything remarkable, it was hard to believe he was capable of forcing the Hummers to bow their heads. Just then, Matt Laney walked in, dressed neatly and looking confident. "Looks like everyone's here," Matt said cheerfully. "Perfect timing. I've got good news, the Hummers have officially lifted the ban." "I knew it!" Florence exclaimed. "So all of this was because of you, right, Matt?" Matt blinked in confusion and glanced around the room. Everyone looked excited, but he had no idea what had just happened. "What are you talking about? What did I miss?" he asked. James suddenly slapped his thigh. "That's right. How did I forget we still have Matt with us?" Florence's eyes lit up. No wonder the Hummers apologized. It was all because Matt helped us behind the scenes. The Nicholson family stared at Matt in amazement. "So that's it, the Hummers apologized because of Matt." Matt looked even more confused. "You don't have to hide anything from me anymore, right?" Florence smiled warmly. "We all know what you did. If it weren't for you, Miss Hummer would never have come here to apologize." "She apologized?" Matt repeated, stunned. Tina Hummer was notoriously arrogant, her apologizing in person was unthinkable. "Yes. You didn't just help us, you saved the whole family," James said excitedly. The rest of the Nicholsons crowded around him. "Thank you, Mr. Laney. You're our savior." Matt smiled awkwardly. It wasn't that big a deal." Even though he didn't fully understand what was happening, he accepted their gratitude. Praise felt good, and there was no reason to refuse it. "You're too modest," James praised. "Without you, the Nicholsons would have been finished." "Really, I didn't do much," Matt replied humbly, shaking his head. "Rhys, you're damn lucky this time." Florence snapped at Dustin. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and thank Matt. Bow down and thank him." Dustin scoffed. "Why the hell should I? Don't be ungrateful." Florence shouted. "You caused all this shit in the first place. If it weren't for Matt, you wouldn't even be standing here." "That's right," James added. "You'd be completely screwed without him." "You people are giving him way too much credit," Dustin said coldly. "He's not as great as you think." He found it ridiculous how they praised Matt without knowing the truth, and even more ridiculous that Matt stood there enjoying it. "What? Are you saying you're better than Matt?" Florence sneered. "Take a good look in the mirror and figure out who the hell you are." "Yeah. People like you only know how to stir shit up." "How disgusting. He won't even thank the person who saved him and still insults him." The Nicholsons glared at Dustin with open hatred. "Is it really that hard for you to say thank you?" Dahlia asked suddenly. "If it weren't for Matt, you might not even be alive right now." "I'd thank him if he actually helped," Dustin replied flatly. "But he didn't. In fact, he's the one who caused all of this." "What do you mean?" Dahlia frowned. "I checked his background. Matt and Tina are together. Tina targeted you because she thought you and Matt were involved. That's why she attacked you. He's the real source of this mess," Dustin said firmly. "That's bullshit," Florence shouted, standing up. "Matt is a good man. You're just slandering him." "Exactly," James snapped. "You're jealous. You probably fabricated evidence because you can't stand that he's better than you." "So shameless," the Nicholsons sneered. "Why do you always cause trouble? Can't you act like a normal adult for once?" someone shouted. Dahlia clenched her fists, her voice trembling with anger. "Enough." It was obvious to her, Dustin was driven by jealousy. "Don't believe me?" Dustin said coldly. "Ask Julie. She saw everything last night." Everyone immediately turned toward Julie. Chapter 148. Me? Julie froze as all eyes landed on her. She hadn't expected to be dragged into this mess. "Tell us everything you saw," Florence said coldly. "I want to see how this bastard plans to lie his way out of this." "Yeah, Julie. Expose this punk," the Nicholsons urged. Julie hesitated. Her hesitation made the room tense. Matt's heart pounded violently, sweat breaking out on his forehead. If Julie spoke against him, everything would collapse. "You know exactly what happened," Dustin said calmly. "Tell the truth." "Stop this nonsense," Dahlia scolded him. "You're only embarrassing yourself." "Don't be afraid, Julie," Florence said sweetly. "Your aunt will protect you. Just tell us what you saw." Julie took a deep breath. "Last night. I didn't see anything. I don't know what happened. All I know is that Dustin beat Miss Hummer." Dustin froze. "Did you hear that?" Florence shouted triumphantly. "That's the truth. Let's see how you talk your way out of this now." "Ungrateful bastard," the Nicholsons sneered. "Repaying kindness with evil, how shameless." Dahlia sighed heavily. "I gave you so many chances, Dustin, and you still won't stop." Matt stepped forward, pretending to be furious. "I never offended you, so why do you keep smearing my name? If Julie hadn't spoken up, I don't know how I'd survive this." "You know exactly what you did," Dustin snapped. He turned to Julie. "You're lying. You know what kind of trash he is." "Shut up," Julie yelled. "You're the one who beat Miss Hummer." "Rhys!" Florence screamed. "Now that your lies failed, you're threatening people." "Enough!" Dahlia shouted. "Stop humiliating yourself." Dustin sighed deeply. "Fine. Believe whatever you want. I'm leaving." "Stop right there." Matt barked. "You slandered me and think you can just walk away. Apologize." "You want an apology?" Dustin sneered. "You don't deserve shit. You're not leaving until you apologize." Matt growled, blocking the door. "Try me," Dustin said coldly, pushing past him. Matt grabbed his shoulder and shoved him hard. "You think you can just walk away?" "How dare you touch me," Dustin said flatly. In the next instant, he slapped Matt across the face. 2 teeth flew out as Matt crashed to the floor. "You!" Florence gasped. "You actually hit him? He's an animal. A fucking animal. Matt saved your life, and this is how you repay him. You're worse than a dog." Shouts erupted. "Are you insane?" Dahlia cried, rushing to help Matt up. "He started it," Dustin snapped. "He barely touched you." Dahlia shouted. "You went too far. So he can act like an asshole, but I can't respond." Dustin sneered. "Apologize now," Dahlia demanded. "What if I don't?" Dustin replied coldly. "Then I'll make you," she screamed, and slapped him across the face. Chapter 149. Slap! The sharp sound echoed as Dahlia's hand struck Dustin Rhys's face. She had hit him so hard that the wounds on her hand, which had just healed, reopened, and fresh blood dripped down her fingers. Dustin touched his cheek where it stung from the slap but stood perfectly still, his face expressionless. He could handle other people's misunderstandings and disdain, but he couldn't accept that his ex-wife had just slapped him for another man. "Why? Why do you insist on being this way?" Dahlia asked through clenched teeth, her eyes welling up with tears and disappointment flooding her heart. She couldn't understand why Dustin had changed so much. He was now closed-minded, full of jealousy, and spreading rumors. He even returned kindness with cruelty. All the worst traits seemed wrapped up in this man. She hoped her slap would wake him up. "Humph. Do you want to fight me, kid? Aren't you a little too young for that?" Matt sneered, enjoying the scene as he watched them clash. Even though he had just lost 2 teeth, he felt a sense of victory seeing Dahlia stand up for him. That was a good slap. He deserved it. Florence cheered, her eyes shining with excitement. Exactly. If you don't teach him a lesson, are you even human? James added loudly. Ha, Dustin sighed wearily after a long silence. During their 3 years of marriage, they had rarely argued, let alone resorted to violence. This would be the first and last time it happened. Dustin took a deep breath and said quietly, "That slap was for everything I've ever done to you. From now on, we don't owe each other anything." Then he turned and walked away, showing no anger or complaints, just calm indifference. Dahlia stood there, shocked. She couldn't find words as she watched him leave. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Mr. Fletcher, who had left earlier, had returned. "Where did Mr. Rhys go?" he asked, looking around. "Why are you looking for that punk, Mr. Fletcher?" Florence replied, surprised. "Oh, Sir Hummer sent me to give him a gift," Mr. Fletcher explained. "A gift?" Everyone exchanged confused glances. "Are you kidding us, Mr. Fletcher? How is that punk worthy of a gift from Mr. Hummer?" Florence asked, incredulous. "What do you mean, how is he worthy? Don't you know he's the reason the Hummers lifted the ban on the Nicholsons? He even got them to apologize," Mr. Fletcher said, astonished by their reactions. "What?" A chorus of gasps filled the room. The crowd struggled to believe what they had just heard. Dustin, the person they had always looked down on, had actually saved the Nicholsons and convinced the Hummers to apologize? How could this be true? "Why, you must be joking, Mr. Fletcher. Are you saying that Dustin was the one who saved us?" Florence asked in disbelief. Dahlia's eyes widened as she struggled to accept the revelation. "Who else could it be?" Mr. Fletcher asked seriously. "No way. Matt helped us. How could he let Dustin take the blame?" James shouted, shaking his head violently. "Matt Laney? He's just a washed-up family member. How good could he really be?" "Clearly not good enough for the Hummers to respect him," Mr. Fletcher scoffed, glaring at Matt with disdain. At Mr. Fletcher's words, everyone turned to look at Matt. His face turned bright red, and an awkward silence filled the air. His reaction seemed to confirm what Mr. Fletcher had said. How could this happen? Have I been wrong about him? Dahlia whispered to herself, realization dawning. Without hesitation, she dashed out of the room, racing after Dustin in the direction he had gone. At the gate, she saw Dustin about to get into a car. She hurried over and grabbed his sleeve. "Dustin! Wait! I misunderstood you earlier. I was too quick to judge. I had no idea you were doing all of this for us, carrying so much on your shoulders. But why didn't you explain? You saved everyone. Why didn't you tell us?" Dahlia cried, biting her lip. "What was the point of explaining? When have you ever believed me?" Dustin replied, shaking his head. The hurt of being let down ran deep. "Why didn't you just tell me? How can I trust you when you keep things from me?" Dahlia said angrily. "I don't care if you trust me anymore. We're done here." "Let go," Dustin replied, pulling away. His expression made Dahlia feel as if he were a stranger. "What do you want from me, Dustin? Can't you think before you act? Have you considered that maybe you're the problem? You fight everyone who disagrees with you. If you hadn't been lucky, do you really think you would have gotten away unscathed? All I want is for you to be more mature and sensible. Is that too much?" Dahlia shouted, her emotions boiling. "Yeah, you're right. It's all my fault. I deserved that slap, didn't I?" Dustin said coldly. "You," Dahlia faltered, unable to respond. "You've always acted so arrogant and self-righteous, Dahlia. You never admit when you're wrong. This has happened many times. When a simple thought or check could have set things right, you ignore reality and only hear what you want. That's why you don't trust me now. Have you noticed? You live in your own little world, shutting out anyone who tries to get close. I tried reaching you before, but I'm done. This is the last time I will help you. I truly wish you the best in your future." Dustin got into his car and drove away quickly. Dahlia stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. She didn't speak for a long time. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I never thought things would end like this," she whispered. "I just wanted you to succeed too. I had no idea how much you were suffering. I was wrong. I knew it since our divorce. I said no one could make me fall in love again, but someone was there all along. And that someone was you. But do you know why I let you go at the last moment? Because, Dustin, I'm still hopelessly in love with you," she admitted, her heart breaking. Chapter 150. After stumbling back to her room, Dahlia felt empty, as if her spirit had left her. Her face was expressionless, and her eyes were lifeless. She didn't even notice her bandaged hand was still bleeding. Dustin's disappointed look haunted her like a painful reminder. She realized they had grown apart over time. In the past, she had focused solely on her career, determined to make her mark, ignoring other important aspects of life, including her relationship with Dustin. Since their divorce, she began to see things differently. She realized some things mattered more than work, but tragically, she learned this too late. "Honey, I just heard," Florence rushed in right after Dahlia entered. "I just heard it was that Rhys kid who hurt Miss Hummer and used her to get the Hummer family to apologize. He was just playing dirty the whole time." "That's right. This Dustin guy did terrible things to boost his reputation without caring how it looked," James added. At first, they were shocked to learn Dustin had been helping them behind the scenes. But as they dug deeper, they realized it wasn't that the Hummers feared him, it was that Dustin had used underhanded tactics to corner them. Even though he seemed powerful, he had really just trapped them. "Mom, can you all leave? I need to be alone," Dahlia said flatly. "Even if we've misunderstood Dustin, it doesn't matter. He's still at fault. He only tried to fix his mistakes. We don't owe him anything," Florence insisted. "I'm tired, Mom." "Just go outside," Dahlia repeated firmly. "But honey," Florence began. "Leave me alone," Dahlia shouted. Seeing her expression, Florence stopped talking and began leading everyone out. "Who would have thought Dustin would be the main problem, while Mr. Laney surprised us?" Florence muttered. "How foolish to let him intimidate us. At least we didn't bother him for anything. And Matt, he's so in love with Dahlia that he risks everything to win her. A man who sacrifices everything for love is worth committing to for life. We should all learn from him," Florence continued. Meanwhile, in her room, Dahlia sat quietly on the bed, staring blankly. Tears streamed down her cheeks, and her shoulders shook uncontrollably. Finally, unable to hold back, she buried her head in her knees and wept bitterly. She had never cried when the company was in trouble. She hadn't cried when humiliated, beaten, or tortured. But now, for the first time, she cried deeply and heartbreakingly. At Hummer Villa, Tina sat in her wheelchair, filled with anger and resentment. "Dad! The Hummers have never been humiliated like this. You have to avenge me," she demanded, teeth clenched. "Of course, we will take revenge, but we mustn't underestimate him. We need to be fully prepared in case he causes trouble again," Edwin said seriously. "Isn't Mr. Lawson skilled in mystic arts? Why not use his strongest magic on Dustin? He'll be tortured half to death," Tina suggested, seething. "It won't work. He's not only a skilled martial artist but also knows poison. He even broke the venomous mystic arts I used on the Harmons, so we can't touch him," Fletcher said from the corner. "Then what can we do? If we don't tear him apart, I'll never feel better," Tina shouted. "There's no need to rush. Wait a few days. Your brother will return soon and settle this. By then, I doubt Dustin can cause any trouble, no matter how strong he is," Edwin said, narrowing his eyes. What Edwin was proudest of wasn't just wealth, it was being the father of Joshua Hummer. Joshua had trained in martial arts from a young age, defeating all opponents by 15. At 18, he joined Boulder Thorn under Clement Lincoln, and now, at 25, He had reached the top ranks, recognized as one of the best young martial artists in the province. Many believed he would surpass Tyler, a natural talent. Meanwhile, Tina had her own plan. Perfect. Dustin can live a few more days. Once my brother returns, I'll make him beg for his life. To Tina, her brother was a god who could handle anything effortlessly. Dealing with a martial artist would be easy. Since Joshua is coming back, we shouldn't worry about Dustin. Focus on the Harmon family instead. The Eternamax production is ramping up, it's the perfect time to attack, Mr. Lawson advised. Great idea. Let's schedule a press conference in 3 days to announce the new pill. With Natasha's help, she'll pay for this. Edwin declared, clenching his fist. To him, Dustin was a minor obstacle, Natasha was the real problem. Chapter 151. Back at the peaceful medical center, Dustin was drinking glass after glass of wine, trying to escape his feelings. Although he didn't show it outwardly, he was frustrated. Maybe it was time to move on from his past relationship. Suddenly, there was a hurried knock at the door. Dustin opened it to find 2 young women standing there. One woman wore all white and looked like an angel. She gave off a pure and innocent vibe. The other woman was dressed in a tight black bodysuit that highlighted her strong features. However, she was bleeding heavily from a wound on her abdomen and looked pale from losing so much blood. "Excuse me, is the doctor in?" "My friend is badly hurt and needs help right away," the woman in white said, clearly distressed. "I am the doctor." "Please come in," Dustin replied, letting them inside. "Thank you so much." "Claudia, let's go in," the woman said, turning to her friend in black. "Wait a minute. Sheila, I can smell alcohol on him. He must be drunk. I don't trust this guy." Claudia Doyle frowned, clearly uneasy. "But you've lost so much blood. If you don't get treatment soon, you could die." Sheila Murray said, worry etched on her face. "It's fine. I can wait a bit longer for help. I'm not letting a drunk take care of me." Claudia insisted, her determination clear. Her injury was serious. Even skilled doctors would struggle, and she didn't want to rely on someone who seemed intoxicated. "Sorry to interrupt," Dustin said, "but will the support you mentioned arrive soon?" Dustin asked casually, "You think you can last 30 minutes? It's none of your business." Claudia shot back. "Okay, just so you know, with all the blood you've lost, you'll be dead in 30 minutes, Dustin said, glancing at her and making a quick assessment. "That's ridiculous. Do you think I'll be scared by your threats? I know people like you." Claudia hissed. "Believe what you want. But if you're going to die, don't do it at my doorstep." "I don't want to clean up after you," Dustin said, waving them away. "You dash." Claudia suddenly jerked, coughing up blood. "Suit yourself," Dustin said, deciding to close the door. "Wait. Please wait. Sir, I apologize for Claudia's rudeness. Don't hold it against her. You seem like a good person. Please help her. We will repay your kindness." Sheila pleaded, stopping Dustin from shutting the door. "Why are you begging him, Sheila? Even if I die, I won't let him treat me." Claudia insisted stubbornly. "Look, it's not that I don't want to help her. She's the one refusing treatment. If she survives this, you really should get her head checked." "Maybe that's why she's acting so foolishly," Dustin replied, shaking his head. "You jerk." Claudia seethed, trying to stand and confront him. But just then, she lost consciousness and collapsed. She might have fainted more from Dustin's words than her injuries. "Claudia!" Sheila exclaimed, frantically trying to pull her friend up, but Sheila felt weak and desperate. She turned to Dustin, tears streaming down her face. "Please help Claudia. I'm begging you. I'll pay you back. Just save her, and I'll give you anything you ask for." Dustin couldn't resist a woman in tears. He sighed and nodded. "Okay, I'll help her this time because you're sincere." He grabbed Claudia by her collar and lifted her, tossing her onto the bed. Sheila thought he might be taking revenge on Claudia for her earlier behavior. "Miss, take off her clothes." "I need to stop the bleeding," Dustin instructed. Sheila nodded quickly. "All right." In a few minutes, she had removed Claudia's clothes completely. When Dustin turned around, he was shocked. "Miss, I didn't mean for you to take off everything. At least leave her underwear and bra on." "Ha!" Sheila's face turned bright red as she hurriedly put Claudia's underwear back on. She had been too nervous and misunderstood Dustin's instructions. Luckily, Claudia was unconscious, or it would have been extremely awkward. Dustin let out a sigh of relief. Even though he had briefly seen Claudia's figure, he could tell she had a curvy body. The wound on Claudia's abdomen wasn't too serious. Dustin expertly stitched it and dressed it to stop further bleeding. For her internal injuries, she would need medication. "All right, she's out of danger now. I'll write her a prescription, and she'll be fine in a few days," Dustin said, quickly writing what Claudia needed. "Thank you so much," Sheila said gratefully. As Dustin handed the prescription to Sheila, he accidentally touched her hand gently. He raised his eyebrows. "Miss, your condition seems worse than your friend's." "I'm fine, it's just a chronic illness," Sheila replied with a wry smile. Ever since she was young, she had struggled with being cold. She was used to taking several medications daily for her illness. Dustin started to ask more questions, but Sheila's attention shifted when Claudia began to wake up. "Claudia, are you awake? How do you feel?" Sheila asked, happy to see her friend recovering. "Sheila? Where am I?" Claudia looked around, confused. "This man saved you. He's a skilled doctor. With just a few stitches, he stopped your bleeding," Sheila exclaimed. "No one asked for his help," Claudia muttered under her breath, glancing at her bandages. "Claudia, he helped you out of kindness. How can you be so rude?" Sheila said, annoyed. "Sheila, you're too trusting. You never know what someone is really like. Maybe he had another reason for helping me," Claudia replied skeptically. "You're wrong. I think he is a good person," Sheila insisted. "Miss, your words are like music to my ears." "Unlike some people who don't know how to show gratitude," Dustin added sarcastically. Claudia opened her mouth to respond, but a loud noise outside interrupted them. They heard heavy footsteps and rough voices. "Boss, their tracks end right here. They must be hiding inside. I'll teach them to run from me. Boys, surround the medical center. Don't let anyone escape." The doors of the center burst open violently. Chapter 152. A loud crash echoed as the doors flew open. 7 masked assassins rushed in without hesitation. "Shit! They caught up to us," Claudia cursed. Their bodyguards had been ambushed and taken out. Only Claudia and Sheila managed to escape. Claudia thought they had lost their pursuers, but the assassins were relentless. "Sheila, I'll hold them back. You need to get out through the back door," Claudia whispered urgently. "If I escape, they'll kill you. I'm the target, so they won't hurt me." "I'll let them take me hostage," Sheila said, pale with fear. "Sheila, as your personal bodyguard, my job is to keep you safe. You have to listen to me," Claudia insisted, standing protectively in front of her. "Enough arguing. We'll take both of you," a bald man sneered as he stepped inside. Unlike the other assassins, this man wasn't wearing a mask and gave off a menacing vibe. "Thor Garcia?" Claudia's eyes narrowed in recognition. Thor Garcia was one of the 4 scoundrels, known for illegal raids and hitman services. They were skilled martial artists and dangerous criminals. Just hearing their names filled people with fear. "Oh, how nice for Ms. Doyle to recognize me," the bald man mocked, grinning. "Thor Garcia. I'll pay you double whatever you were offered if you let us go," Claudia proposed. Ms. Doyle, I may love money, but I'm more interested in what you're worth. If I capture both of you, the money will come easily. Thor laughed. There will be serious consequences if you harm us. Claudia warned. Don't worry, I'm not going to. He hesitated, unsure what to do. Just give me a moment, Thor said, trying to regain control. Claudia, still recovering from the blow, struggled to her feet. Sheila, don't. You don't have to do this. But Sheila stood firm, eyes locked on Thor. Let Claudia and that man go, or I will end this right now. Thor's expression shifted. He had not expected such bravery from Sheila. You're making a mistake, Ms. Murray. You can't just throw your life away. I'd rather die than watch you hurt my friend, Sheila replied fiercely, tightening her grip on the knife. Claudia took a step forward, voice shaky but strong. Sheila, please. We can find another way. Thor, sensing tension, decided to play his hand. All right, let's negotiate. You want to protect your friend, but what about your own life? If you come with me willingly, I can guarantee your safety and Claudia's. Sheila hesitated. You promise? I promise, Thor said, trying to sound sincere. Claudia shook her head. Don't trust him, Sheila. He's lying. But Sheila was torn. She wanted to protect Claudia, but putting her own life on the line terrified her. Make your choice, Ms. Murray, Thor urged, a smirk creeping back. After a tense moment, Sheila took a deep breath. Fine. I'll go with you. Just let Claudia and that man go. Thor nodded, satisfied. Deal. Let them go. The assassins stepped back, allowing Claudia and the man to escape. Don't worry, I'll find a way to get you back. Claudia shouted. Sheila nodded, determined to stay strong for her friend. Sheila, holding a knife to her own neck, pressed harder, drawing a drop of blood. I'll ask again. Will you let them go? Okay. I'll do it. Just let them go quietly with us. Thor replied quickly. Stop, Sheila. What are you doing? Claudia yelled, struggling to stand. Claudia, this is the best option. You have to stay alive. They won't hurt me, Sheila said, forcing a smile. Ms. Murray, we're running out of time. Let's go. Thor urged, pointing toward the exit. With the knife still against her neck, Sheila walked forward silently. The assassins stood in 2 rows, glaring at her. Hold it right there. Are you really just going to walk out like that? Dustin finally spoke up. What? You want to play the hero now? Thor snarled. You broke down my doors, wrecked my furniture, and you think you can just leave without paying up? How shameless. Dustin said casually. Everyone was taken aback. No one expected him to ask for money at a time like this. Are you serious? How dare you ask for compensation? Do you know who I am? Thor laughed mockingly. I don't care who you are. Even if the Emperor himself comes, no one leaves without paying. Dustin insisted. Thor and his crew exchanged worried glances. The men laughed loudly at Dustin, thinking he had lost his mind. Stop talking. You can't stand up to these guys. Sheila pointed at Dustin. Do you want to get killed? These men will take you out without a second thought. How can you even ask them for money? Claudia said, frowning. Did Dustin really not see how dangerous this was? Murder? Shouldn't they pay for the damage they caused? Dustin replied. You dash. Claudia almost choked. What was he talking about? She had warned him that Thor was a ruthless killer. How could he be so determined to get money? Was it really worth risking his life over a few dollars? Chapter 153. After catching his breath, Thor wheezed and said, You've got guts, punk. It's been a while since I've seen someone as reckless as you. Just shut up and pay up. Dustin replied, clearly annoyed. His mood was already spoiled. These men needed to learn a lesson for messing with his property. You really want trouble, huh? Boys, break his limbs. Let's see if he talks back after that. Thor grinned and signaled to his men. Right away, boss. The assassins wasted no time and charged at Dustin. Hey! You said you'd let him go. Sheila yelled. Ms. Murray, I promised not to kill him. But he seems unhappy with us, so it would be rude not to teach him a lesson. Thor replied with a sly smile. Suddenly, cries of pain erupted from the assassins. Before they could reach Dustin, they collapsed one by one, as if struck by lightning. All the assassins were paralyzed and unable to move. Thor inspected the scene and noticed silver needles stuck in their necks. What just happened? Thor's voice trembled as a chill ran down his spine. He recognized the silver needles. They could be used for acupuncture or as hidden weapons, but he had never seen anyone use them all at once like this. How could this guy attack so stealthily with hidden needles? Claudia thought, equally shocked. Mastering needles was difficult compared to other hidden weapons. It required not only precise aim but years of intense training. Punk! Who are you? How dare you interfere in my business? Thor narrowed his eyes and reached for his weapon. Give me my compensation, Dustin demanded firmly. Bastard! Thor shouted, his anger boiling over. Without warning, Thor threw a handful of dust into Dustin's eyes. Then he drew his sword and charged, using the dust to hide his move. Thor had done this many times before. When his opponent was caught off guard, he would stab them. Even stronger men had fallen for his sneak attacks. But Dustin didn't flinch. With a quick wave of his hand, he cleared the dust from his eyes. Dustin flicked 2 needles from his fingers. They shot through the air and struck Thor in the knees, making him scream in pain. Thor's legs buckled, and he fell to the ground, his heavy sword clattering beside him. How could this be? Thor gasped in shock. He couldn't understand how Dustin could be so accurate, especially with the dust clouding his vision. To make matters worse, his legs felt like lead after the attack. The only skills you have are your tricks. Your fighting abilities aren't that great, Dustin remarked, looking down at him. An intense pressure weighed down on Thor as he struggled to breathe, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Don't be reckless. I have nothing against you. There's no need to kill me. Thor begged for his life. He had thought his plan was foolproof. Who would have imagined that a troublemaker would show up and ruin everything? I had no issue with you before, but now I do, Dustin replied coldly as he jabbed another needle into Thor's neck. Thor felt his limbs go numb. Inside Thor's sleeve, a poisonous arrow glimmered ominously. He had intended to use it against Dustin. Miss, you can handle these men however you want. Dustin brushed off his clothes and settled into a nearby chair. He knew this young lady had a good heart, so he was happy to help. Wow, you're an incredible fighter, Sheila said, filled with excitement. She had almost lost hope before. Who would have thought that the doctor at this medical center was also skilled with hidden weapons? He had single-handedly taken down all the assassins. What's so great about using hidden weapons? There's no honor in sneaky attacks. Claudia scoffed. She came from a family of martial artists and didn't respect those who used underhanded tactics. Plus, she herself had been a victim of Thor's sneak attack, which had left her badly injured. Anger bubbled inside her as she remembered. Claudia picked up a sword from the ground and pointed it at Thor's neck. Tell me. Who sent you? I don't know. As a hitman, I just take orders to kill, steal, and destroy. As long as I get paid, I don't care who I work for, Thor replied, struggling to speak. How dare you lie to me? Claudia shouted, slicing the tendons in his arms and legs. Thor let out a scream, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. I really don't know. When it comes to business, I follow instructions from someone above me. I'm just following orders. You're making this hard for me. I don't have much patience. If you keep stalling, you can say goodbye to your jewels. Claudia pressed the sword closer to his crotch. Please don't. I'll tell you everything. Thor yelled, wincing in pain. The person who hired us to kidnap Ms. Murray is. Before Thor could finish, he suddenly convulsed and coughed up black blood. Seconds later, he lay still and lifeless. Is he dead? Claudia asked, shocked. Just a minute ago, he seemed fine. How could he die so suddenly? As Claudia pondered Thor's death, she noticed his abdomen swelling. Something was moving just beneath his skin. Suddenly, a spider crawled out of his belly button, followed by a swarm covering his lifeless body. It was horrifying. What are all these spiders doing inside him? Sheila gasped, stepping back in shock. Dustin, however, watched with a smirk. This is fascinating. The person who made Thor kidnap you must be very powerful to activate venomous curses from a distance. Chapter 154. Venomous curses. How do you know about them? Claudia asked, confused. I know a bit, Dustin replied with a nod. Only shady people learn about venomous curses. That means you're not a good person. Who are you? Claudia lifted her sword, aiming at Dustin. Claudia. What are you doing? He's our savior. Sheila quickly stepped in front of Dustin to protect him. Move aside, Sheila. This man seems suspicious, and I need to investigate him, Claudia said, eyes shining with determination. Before you investigate me, maybe you should check your own head, Dustin said, rubbing his temples. Curses can actually be used for healing. Sure, many villains misuse them, but not everyone is bad. It all depends on the user's character. Plus, the martial arts families aren't as innocent as you think. They commit crimes like pillaging, corruption, and worse. Dustin added. Stop talking nonsense. You're just trying to argue. Claudia shot back. Arguing? Look at you. Do martial artists like you treat their saviors with such disrespect? Are you really going to bite the hand that saved you? Dustin chuckled. Why you? Claudia struggled to find a response. Claudia, stop blaming him. If he were really bad, why would he save us? Sheila frowned, defending Dustin. Who knows? Maybe he has a hidden agenda. Claudia insisted, though her voice was calmer now. She realized she wasn't making a strong case. Just then, a loud car horn blared outside the medical center. Over 10 Hummer vehicles pulled up to the entrance. As the doors swung open, a crowd of bodyguards poured out, quickly surrounding the center. Finally, the support team is here. Sheila laughed happily. Sheila. Claudia. Are you all right? A handsome young man entered the room. He was tall and strong, with a sharp look in his eyes. He carried an air of authority. We're fine, thanks to this man who saved us, Sheila replied cheerfully. Oh, really? Sheila, remember that you can know a person's face but not their heart. Be careful around strangers, Xavier Horst said, eyeing Dustin critically. Ha! What do you mean? Sheila frowned. Nothing, just some advice, Xavier replied with a smile. He signaled his team to clean up the area. Sheila, we should hurry home. Aunt Lily is waiting, Claudia urged. Even though the support team had arrived, it still didn't feel completely safe. Thank you so much for your help. I'll make sure to repay your kindness. Goodbye for now, Sheila said warmly to Dustin as she turned to leave. Miss, your chronic illness has been under control for a long time, but it might flare up soon. You should get it treated early to avoid serious complications, Dustin said suddenly. When he touched her arm, he noticed her skin was cooler than normal. He guessed her illness wasn't simple. Humph. That's nonsense. Claudia scoffed. Thank you, I will be more careful. Sheila smiled brightly and waved goodbye. Xavier felt a twinge of jealousy seeing Sheila be so friendly with Dustin. Once Sheila was in the car, he glared at Dustin. Just a word of advice, stay away from Sheila if you know what's good for you. What's good for you? Otherwise, be ready for the consequences. With that, he walked out of the center. In his mind, people like Dustin didn't deserve to speak with him. What a lunatic, Dustin muttered as he poured himself another drink. Later that evening at Fallridge Haven, Sheila was having dinner with her parents. She excitedly recounted her day's adventure. "Dad, Mom, you won't believe it. That man was incredible. With just 2 flicks of his wrist, he defeated all the bad guys." Sheila animatedly described the events, even acting out a scene. "Really? I never thought a small place like Swinton could have such a talented young man. I'd love to meet him someday," her mother, Lily Doyle, said with a warm smile. Her father, Caden Murray, slammed his hand on the table. "Humph! How dare you disobey me? Didn't I warn you? You mustn't go exploring without permission. You were lucky nothing terrible happened. You could have been hurt or worse. Dad, it was just an accident. Those bad people were sneaky. They poisoned us and attacked when we weren't ready, which is why Claudia got caught. Otherwise, I would have been fine." Sheila pouted. In the martial arts world, winning is all that matters. No one cares about honor in a fight. And you are not allowed to leave Fallridge Haven without my permission. Caden said, still annoyed. Okay. I won't go out anymore. Please don't stay mad at me. Sheila said, trying to be charming. That's better. I've had enough for today. Go lie down on your emerald bed. You need some rest. Caden ordered. Okay. Without another word, Sheila hurried to her room. Because of her illness, she and her parents made annual trips to Fallridge Haven to help her regain her health. Once she improved, they would return home. One day, Caden asked, Lily, when will the Gozeraberry arrive from Stoneray Valley? I think it will be here soon. Why do you ask? Is it urgent? Lily replied, curious. Caden's expression turned serious. Sheila's illness is getting worse. The sunburst emerald bed at Fallridge Haven isn't helping as much anymore. We need other solutions. Lily frowned. How can that be? Isn't she getting better? Try not to worry, Caden said, forcing a smile. I asked Malcolm Shane, the miracle doctor, to look at Sheila. When he arrives, he should have some ideas on treatment. Let's hope so, Lily said, nodding thoughtfully. She had watched her daughter struggle with a rare disease all her life. This time, she truly hoped for a full recovery. Chapter 155. The next morning, Dustin was woken by a knock on his door. He opened it to find Hunter standing there. Mr. Anderson. What brings you here so early? Dustin yawned. Good news, Mr. Rhys. Hunter said excitedly. I know where we can find the rare herb you're looking for, the Gozeraberry. Gozeraberry? Are you sure? Dustin's curiosity was sparked. The Gozeraberry was hard to find and extremely valuable. If he could get it, he would only need 3 more special herbs to create the Longevitum. I'm sure. The Gozeraberry used to be a treasure from Stoneray Valley, but someone recently bought it for a high price. That person is staying at Fallridge Haven. Hunter explained. Oh? Who is it? Dustin asked, raising an eyebrow. It's Caden Murray. Hunter replied. Caden Murray? What does he need the Gozeraberry for? Dustin's expression grew serious. He had never met Caden but had some connections with the Murray family. I heard his daughter has an illness, and he needs the Gozeraberry to help her, Hunter said. His daughter? Is it Sheila Murray? Dustin asked. Oh, you know her. Hunter seemed surprised. I met her just yesterday, Dustin nodded. Mr. Rhys, what do you think we should do? Hunter asked. I really need the Gozeraberry. We have to go to Fallridge Haven today. Without wasting any time, Dustin got ready and hopped into Hunter's car. The gozerberry was crucial for him, and rare herbs like it were not easy to find. If he missed this chance, he might never get another. So, he had to act quickly. 30 minutes later, Dustin found himself in a lounge at Fallridge Haven. Caden Murray sat in the center of the room, looking down at Dustin and Hunter with an air of authority. Caden had always held a position of power, which made even someone like Hunter feel a bit inferior. The Mays came from a military background. Caden's father, Christopher Murray, was a general known for his many battles and achievements. As the firstborn son, Caden also held a high rank in the military and had significant influence. "Mr. Anderson, what brings you here today?" Caden asked. "Mr. Caden, to be honest, we're here for the gozerberry," Hunter replied directly. "The gozerberry? You seem quite knowledgeable about it." "However, I also need it, so I can't help you," Caden said, looking away. "If you're planning to use the gozerberry to cure your daughter, I think that won't work. It's only a temporary fix and won't fully cure her," Dustin said bluntly. "What? Who are you to speak here?" Caden shot back, glaring at him. "Mr. Murray, this is Dustin Rhys. He's a friend of mine and saved your daughter yesterday," Hunter quickly explained. "Oh, so you're the one who helped Sheila?" Caden's expression softened. "Just tell me what you want as compensation." "Money? Goods?" he asked, looking at Dustin. Dustin wanted something in return. He knew the Mays had plenty of money, so he wasn't too worried. "I want the gozerberry," Dustin said directly. Caden frowned at this request. "Young man, if you were asking for riches or jewelry, I would gladly agree. But the gozerberry is something I can't give you. I need it to help my daughter with her illness. I've already told you that the gozerberry won't cure Sheila's disease. But I can actually help her," Dustin replied confidently. "You can cure her? Why should I trust you?" Caden was getting annoyed. This young man seemed to think he could do whatever he wanted just because he had once saved his daughter. "Has your daughter always suffered from chills and monthly viral infections?" Dustin asked. "So what if she does?" Caden raised an eyebrow. "Sheila has polar frost. Over time, a venom called Havaska has built up in her body. Medication can only help temporarily. To truly cure her, we need to improve her circulation and boost her metabolism," Dustin explained. "That sounds ridiculous. I've never even heard of polar frost." Caden shouted in frustration. "It doesn't matter if you haven't heard of it. Just let me meet Sheila, and I can show you I'm right," Dustin urged. "That's not necessary. I can take care of my daughter's health myself. I don't need your help. Now, please leave," Caden demanded. It seemed absurd to him that a stranger would think he could solve such a serious problem. How could a young man just appear out of nowhere and claim he could cure his daughter of a disease that had troubled her for over 20 years? Even the best doctors in the country couldn't treat it. What made him think he could fix it? "Mr. Murray, Sheila can't wait any longer. Please think about my offer," Dustin urged. "Get out!" Caden shouted, slamming his fist on the table in anger. "Since you don't trust me, Mr. Murray, I'll leave. But here, take this pill. You can give it to Sheila when the virus strikes again. It will keep her safe for now." With that, Dustin placed a red pill on the table and turned to leave. Dustin understood that no matter what he said, he wouldn't change Caden's mind. It was hard for someone like Caden to trust a stranger. "Mr. Murray, Mr. Rhys is not just anyone. I wish you the best," Hunter said with a slight nod before following Dustin out. Caden scoffed, "They don't know what they're talking about." He felt disgusted. How dare that young man speak to him like that? What arrogance! "Caden, who were those two?" Lily Doyle asked as she walked in. "Just two annoying guys not worth our time," Caden replied casually. "Do you think this pill can really cure Sheila?" Lily asked, picking up the red pill and examining it closely. She remembered what Dustin had said and felt intrigued. "Ha! That's nonsense. Just throw it away," Caden waved his hand dismissively. He couldn't believe that one little pill could save anyone. While they were talking, a staff member burst into the room, looking very worried. "Sir, ma'am, please hurry. It's Miss Sheila. She just fainted." Chapter 156. What? How did this happen? Caden's face turned serious as he jumped up. I don't know. I found her unconscious when I went to wake her up this morning," the maid said, clearly shaken. Before she could say more, Caden and Lily dashed out of the door to their daughter's room. What they saw when they entered filled them with fear. Sheila lay still on her sunburst emerald bed, which usually felt warm but was now covered in a thin layer of ice. Her face was pale, her limbs cold and stiff, and frost was forming on her brow and hair. Wisps of white mist rose from her body, making her look like she had just come out of an ice cave. "Sheila!" Lily cried, rushing to her daughter. She wrapped her arms around Sheila and tried to warm her by breathing warm air on her. "This is bad," Caden said, his face dark with worry. He knelt beside Sheila and checked for a pulse, but it was weak. Her breathing was faint, and she looked like she might not survive much longer. Caden knew he had to act fast. He focused his internal energy and directed it toward Sheila. Slowly, the frost around her began to melt, but her body stayed cold and stiff, and she still wasn't waking up. "Lily, hurry! Call Dr. Shane. We need him here right away," Caden shouted. Although his energy was keeping Sheila's pulse going, he knew it wouldn't last long. "Okay," Lily replied, quickly dialing the number. However, her expression changed after a brief conversation. "Dr. Shane is on his way, but he says he won't get here until nightfall." "Nightfall?" Caden echoed, panic rising in his chest. "That would be too late," Caden said with a frown. "Tell Claudia to get all the doctors in Swinton. I want them all here." "All right," Lily replied before rushing out to make another call. Before the hour was up, Claudia arrived, looking worried but bringing a group of doctors with her. Some were department heads, some were professors, and others were experts in their fields. Every well-known doctor in Swinton was there. "Whoever saves my daughter will receive a generous reward from the maze," Caden stated firmly, offering them what he hoped was an enticing deal. "Don't worry, Mr. Murray, we will do our best," the doctors assured him, encouraged by the promise. They realized this was a big opportunity. Everyone knew the maze's reputation. If they could help Sheila, they would gain fame and make connections with the maze. Not only would they earn respect, but they would also receive a significant amount of money. They were eager to take on the challenge. However, when they entered to examine Sheila, their expressions changed. One by one, their brows furrowed, and concern filled their faces. They quickly recognized that Sheila's condition was unusual. She felt icy cold, with a chill radiating from her body. It was something they had never encountered before. For a moment, no one knew what to do. "Doctors, there are so many of you here, please. Are you telling me there's nothing you can do?" Caden frowned at them. They all looked at each other, too ashamed to answer. "This is ridiculous." Caden's anger deepened. He hadn't expected much help, but hearing that they could do nothing was frustrating. "Uncle Caden, Sheila is really sick," Claudia cried out. They turned to see Sheila lying on the green bed, growing colder by the minute. Her breathing was weak. "Oh no! This is getting worse." Caden furrowed his brow. He knew that channeling his energy to Sheila could only help for so long, it wouldn't cure her. "What should we do? Sheila will be okay, right?" Claudia panicked. She and Sheila had grown up like sisters, and she couldn't bear the thought of losing her. "Caden, why don't we try this?" Lily suggested, pulling out a red pill. It was the pill that Dustin had given them. She had kept it in her pocket, unable to throw it away. "Are you serious? How is that supposed to help Sheila?" Caden grimaced. "Just give it a chance. We don't have any better options. It could work." Lily's face was serious. If she had a choice, she wouldn't risk her daughter's life, but the situation was desperate. The doctors were unable to help, and Dr. Shane was still on his way. She had to explore every possible option to save her daughter. What if it's poisonous? Caden hesitated. If he was brave enough to give it to us, he must believe in it. I doubt he'd try to harm us, Lily replied. Lily shook her head, trying to calm her nerves. I doubt anyone would dare to poison a pill, especially not against the Murray family, she explained. Caden listened quietly. He looked at his daughter, who was shivering with cold, and clenched his jaw. After a moment, he nodded firmly. Okay, let's do it. Taking a deep breath, Lily carefully gave the pill to Sheila. It dissolved quickly and slid down her throat. Once it reached her stomach, the pill began to work. Almost instantly, the coldness around Sheila started to fade. Soon, warm breaths escaped her lips. The frost on her eyebrows and hair melted away rapidly. Her once stiff body began to relax, and a healthy blush returned to her cheeks. Even her breathing steadied. It works! Lily's eyes sparkled with joy. Although they didn't know what the pill was made of, its effects were clear. It had chased away the chill that had gripped their daughter. Could it be that the rascal was telling the truth? Caden's eyes widened in surprise. He had thought Dustin was just a con artist trying to cheat him out of money. He never imagined that the pill, which he almost discarded, would save his daughter. Uncle Caden, Aunt Lily, where did this pill come from? It's amazing! Claudia exclaimed, her face lit with wonder. Do you remember the rascal who helped you both yesterday? Caden asked Claudia. Of course. But who knows where he came from? He might be dangerous, she replied. He was the one who gave us the pill, Caden said. What? Claudia gasped, surprised. Her eyes grew wide in shock. Chapter 157. Claudia wasn't the only one surprised by the situation, Lily was shocked too. If she had known who Dustin really was, she would never have let Caden send him away so easily. After all, he had helped her daughter. Thank goodness nothing serious happened. If we had thrown the pill away, Sheila could have been in real danger. Lily said, shivering at the thought. She felt lucky to still have the pill, otherwise, the outcome could have been terrible. Sheila is safe for now, but we still need to deal with the coldness inside her, Lily added. After checking on Sheila, Caden instructed, Claudia, go to the medical center and bring Dustin here. But Uncle Caden, do you really think this guy can help Sheila? Claudia asked, clearly doubtful. She didn't trust Dustin. I just want to see what he suggests for treatment, Caden replied. He didn't really believe a young man in his 20s could have impressive medical skills. However, the pill Dustin gave them had shown amazing effects, so Caden was curious about where it came from. Claudia, you need to listen to your Uncle Caden. Sheila's health is our top priority. We should bring Dustin here to see what he knows, Lily urged. Okay, Claudia said reluctantly, agreeing to do it. Meanwhile, at Peaceful Medical Center, Dustin returned and made a pot of tea. He poured a cup for himself and another for Hunter, who accepted it gratefully. Dustin and Hunter had known each other for years but had never shared a cup of tea before. Mr. Rhys, didn't you say you needed the gozera berry? Have you given up on that? Hunter asked, curious. Dustin was very laid back. Of course not. I'm just waiting for the right opportunity, he said, sipping his tea. The right opportunity? Hunter was confused by what Dustin meant. From what I saw yesterday, Sheila will have another round of attacks soon. This time, it will be worse than before. No one in Swinton will be able to help her, Dustin said calmly. So that's why you left them with the pill? You want them to come to you on their own? Hunter quickly figured it out. Exactly. Actions speak louder than words. It's better to show them with actions than to convince them with talk, Dustin nodded. But what if Caden doesn't take you seriously and just throws the pill away? Hunter wondered aloud. Then he would be sending his daughter to her grave with his own hands, Dustin shook his head. If Caden acted so rashly, he would have no one to blame but himself. Just then, a black Hummer pulled up at the entrance, and Claudia walked in confidently. "Come with me, Dustin," she commanded. "Follow you? Where to?" Dustin continued to sip his tea as if nothing was happening. "Don't play dumb with me. We're going to Fallridge Haven." Claudia frowned. "Why would we go there? We're not welcome. We were kicked out not long ago." "I don't want to go back and cause trouble," Dustin replied, shaking his head. "You?" Claudia gritted her teeth, wishing she could hit him right then. "That was a misunderstanding. We won't kick you out again," she tried to calm herself. "Even if you won't, we're still not going. Do you think we'll just come and go as you please?" Dustin took another sip of his tea. "What do you want?" Claudia asked, feeling so angry that she wanted to hit someone. "I'll go, but I have one condition," Dustin replied. "What is it?" she asked. "It's simple. I want the gozeraberry." "The gozeraberry? That's for Sheila." "I can't promise you that," Claudia said, glaring at him. "If you won't agree, then we have no deal," Dustin said calmly. "The gozeraberry won't cure Sheila's disease. If you can't make the decision, get someone who can." "Humph." Claudia huffed in frustration. She pulled out her phone and called Caden to tell him about Dustin's condition. After a while, Claudia looked at Dustin and nodded. "Uncle Caden has agreed to your condition. If you can cure Sheila, then the gozeraberry is yours," she said coldly. "Deal," Dustin replied with a smile. He climbed into Claudia's car, and they drove to Fallridge Haven, leaving Hunter amazed and impressed. "Just like Mr. Rhys," Hunter thought to himself. "He controls every situation." When Dustin arrived back at Fallridge Haven, he saw a group of doctors gathered around. They were mostly high-ranking people in Swinton's medical field. "Welcome back, young man. Please, come in." Lily greeted him cheerfully as he stepped inside. It took him a moment to shake off his unease. "You said you could cure my daughter. Is that true?" Caden asked seriously, looking stern. "Of course," Dustin replied confidently. "I wouldn't be here if I didn't believe I could help her. I just hope you stick to your promise, Mr. Murray." Dustin gave a small smile. "I will. But you better keep your end of the deal," Caden warned. Dustin replied coldly, "We'll see in a bit." He didn't explain further. Quickly, he moved to the emerald bed where Sheila lay and checked her pulse. As he suspected, Sheila had polar frost, a rare disease that appeared only once every 100 years. Those with this condition could reach incredible heights if they learned a special form of martial arts, which would boost their abilities. Unfortunately, people with polar frost often had very short lives. The polar frost within them acted like a powerful vortex, absorbing the cold from the universe until their bodies couldn't handle it anymore. Most newborns with this condition didn't survive past their first year. Fortunately, Sheila came from a wealthy family, the Mays, so she had received the best medications and herbs, allowing her to live this long. But now, the coldness she had absorbed over the years had become overwhelming, and the treatments that once helped her were no longer working. "How is it? Can you cure her?" Caden asked, doubtfully. "It's tricky, but I can do it," Dustin replied confidently. "Okay, go ahead. But if anything happens to my daughter, you'll pay for it," Caden warned. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing," Dustin assured him. Just as he pulled out a needle to begin, a loud roar sounded from the door. "Hold it!" Chapter 158. "Stop what you're doing," a loud voice commanded. Xavier Horst entered the room with confidence and shouted, "Uncle Caden, we don't know this man. We can't let him risk Sheila's life." "I get that you're worried about Sheila, Xavier. But we don't have any better options right now. He is our only hope," Caden replied, shaking his head. "Who says we don't have better options? Look who I brought." Xavier gestured dramatically to the entrance. In walked a short, plump man wearing a loose green robe. He moved in with a sense of assurance. Dr. Shane." An uproar erupted as everyone recognized him. The doctors in the room suddenly acted like excited fans meeting a celebrity. Their excitement was off the charts. This was Dr. Malcolm Shane, the world-famous miracle healer. His skills in acupuncture were unmatched, and everyone else in the room seemed small in comparison. Dr. Shane. Caden and the others were shocked at first, but then joy took over. They had expected him to arrive by night, so it was a wonderful surprise to see him so soon. "Didn't you say you were delayed, Dr. Shane?" Lily asked curiously. "Aunt Lily, I heard Dr. Shane was stuck in traffic, so I took a helicopter and picked him up. Luckily, we made it just in time," Xavier explained. "That's brilliant. It was smart of you to think of that, Xavier. I'm proud of you," Caden said, feeling relieved by Dr. Shane's presence. "Thanks, Uncle Caden." "I was just doing what I could," Xavier replied modestly. "Dr. Shane, we have no time to waste. Please save my daughter," Caden said urgently, leading him to the emerald bed where Sheila lay. Dustin felt frustrated as he confronted Caden. "Mr. Murray, didn't you agree to let me help your daughter? What's going on here?" Caden replied, "Young man, I appreciate your intentions, but I won't put my daughter at risk now that Dr. Shane is here. Please leave." Dustin's expression hardened. "Mr. Murray, this isn't right. You asked for my help, and now you're backing out? That's not fair." Xavier scoffed at him. "Do you really think you can compare to Dr. Shane?" Caden firmly stated, "I can choose whoever I want to help my daughter. I trust Dr. Shane over you." Dustin felt frustrated. He had only offered to help because he was desperate for a solution. "It's fine that you've chosen someone else, Mr. Murray, but what about the gozerberry you promised me?" Dustin asked. Caden interrupted, "You didn't do anything. Why should you get the gozerberry? Do you really think you deserve it?" Dustin frowned. "So you're going back on your word?" Though usually calm, Dustin found Caden's ungratefulness infuriating. Caden snapped, "Stop the nonsense. Isn't it just the money you want? Guards, bring him $2 million. Soon, the guards returned with 2 cases of cash. "Here, take this as payment for helping Sheila." "We're done here," Caden said. Xavier shouted, "Don't you hear? Take the money and leave, now." Suddenly, Dustin burst into laughter, but his eyes were cold and filled with disbelief. "What a clever strategy you have, Mr. Murray. But I'm afraid you're being too hopeful. Do you really believe that Malcolm Shane can cure your daughter?" As soon as he spoke, chaos erupted. "How dare you? Do you know what you just said? We're talking about Dr. Shane. There hasn't been a case he couldn't handle." "That's right. What a rude young man. If Dr. Shane can't help her, do you think you can? Where did this impudent person come from? How can he question Dr. Shane's abilities?" Chapter 159. A group of doctors surrounded Dustin, clearly upset. "Young man, where did you learn your skills? How dare you brag in front of everyone?" Malcolm Shane glared at him with a deep frown. In all his years of practicing medicine, no one had ever dared to doubt him, especially not some inexperienced brat like Dustin. "Ha! You think too highly of yourself," Xavier sneered. "How dare you act superior in front of Dr. Shane? You're really asking for trouble." "Enough," Caden said coldly, irritation written all over his face. "I don't know where you get the confidence to question Dr. Shane, but leave now. Don't interrupt him while he's trying to save my daughter." "There's no need to kick him out," Malcolm said calmly, his hands clasped behind his back. "Let him stay and watch. Since he doubts my skills, I'll show him what real medical mastery looks like." "That's Dr. Shane for you," the other doctors exclaimed excitedly. Such confidence. Such dignity. Since Malcolm had spoken, Caden said nothing more and allowed Dustin to remain. "I'm sorry for dragging you here for nothing," Lily said softly, pulling Dustin aside. "If Sheila recovers, I'll speak to Caden about the gozerberry. I promise. She knew very well that Dustin was the one who had truly saved her daughter before, and she felt deeply indebted to him. I'd appreciate that, Mrs. Murray, Dustin replied calmly. At least someone in this family still had sense. Dr. Shane, let's not waste time, Caden urged. Please begin. Malcolm nodded and sat beside Sheila's bed, carefully checking her pulse. After a brief silence, he announced confidently, the patient is weak due to extreme cold within her body. Her circulation is impaired, and toxins have accumulated. Once the coldness and toxins are expelled, she will recover. Caden's eyes lit up. So you can cure her? It's somewhat tricky, Malcolm replied lightly, but nothing beyond my ability. I'll use acupuncture to expel the cold and toxins. He swiftly took out several silver needles and inserted them at key points, behind Sheila's neck, around her navel, beneath her knees, on the soles of her feet, and along her spine. His movements were fast, precise, and flawless. The doctors watching were stunned. Soon, visible cold air began escaping from Sheila's limbs. For the final step, Malcolm said. He took out a longer, thicker needle and inserted it carefully at the top of Sheila's head. White mist immediately rose from her body, spreading a chilling aura throughout the room. It's done, Malcolm announced confidently. The coldness has been expelled. She'll regain consciousness shortly. Caden's earlier anxiety vanished. Incredible. No wonder you're world-renowned. Your acupuncture is truly miraculous. With Dr. Shane here, nothing is impossible. Xavier said smugly. Claudia crossed her arms and looked down at Dustin. Well? Do you admit defeat now? Dustin didn't even bother responding at first. He simply shook his head, his gaze filled with disdain. Sheila suffers from polar frost, he said calmly. A condition that appears only once every 100 years. You really think it can be cured so easily? The room fell silent. While everyone else was celebrating, Lily felt something was terribly wrong. The coldness is gone, so why does she look even paler than before? Chapter 160. What? Everyone turned to look. Lily was right. Sheila's face was ghostly pale, far worse than before. Frost had begun forming on her eyebrows and hair, thicker and denser than earlier. Instead of improving, her condition had deteriorated. Caden's face darkened. Dr. Shane, what's happening? This shouldn't be possible, Malcolm muttered, clearly confused. The coldness should have been expelled. What do we do now? Caden asked urgently. I'll try again, Malcolm said, unwilling to accept failure. He repeated the same acupuncture technique. But it was useless. Less than 3 minutes later, the frost returned, just as violent as before, endless, relentless. Malcolm's expression finally changed. This isn't normal, he admitted grimly. Your acupuncture is impressive, Dustin said calmly, but it's only treating the symptoms. It won't fix the root cause. That statement instantly enraged the crowd. What bullshit are you spouting? Xavier roared. Who the hell do you think you are to question Dr. Shane? That's right. You're just a nobody, someone shouted. Know your place. Before things escalated further, Lily suddenly cried out, her eyes filled with desperation. Dustin, she pleaded. Please, help my daughter. The room went silent. Caden turned toward Dustin, swallowing his pride. Young man, if you can save Sheila, the Murray family will owe you everything. Uncle Caden. Xavier exploded. Are you really trusting this guy? Even Dr. Shane couldn't cure her. Dustin glanced at Xavier coldly. If I can't cure her, what exactly can you do? Xavier was speechless. I can help her, Dustin said, stepping forward. But I hope you'll honor your promise afterward, Mr. Murray. Caden nodded heavily. I swear it. Dustin helped Sheila sit up. With one hand, he placed needles into 13 pressure points across her body. The needles began spinning on their own. Then, smack. He struck her back firmly. Sheila suddenly jerked forward and spat out several murky white crystals. They hit the floor with a loud clatter, releasing bone-chilling cold. Malcolm's eyes widened in shock. The coldness, crystallized. No wonder his treatment failed. Years of accumulated cold energy had condensed into physical crystals, acting as a perpetual source of freezing energy. That was the real problem. Dustin then took out a bamboo tube and poured out a small crimson insect. "What is that?" Lily cried out. "A fiery beetle," Dustin said calmly. "It feeds on cold energy and generates heat. It'll restore balance inside her body." "A venomous insect," panic spread through the room. "Yes," Dustin replied coldly. "And it's exactly what she needs." Without hesitation, he placed the beetle into Sheila's mouth. Malcolm stared in stunned silence. He had heard of mystic healing arts, but this was something else entirely. Chapter 161. Everyone watched in amazement as Dustin used the fiery beetle on Sheila. The moment it entered her body, the change was immediate. The icy air surrounding her began to dissipate, and in less than 3 minutes, her freezing body temperature returned to normal. Color slowly returned to her cheeks, and her breathing stabilized. Then, to everyone's shock, she whimpered softly and opened her eyes. "She's awake," someone gasped in disbelief. It was hard to accept that an unknown young man like Dustin had succeeded where even Dr. Shane had failed. "This is unbelievable," Xavier exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock. "How could a nobody possess such terrifying medical ability? How did he do that?" Claudia asked, both fascinated and unsettled. She couldn't comprehend how something she had considered evil could actually save a life. "I never imagined the mystic arts could reach this level," Malcolm said sincerely, admiration flashing in his eyes as he looked at Dustin. "This approach to healing is revolutionary." For the first time in years, Malcolm, who had believed he'd reached the peak of medical knowledge, felt his horizon expand. "Sheila, how do you feel? Are you uncomfortable anywhere?" Caden and Lily asked anxiously, joy and disbelief mingling in their voices. "Dad." "Mom," Sheila said weakly. "It's strange. I don't feel cold at all anymore. It's like it completely vanished." She touched her arms in disbelief. She had never felt this warm in her entire life. "That's amazing. Absolutely amazing. You saved her. Thank you so much." Lily cried, overwhelmed with emotion, nearly bowing to Dustin. "Mrs. Murray, please don't," Dustin said quickly, stopping her. He wasn't used to such gratitude. "Did you save me, kind sir?" Sheila asked softly, her eyes lighting up as she looked at Dustin. They had met only a day ago. Fate worked in strange ways. "It's all thanks to Mr. Rhys that you're alive," Lily said firmly. "Without him, you might still be unconscious." "Thank you, kind sir," Sheila said again, bowing deeply. "You're welcome," Dustin replied calmly. "Saving people is part of what I do." "Is my daughter completely cured?" Caden asked cautiously. He had consulted countless renowned doctors before, and every single one had told him the same thing: Sheila's illness could only be suppressed, not cured. "I can't say she's completely cured," Dustin replied honestly, "but she won't suffer any issues for the next 10 years. "Only 10 years? Caden frowned. "Can't you eliminate it completely?" "It's polar frost," Dustin explained. "Eradicating it isn't easy. Unless you can find extremely rare herbs to strengthen her circulation and metabolism, the only viable option is the fiery beetle. It can extend her life for 10 years, no more." 10 years is already more than enough," Lily said with a relieved smile. "At least we now have time." Dustin nodded, then said directly, "Mr. Murray, now that your daughter's life is no longer in danger, we should discuss our agreement." "The Gozeraberry, correct?" Caden replied smoothly. "Please go to the lounge. I'll join you shortly." Chapter 162. Caden gestured to the butler, who immediately understood. "This way, Mr. Rhys." "All right," Dustin replied and followed him into the lounge. He took a seat and waited. Time passed slowly. By the time Dustin finished his third cup of tea, Caden finally arrived, accompanied by several men. "I truly appreciate you saving my daughter," Caden said calmly as he sat down. "Here is a $10 million check. Consider it your reward." One of his men stepped forward and placed the check on the table. Dustin glanced at it and frowned. "Thank you for the offer, Mr. Murray, but this isn't what I want." "It doesn't matter what you want," Caden replied indifferently, sipping his tea. "This is your payment. That's all." Dustin's eyes narrowed. "What exactly do you mean by that?" "The Goserberry isn't yours," Caden said flatly. "You're only getting the money." "Mr. Murray, we had a deal," Dustin said coldly. "I cure your daughter, and you give me the Goserberry. Why are you backing out now?" Was he being discarded now that his usefulness had ended? "The Goserberry isn't just a medicinal herb," Caden continued. "It's also extremely valuable to martial artists. Don't tell me you didn't know that." "So what?" Dustin replied. "It would be a waste to give it to you," Caden said bluntly. "So I gave it to someone else." Dustin's brows furrowed. "You gave it to someone else? Who? Who else but me?" Xavier strode in confidently, holding a small red wooden box. Inside it lay the Goserberry. "Give it up," Xavier sneered, patting the box. "It's mine now." "So what if that bastard stole the spotlight today? In the end, I still win." "He's nothing but a lowly peasant," Xavier thought smugly. Dustin slammed his hand on the table and stood up. "Caden Murray, you shameless piece of shit. You abandon your word after someone saves your daughter? You still dare to talk about the Murray family's honor?" Caden's face darkened. "Ridicule?" he scoffed. "Who would dare ridicule me? You think your words matter? Don't overestimate yourself. You're really willing to throw your honor away?" Dustin demanded, fury burning in his eyes. "Enough!" Caden roared. "Take the money and get the hell out, or I'll have you thrown out like trash." "So now you're threatening me?" Dustin asked coldly. "Yes!" Xavier shouted. "Get out now, or we'll make you." At that moment, several well-trained guards rushed into the lounge, surrounding Dustin. They were clearly ready for violence. Chapter 163. Ha ha ha. Dustin couldn't help but laugh when he saw the guards rush in. He was so furious that their actions felt almost comical to him. People always expected a respected family to care about their reputation. Who would have thought they would act so shamelessly? They not only broke their promise but also betrayed someone who had helped them when they needed it most. Now that things weren't going their way, they immediately resorted to violence and threats. It was truly tyrannical and despicable. "Caden Murray, are you really going to repay kindness with betrayal?" Dustin's eyes turned cold as a powerful aura surged from his body. "Young man, you should stop while you still can. $10 million is more than enough for you to live comfortably for the rest of your life. Don't be so greedy," Caden warned. People like him only cared about their own interests. It was obvious that he valued his relationship with the Horst family far more than an unknown doctor like Dustin. "Am I the greedy one, or are you just trying to take advantage of me?" Dustin shot back fiercely. "Do you really think I'm someone you can push around? Uncle Caden, why waste time on this loser?" Xavier said impatiently. "Just throw him out and be done with it." Xavier was burning with jealousy. Sheila had called Dustin a kind sir, something she had never once said to him. "I'll give you one last chance, kid," Caden said coldly. "Take the money and leave. I won't bring up today's incident again." "And I'll give you your last chance as well," Dustin replied firmly. "Hand over the Goserberry, or you'll regret it." "Ha! You really know how to push your luck." Caden finally lost his temper. He exchanged a look with Xavier. "Throw him out. Do whatever you want with him, just make sure he..." "Stop!" Lily suddenly shouted, her voice trembling with hurt and confusion. Caden sighed deeply, struggling to suppress his anger. Now is not the time for this. Take Sheila back to her room. Dustin remained standing, unshaken. He glanced at Lily and said calmly, "I'm not here to hurt anyone. I only wanted to help." Xavier burst into mocking laughter. "Help? Is that why you were throwing punches earlier? You really think you can take on all of us by yourself?" "I won't allow anyone to be bullied," Dustin replied coldly, "especially not Sheila." Suddenly, Lily stepped forward, her expression resolute. "Caden, we promised Dustin that we would support him. You can't just go back on your word." Caden's face darkened, inner turmoil flashing across his eyes. "This isn't just about promises, Lily. It's about our family's safety and reputation." "Safety?" Lily snapped. "By attacking the man who saved Sheila's life? You're better than this, Dad." Xavier smirked, clearly enjoying the tension. "Looks like a nice little family drama. How entertaining." At that moment, Sheila spoke up. Her voice was soft but firm. "Please, stop fighting. Dustin helped me. We should be grateful, not hostile." Caden's expression softened slightly, though he still refused to back down. "I understand, Sheila. But we have to think about the bigger picture." "I'm not your enemy," Dustin said, stepping forward. "I only want to do what's right." Lily nodded in agreement. "Attacking him won't solve anything." Caden rubbed his temples in frustration. "Fine. But if anything goes wrong, all of you will bear the consequences." Xavier rolled his eyes. "TCH. How boring. I was hoping for a real fight." "You can keep your fights," Dustin said coldly. "I'm here to protect those who need it." The atmosphere in the room shifted. The guards, still nursing their injuries from earlier, exchanged uneasy glances. It was clear that this matter was far from over. "Enough." Sheila stepped forward, her voice firm and emotional. "Dustin saved my life, and instead of thanking him, you turned on him with violence. When did you become so unreasonable?" Caden's face stiffened. He didn't care much about how others viewed him, but his daughter's opinion was different. He had always tried to hide his darker actions from Sheila. Today, however, he had been exposed. "Sheila, Uncle Caden had nothing to do with this," Xavier suddenly said, standing up. "I'm the one who wanted the gozerberry." Everyone turned to him. "I'm close to breaking through in my cultivation," Xavier continued. "The gozerberry is exactly what I need. That's why I asked Uncle Caden for it." "Even so, you shouldn't have used violence," Sheila said with a deep frown. "You don't understand." Xavier snapped. "I offered $10 million for it, but he rejected me and even insulted me. I couldn't swallow that." "I don't care," Sheila shouted. "You already agreed to give Dustin the gozerberry. You can't go back on your word." She stepped forward, snatched the box from Xavier's hands, and placed it into Dustin's. "Wait," Xavier looked helplessly at Caden. Caden's face darkened, but after a long pause, he shook his head. He wanted to maintain his image in front of Sheila, so he chose to let it go. "Dustin, I'm really sorry for what happened earlier," Sheila said sincerely. "My father wasn't thinking clearly. I apologize on his behalf and hope you can forgive him." Dustin felt a sense of calm as he looked at Lily and Sheila. He knew Caden was a piece of work, but these two were genuinely kind and reasonable. "Mr. Rhys, please accept the gozerberry," Lily said with a warm smile. "From this moment on, the Murray family owes you a favor." "There's no need for that," Dustin replied casually. "I only hope Mr. Murray won't try to take revenge later." "He won't," Sheila said firmly, glaring at Caden. "My father isn't that kind of person." Caden had no choice but to nod. "Today was a misunderstanding. Please don't take it to heart." "Very well. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving now," Dustin said as he turned to go. "Dustin, will we see each other again?" Sheila suddenly asked. "We'll let fate decide," he replied with a smile before walking out. Just as he reached the door, a quiet voice whispered near his ear, "You're lucky Sheila showed up when she did, you scoundrel. She just saved your ass." "You're the lucky one," Dustin scoffed. "If she hadn't arrived, you'd be in deep shit." Chapter 164. When Dustin arrived at Peaceful Medical Center, he noticed a shiny silver Bentley parked at the entrance. As he walked inside, he immediately spotted a striking woman. Her beautiful face, curvy figure, and charming smile made her impossible to ignore. "What brings you here, Miss Harmon?" Dustin asked, slightly surprised. Even though they were familiar with each other, her beauty still caught him off guard. "I'm here to see you, obviously," Natasha replied with mild annoyance. "You're always so busy and never come to see me. You can't really stop me from visiting, can you?" "That's not what I meant," Dustin said quickly. "How's everything going with Immortal? Are the results meeting your expectations?" "They're far better than I expected," Natasha said excitedly. "Immortal completely outperforms Eternimax. Once it hits the market, the profits will be insane." "That's great news," Dustin said with a satisfied smile. "Here, take a look at this," Natasha said, pulling a document from her bag. "What contract is this?" Dustin asked, confused. "You created Immortal's prescription," she explained. "I won't profit from your work alone. This is a partnership agreement. We split all future profits 50-50. "That's unnecessary," Dustin said, shaking his head. "I don't need anything from Immortal." "Are you serious?" Natasha scoffed. "I'm offering you money, so take it. Otherwise, I won't sleep well at night." "Well, fine," Dustin sighed, realizing resistance was useless. He signed the contract. "Oh, I almost forgot," Natasha said suddenly, her eyes sparkling. "I have another gift for you." "A gift?" Dustin raised an eyebrow. "What is it?" "Close your eyes first," she said mysteriously. "Oh." Without thinking too much, Dustin closed his eyes. A sweet fragrance filled the air. Then, warm lips pressed against his. Dustin froze. Before he could react, Natasha wrapped her arms tightly around his neck. The intoxicating scent overwhelmed his senses, and his mind went blank. At that moment, a Mercedes-Benz stopped outside the clinic. The door opened, and a graceful woman stepped out. It was Dahlia. She had come to apologize. After thinking about it day and night, she finally gathered the courage to face him. Taking a deep breath, she pushed the door open. "Dus," she began, then froze. The scene before her burned itself into her memory. Moments later, Natasha finally released Dustin when he ran out of breath. Even for someone as confident and strong as Natasha, this had been her first real kiss. "That was my first kiss," she said softly, her cheeks flushed. "It's my gift to you." Her eyes shone with warmth and affection, her rosy cheeks making her look irresistibly beautiful. Chapter 165. Dustin ran his fingers over his lips, savoring the lingering fragrance. His face grew warm. Having a kiss stolen in public was unbelievably embarrassing. "Humph." A cold scoff came from the doorway. Dustin looked up just in time to see Dahlia storming away, clearly furious. She jumped into her car, slammed the accelerator, and sped off in a flash. "Was that Dahlia?" Natasha asked with a teasing smile. "Looks like it," Dustin replied, still feeling a little dazed. "Aren't you going to chase after her and explain what she just saw?" Natasha raised an eyebrow. "What's there to explain?" Dustin said firmly. "We're divorced. I'm not cheating on her." "You do have a point," Natasha said with a smile. "You're with me now, so why bother explaining yourself to anyone else?" she thought. As they were speaking, another car pulled up at the entrance. The door opened, and a stocky middle-aged man walked in, scanning the room as he entered. It was Malcolm Shane. "Hey, isn't that Dr. Shane?" Natasha said in surprise. What's he doing here? Dr. Malcolm Shane was famous nationwide and recognized as one of the top acupuncture masters in the country. He was constantly sought after by wealthy elites and powerful figures. Mr. Rhys. I can't believe you're here. Malcolm's eyes lit up the moment he spotted Dustin, and he hurried over with a broad smile. Dr. Shane, it's an honor, Dustin said politely, though puzzled. What brings you here? Mr. Rhys, the venomous insect treatment you performed was astonishing. Malcolm said excitedly. I've never seen anything like it. I came here specifically to seek your guidance and learn from you. I hope you're willing to share some of your insights with me. Even Natasha was stunned. A legendary doctor like Malcolm Shane had come specifically to learn from Dustin. She knew Dustin was capable, but seeing someone of Malcolm's stature humble himself like this was still shocking. Dr. Shane, you're exaggerating, Dustin said modestly, waving his hand. You have far more experience than I do. I'm not sure I can teach you anything substantial, but I'll help however I can. For someone of Malcolm's status to ask for advice was no small thing. Most people in his position wouldn't even look twice at someone Dustin's age. Please don't be modest, Mr. Rhys, Malcolm said earnestly. Your medical skills are extraordinary. Especially your understanding of mystical techniques. I feel ashamed of my own limitations in that area. If you're interested in mystic medicine, Dustin said after a moment, I do have something that might help. He opened a drawer and took out an old, worn manuscript. This book records various methods for integrating mystic arts into medical practice. You're welcome to study it. Unbelievable! Malcolm exclaimed as he accepted the manuscript, his hands trembling with excitement. As he flipped through the pages, his expression grew more absorbed by the second. The deeper he read, the more captivated he became, completely losing track of time. Dr. Shane, Natasha said teasingly, since Dustin gave you such a valuable book, shouldn't you give something back? Oh! Right, of course. Malcolm exclaimed, patting his pockets until he produced a neatly wrapped case. He opened it, revealing a set of shimmering golden needles. Mr. Rhys, these needles are forged from mystical gold. They're immune to fire and water and incredibly durable. I've kept them for 10 years. They're extremely rare. Please accept them. Ah! Thank you, Dr. Shane. Natasha cut in cheerfully, snatching the case before Dustin could refuse. Golden needles made from mystical gold, these were treasures countless doctors dreamed of owning. Turning them down would have been stupid. Chapter 166. Malcolm was slightly stunned by how easily Natasha accepted the needles. He had expected at least a polite refusal. By the way, Dr. Shane, Natasha said casually, since you're good at judging valuable things, I'd like your opinion on something. Oh? Malcolm said confidently. Let me take a look. Natasha handed him a green pill. Malcolm examined it carefully, nodding as he did so. Crystal clear, radiant luster, and a pleasant aroma. This is no ordinary pill. Sharp eyes, Natasha said, giving him a thumbs up. This pill is called Immorchinol, she continued. It enhances beauty, promotes longevity, and slows aging. If you're not afraid it might be dangerous, you're welcome to try it. And what if it is dangerous? Malcolm laughed. I'm not afraid of poison. Without hesitation, he swallowed the pill. Almost instantly, a cool, refreshing sensation spread through his body, flowing through his limbs and organs. His mind cleared, and a powerful wave of vitality surged within him. Years of fatigue vanished in an instant. More importantly, the energy didn't fade, it continued nourishing his body from within. Malcolm realized that long-term use of this pill could completely transform a person's life. Incredible, he exclaimed. Absolutely incredible. This is a treasure. Miss, where did you get Immorchinol? Malcolm asked eagerly. Do you have more? I'll buy them, any price. He was rarely this excited, but Immorchinol's effects were far beyond anything he had ever encountered. Even Vitalitum, Dr. Watkins' prized medicine, couldn't compare. Immorchinol is still undergoing testing, Natasha said with a smile. We're not selling it yet. But since you like it, I can give you some. That's incredibly generous. Malcolm said gratefully. If I may ask, who created this miracle pill? I'd love to meet them. The genius behind it, Natasha said with a knowing smile, is standing right in front of you. You mean Mr. Rhys? Malcolm's eyes widened in disbelief. Medical treatment and pharmaceutical creation were completely different disciplines. Excelling in one didn't guarantee talent in the other. Someone skilled in both was almost unheard of, especially someone this young. I just stumbled upon a formula, Dustin said lightly. You're far too modest, Malcolm said solemnly. Even with a formula, creating something like this requires true genius. He bowed deeply. To meet someone of your caliber today is an honor. Dustin quickly helped him up. You flatter me, Dr. Shane. Just then, Natasha spoke again. Dr. Shane, would you be interested in working with us? Working together? Malcolm asked. In what way? You're a respected authority in medicine, Natasha explained. If you endorse Imorchinol, it will immediately gain credibility and attention. With Malcolm's influence, Imorchinol would easily enter elite circles and attract powerful clients. You're quite the businesswoman, Malcolm said thoughtfully. But what's in it for me? If you agree, Natasha said smoothly, you'll receive Imorchinol free of charge for an entire year, with priority access. More importantly, you'll be helping countless people. With your reputation, are you really willing to let such a medicine stay hidden? Malcolm pondered briefly. Very well, he said at last. I'll cooperate. After all, Dustin had given him an ancient manuscript. This was the least he could do in return. Thank you, Dr. Shane. Natasha said brightly. Imorchinol will officially launch in 2 days. Please come and support us then. Of course, Malcolm replied enthusiastically, completely unaware that he might regret this decision later. Meanwhile, in a lakeside mansion, Quentin stood to greet Mr. Wangley, an elderly man with snow-white eyebrows. Do we have the results? Quentin asked anxiously. He hadn't slept properly for 2 days because of Eternamax. Sir Hummer has agreed to cooperate, Mr. Wangley said after taking a sip of tea. But he has one condition. What is it? Quentin asked immediately. He wants you to pressure Natasha from all sides and force her to step down. Quentin burst into laughter. That was already my plan. Ever since childhood, Natasha had overshadowed him. The family had always favored her while ignoring his efforts. Now that Eternamax had slipped through their fingers, this was his chance to take back everything. How many boxes of Eternamax do you want to buy? Mr. Wangley asked cautiously. As many as possible, Quentin said decisively. Use all available funds. If it's not enough, borrow more. Isn't that too risky? Mr. Wangley asked, concerned. Risky? Quentin scoffed. The market research is solid. Wealthy investors are lining up for Eternamax. Buy low now, sell high later, we'll make a killing. He could already see it, 10-fold, 20-fold returns. Soon, he would control the family. And when that day came, even Natasha Harmon would have no choice but to bow her head. Chapter 167. 2 days later, the Hummers held a press conference to officially launch Eternamax at the Hillview Hotel. News of the event had been circulating for days, and the Hummers had spared no effort in promoting it. This miraculous drug, rumored to enhance beauty and extend lifespan, attracted enormous attention. The press conference venue was lavishly decorated and bustling with activity. Guests arrived one after another, quickly filling the hall. Around noon, a silver Bentley pulled up at the hotel entrance. Natasha stepped out gracefully, holding Dustin's arm. As always, Natasha instantly became the center of attention. Her stunning figure and captivating beauty made it impossible for anyone to look away. Dustin, dressed in a sharp three-piece suit, appeared handsome, composed, and confident. Natasha, what are you doing here? Quentin asked as he spotted them, approaching alongside Mr. Wangley. If you can be here, then so can I, Natasha replied casually. We received an invitation from Sir Hummer, Quentin said with a sly smile. Did you get one too? He was certain Edwin Hummer would never invite Natasha. I'm not here for Edwin's press conference, Natasha said with a shrug. So I don't need an invitation. Then why are you here? Quentin asked, frowning. Oh, I almost forgot to mention it, Natasha said lightly. I'm holding a press conference today as well, to launch a new drug. Quentin's expression stiffened. Yes, Natasha continued calmly. It's at the same hotel and on the same day as Edwin Hummer's. His is in basement level 3, and mine is on the 3rd floor. I made sure we wouldn't cross paths. What? You're holding a press conference too? Quentin was stunned. He had people monitoring Natasha closely for days, and none of them reported anything unusual. Yet she was suddenly announcing a press conference, on the same day and at the same location as Edwin's. It felt like a direct challenge. Natasha Harmon, what exactly are you plotting? Quentin demanded. You've got nothing left. How dare you challenge Edwin Hummer? This isn't something you need to worry about, Natasha replied calmly. If you have extra time, you should focus on yourself instead. What do you mean by that? Quentin frowned. I heard you bought a massive amount of Eternamax, planning to resell it for profit, Natasha said evenly. So what if I did? Quentin snapped. Just because you can't make money doesn't mean I can't. Since we're family, Natasha said with a faint smile, I suggest you sell those Eternamax stocks at a lower price before the press conference begins. Otherwise, you might lose everything before you even realize it. That's complete bullshit. Quentin scoffed. Eternamax is selling like crazy. People are lining up for it. You're just jealous. Whether you listen or not is up to you, Natasha said, no longer interested in arguing. She linked arms with Dustin, and the two walked into the hotel. Quentin watched them leave with a sneer. Humph. She really doesn't know her place. In his eyes, Natasha was simply making a desperate, last-ditch attempt to salvage her situation. As time passed, more and more elite guests arrived at Hillview Hotel. The Hummer's press conference was lively and crowded, filled with influential figures and non-stop chatter. In stark contrast, the Harmon's press conference was nearly empty. Aside from staff members and a few bodyguards, there was almost no one present. The atmosphere felt bleak and deserted. Yet Natasha appeared completely unconcerned. She sat beside Dustin, calmly sipping wine, relaxed and composed. Suddenly, Jessica and Ruth rushed in. Natasha! What the hell are you doing? Jessica exclaimed. Why would you hold a press conference without any preparation? She demanded. Are you out of your mind? I know exactly what I'm doing, Natasha replied calmly. You know what you're doing? Jessica snapped. Have you seen the Hummer's press conference? It's packed. And look at this place, there's no one here. If word gets out, the Harmon family will be the laughingstock of the entire industry. Not only had the Eternamax formula been stolen, but now Natasha was openly challenging the Hummers at the worst possible moment. Instead of keeping a low profile, she was practically inviting humiliation. Natasha, I don't understand, Ruth said anxiously. You've always been careful and strategic. Why would you make such a reckless decision? They already had Immorchanol. All Natasha needed to do was promote it properly, and they would still have a chance to compete. So why choose the most difficult path? Relax, Natasha said calmly. Sit down and have a drink. You'll understand soon enough. I'm curious to see what you're planning, Jessica said coldly as she sat down with folded arms. At that moment, Jessica secretly hoped no one would show up. If no one came, there would be no witnesses, and no gossip. Otherwise, Harmon Pharmaceuticals would be publicly humiliated. Just then, an overweight elderly man walked in, looking around in confusion. Is this the Harmon family's press conference? He asked. Why is it so empty? Dr. Shane. Jessica gasped. Dr. Malcolm Shane rarely appeared in public. He was known to reject invitations even from the Prime Minister. What was he doing here? Dr. Shane, welcome. Jessica hurried forward to greet him. But Malcolm didn't even glance at her. He walked straight past her and stopped in front of Dustin, smiling broadly. Mr. Rhys. You're here too. Malcolm exclaimed. That ancient manuscript you gave me was extraordinary. There are a few sections I still don't fully understand. Could you help me? Jessica stood frozen, completely speechless. The legendary Dr. Shane was asking Dustin for guidance. What the hell was going on? Chapter 168. Jessica remained rooted to the spot, struggling to process what she was seeing as Malcolm humbly sought advice from Dustin. She had never imagined that the proud and arrogant Dr. Malcolm Shane could behave this way. What shocked her even more was the person he was asking for help. Dustin Rhys, the man she had once dismissed as nothing more than a pretty face. I wouldn't say I'm qualified to give you advice, Dr. Shane, Dustin said with a polite smile. But I'm happy to exchange ideas. Excellent, Malcolm replied eagerly. He pulled out the ancient manuscript and immediately began pointing out the passages that confused him. This part is actually quite simple, Dustin explained. If you place 100 insects in a sealed container and let them fight, after a month, only one survives. That survivor is usually the most poisonous one. This poison insect can then be used to counteract other toxins. He continued, this section explains how to neutralize that insect's venom. You need to burn licorice root until it turns black, then grind it with soybeans to extract the juice. When consumed, it neutralizes the venom, but only for common poisonous insects. Dustin spoke calmly and confidently, answering every question with ease. As Malcolm listened, his confusion vanished. Ha ha ha. You truly are exceptionally talented. Malcolm exclaimed. I've learned so much today. He was so delighted that he nearly danced in place, completely abandoning the dignified image he usually maintained. Jessica stared in disbelief. Was this really the same Dr. Shane who always looked down on others? Right now, he looked like an overexcited student. And mystic arts? A respected medical authority was genuinely interested in something like that? Dr. Shane, Natasha said smoothly, stepping in, you can discuss this further with Dustin later. We need to focus on the press conference now. Oh, right, Malcolm said, realizing he had gotten carried away. Just tell me what you need me to do. There's nothing complicated, Natasha replied. Just sit on the stage. If you see anyone you know, feel free to greet them. That's it? Malcolm asked, surprised. That's it, Natasha confirmed. No problem at all. Malcolm said cheerfully, taking a seat on the stage and returning to his manuscript. Natasha, Jessica said quietly, even if you manage to invite Dr. Shane, do you really think that alone is enough to challenge Edwin Hummer? While she was impressed, she doubted Malcolm's presence could tip the scales. In the end, product quality would decide everything. We'll know soon enough, Natasha replied calmly. She glanced at her watch, then looked at Dustin. Dustin nodded in understanding and immediately took out his phone to make a call. Meanwhile, at the Hummer's press conference. Chapter 169. Edwin looked around the busy hall and smiled broadly. Everything was going exactly as he had planned. After today's product launch, Eternamax would gain a stellar reputation. He dreamed big, intending to market Eternamax not only in Swinton but across all 13 cities in the south. Sir Hummer. Congratulations on your launch. Quentin and his friends approached Edwin, who was still grinning. Oh, it's Mr. Harmon. Please, have a seat, Edwin welcomed him warmly. Sir Hummer, Eternamax is truly a remarkable herb. Everyone is talking about how wonderful it is. Just look at this crowd. They came in large numbers after hearing about its benefits. Quentin praised enthusiastically. Edwin replied, if the product is good, customers will naturally come back. Mr. Harmon, I see you've stocked up well. It looks like you're set to make a huge profit this time. It's all thanks to you, Sir Hummer. We're all in this together to make money. Quentin laughed. By the way, have you heard any news about Natasha? Edwin asked suddenly. Quentin's face lit up with a mischievous grin. Speaking of her, I just heard that Natasha plans to hold a press conference at the exact same time and place as yours. Oh? Is she trying to challenge me? Why didn't I know about this? Edwin was taken aback. Not just you. I don't think anyone in Swinton knows about it. I checked, no one is attending her press conference at all. What a joke. Quentin scoffed. If no one is going, why is she even holding a press conference? Edwin wondered aloud. She's probably frustrated with you and thought this would cause trouble. Looks like her plan is backfiring instead, Quentin replied. He then laughed and added, I never thought Natasha would make such a stupid move. Does she really believe she can fix everything just by using the Harmon family's name? How naive. Edwin shook his head, secretly looking down on Natasha. To him, Natasha Harmon, the so-called queen of the business world, was nothing special at all. Sir Hummer, why don't we go watch the spectacle ourselves? Quentin suggested. I have important guests arriving soon, so I can't leave right now. You go ahead and say hello to Natasha for me, Edwin replied calmly. Alright, I'll go have some fun. I'll update you later, Quentin said before leaving. Before long, Quentin and Mr. Wangley arrived at the Harmon family's press conference. As they entered, they found the hall mostly empty, with only a handful of people present. Cousin, I didn't expect you'd actually go through with this press conference. But why is no one here? What exactly are you doing? Quentin teased as he walked in. Didn't you come here? Aren't you a human? Natasha shot back coldly. Quentin's lips twitched, but he continued sarcastically, wow, it's really empty. Should I bring some friends over to help liven the place up? Even as he spoke, the sneer on his face was impossible to hide. Thank you for the offer, but it's not necessary. My guests will arrive soon, Natasha replied with a faint smile. Cousin, you really shouldn't be so stubborn. How do you expect to compete with Edwin with such a pathetic turnout? Honestly, you should just admit defeat, Quentin said with a smirk. Well, it looks like you're enjoying yourself, Ruth chimed in. Ruth, I'm doing this for your sister's sake. We should cut our losses now instead of embarrassing ourselves later. I've bought a massive amount of Eternamax, and I'm definitely going to make a fortune, Quentin said confidently. Ruth was stunned. You bought Eternamax? How much did you buy? Quentin puffed out his chest proudly. I invested all my money and even took out loans to buy it. This time, I'm going to make a killing. He was clearly waiting for praise. Ruth slapped her forehead and sighed heavily. It's all over. Eternamax was a complete disaster. Quentin had made a massive mistake, buying so much Eternamax, especially with borrowed money. What an absolute fool. Chapter 170. What do you mean? Can't you explain yourself clearly? I'm about to strike it rich. Quentin rolled his eyes. With Eternamax becoming so popular, he was convinced he would make a fortune. These people clearly didn't understand business. Didn't you warn our cousin not to buy Eternamax? Ruth asked as she looked at Natasha. I did, but he refused to listen. There was nothing more I could do, Natasha shrugged. While there's still time, sell all your Eternamax, even at a low price. It's better than getting nothing back, Ruth advised. Sell at a low price? Are you insane? This is my chance to multiply my net worth tenfold. There's no way I'm backing out now, Quentin snapped. Cousin, I don't think you're multiplying anything. You're far more likely to go bankrupt. Don't you know my sister has developed a new drug called Imorchinol? Ruth said, shaking her head. What the hell is Imorchinol? I've never even heard of it, Quentin sneered. Imorchinol has the same benefits as Eternamax, but it works far better and costs less. Just imagine what will happen once it enters the market, Ruth explained. What bullshit. There's no drug in this world that can compare to Eternamax. Do you think I'm stupid? Quentin scoffed. It's true. I've tried it myself. Ruth insisted anxiously. Enough. Quentin interrupted coldly. Ruth, I always thought you were honest. I never expected you to lie just to support your sister. Humph. If you don't believe me, then forget it. Ruth snorted and turned away, refusing to say another word. Quentin was impossible to reason with. She had said everything she needed to say. If he refused to listen, that was his problem. You should all focus on bringing more people here instead of worrying about me. Look at this press conference, it's emptier than a ghost town. What a fucking embarrassment, Quentin said coldly, dripping with sarcasm. Who said we don't have any guests? Natasha suddenly pointed toward the entrance. Look, they're here. Everyone turned to see several well-dressed individuals walking in, scanning the room as if searching for someone. Excuse me, is Dr. Shane here? One of them asked. We heard Dr. Shane developed a medicine called Amorchinol that can help people stay youthful and live longer. Is that true? Another asked excitedly. Of course it's true. Dr. Shane is seated right on the stage, Natasha replied with a smile as she stood up. Oh? The group leaned forward, their faces lighting up with excitement. It really is Dr. Shane. We came to the right place, one of them exclaimed. I didn't believe the rumors at first, but they're true, another added. They chatted excitedly among themselves. Meeting a legendary expert like Dr. Malcolm Shane was incredibly rare. Dr. Shane? Quentin frowned and looked again. On the stage sat a plump old man reading a book. Quentin hadn't paid him any attention earlier, but now he clearly recognized him. It was the famous miracle doctor, Dr. Malcolm Shane. What the hell was going on? Did Natasha actually manage to invite Dr. Shane? As more guests poured in, the hall quickly filled. At first, people were skeptical, but once they confirmed Dr. Shane's presence, their doubts vanished. His reputation alone was proof of Amorchinol's effectiveness. Quentin's heart sank. Is this even possible? Could Amorchinol really be better than Eternamax? He tried to remain calm, but as the crowd grew louder and more excited, his panic became obvious. It's time to begin, Natasha said, signaling the butler to bring out the prepared Amorchinol. With a radiant smile, she stepped onto the stage beside Dr. Shane. Ladies and gentlemen, today's main highlight is this new drug, Amorchinol. It is a breakthrough medicine developed by Harman Pharmaceuticals in collaboration with top medical experts, including Dr. Shane. Amorchinol not only helps extend lifespan but also offers powerful anti-aging and health benefits. It's suitable for everyone, regardless of age or gender. The results speak for themselves, and your feedback is what truly matters, Natasha said swiftly as the butler distributed the pills. Each guest received one. The moment they took it, the hall erupted. Oh my God! This stuff is incredible, someone shouted. I feel so energized. I haven't felt this young in years, another exclaimed. Honey, your skin looks brighter, and your dark circles are gone, someone cried out. The guests buzzed with excitement. Many had come because of Dr. Shane's reputation, but now they were completely convinced by Amorchinol's effects. Amorchinol. This is insane, Quentin muttered in disbelief. Despite his growing panic, he immediately swallowed a pill. A surge of warmth spread through his body. His strength returned, and his energy skyrocketed. This drug was terrifyingly effective. How is this even possible? Quentin's face turned deathly pale. Natasha hadn't been bluffing, she had truly developed a superior drug in just a few days. Amorchinol was far better than Eternamax. Panic seized him. He grabbed Mr. Wangely and hissed urgently, "Sell the Eternamax, now! Drop the price, dump everything. If we don't get rid of it immediately, we're completely fucked." Chapter 171. At the Hummer family's press conference, the once crowded hall began to empty out. At first, everyone had been excitedly discussing Eternamax, but before long, the topic of conversation shifted. Hey, did you hear? The Harmon family just held a press conference for their new product, Immorchinol. They teamed up with Dr. Shane, and it sounds insane. People are saying it's the best supplement ever. Really? Can it actually compete with Eternamax? Compete? Eternamax can't hold a fucking candle to Immorchinol. My friend's great-aunt took just one pill and jumped straight out of her wheelchair. Bullshit. Are you serious? Don't believe me? Go see it for yourself. As news of Immorchinol spread, more and more people left to attend the Harmon family's press conference. The Hummer family's event quickly thinned out, and Edwin finally noticed something was wrong. Butler, what the hell is going on? Why are so many guests leaving? Edwin demanded. I'm not sure, sir. It's very strange, the butler replied, clearly confused. Stop standing there like an idiot. Go find out what's happening. Edwin snapped. Yes, sir. The butler hurried off. He returned moments later, sweating profusely. Sir Hummer. Bad news. Natasha is launching a new product called Immorchinol, and almost all the guests have gone to her press conference. What? Edwin's face darkened. We poured so much time and money into marketing. How the hell did Natasha steal my clients? It's because of Dr. Shane. People are rushing over because Immorchinol was developed by the Harmon family together with Dr. Shane, the butler explained, wiping sweat from his forehead. Dr. Shane, Edwin muttered. Shane? Let's go see this shit for ourselves, Edwin said grimly. His curiosity, and suspicion, wouldn't let it go. Eternamax had been a top-secret project developed over many years. Even if it involved Dr. Shane, there was no way a new medicine could rival Eternamax after just a few days. When Edwin arrived, he was stunned. The Harmon family's press conference was buzzing with energy, far more lively than his own. Influential figures and celebrities filled the hall, and everyone who tried Immorchinol praised it endlessly. Feeling uneasy, Edwin stopped a young man passing by. Hey, did you take Immorchinol? He asked. Yeah, I did. Why? The young man replied casually. What do you think of its effects? Edwin asked. The effects? They're fucking incredible, the man exclaimed. Is it really that good? How does it compare to Eternamax? Edwin pressed. Eternamax, the young man laughed. Nobody gives a shit about that anymore. Edwin's eyes widened in disbelief. Unwilling to accept it, he questioned several others. Every single answer was the same. This is impossible, Edwin thought darkly. How the hell can a new medicine compete with Eternamax? As he watched the crowd cheer and praise Immorchinol, irritation crept into his chest. After a brief pause, Edwin leaned toward his butler and whispered something. The butler nodded immediately and slipped away. As time passed, the excitement at the Harmon family's press conference gradually began to die down. Chapter 172. The atmosphere at the Harmon family's press conference remained lively, until a sudden scream ripped through the crowd. Everyone turned to see an elderly man collapse to the floor. His body convulsed violently, foam spilling from his mouth. Within seconds, he lost consciousness. Dad! Dad! Wake up! Please wake up, a middle-aged man screamed in terror as he rushed forward. I'm a doctor. Let me check him, a bald man said as he pushed through the crowd. He examined the old man's breathing and pulse carefully. After a moment, his expression turned grim. He shook his head slowly. He's dead. Dead? The crowd gasped in horror. How could this happen? He looked perfectly fine just moments ago. This makes no sense. He didn't look sick at all. Could it have been a heart attack? Suspicious murmurs spread rapidly through the crowd. No! That's impossible, the middle-aged man shouted, his face twisted with grief. My father was healthy. We took him for regular checkups, there was nothing wrong with him. It looks like poisoning, the bald doctor said seriously. Did he consume anything unusual today? We didn't eat anything today, the man replied, then froze. Wait, my father took Imorchinol earlier. And now he's dead. That medicine must be toxic. Toxic? The crowd erupted in shock. After all, they had all taken the same medicine. How could this happen? Natasha frowned deeply. No matter what the real cause was, an incident like this could completely destroy Harmon Pharmaceuticals' reputation. Once the word toxic spread, Imorchinol would be finished. This is your fault, the middle-aged man roared at Natasha. You sold fake medicine and killed my father. You owe me his life. He lunged toward her, but the Harmon family's bodyguards quickly restrained him. The cause of death hasn't been determined yet, Natasha said firmly. We must investigate whether it's related to Imorchinol. There's nothing to investigate, the man screamed. Everyone saw it. My father was fine before taking your medicine, and right after he took it, he fucking died. You murdered my father. You heartless bitch. You killed him for money. He collapsed beside the body, sobbing uncontrollably. My father died for nothing. I couldn't even avenge him. I hope the heavens give you justice. The tragic scene moved many to tears. As the man cried, the crowd's attitude toward Natasha shifted, from admiration to open hostility. Natasha! I never thought you'd be this disgusting. Quentin shouted angrily. Selling fake medicine just to make money, how fucking shameless can you be? Stop talking nonsense, Natasha said coldly. Imorchinol is not poisonous. Then explain why that old man dropped dead right after taking your medicine. Quentin shot back. Natasha fell silent, unable to respond immediately. The old man's death has nothing to do with Imorchinol, Dustin said calmly, stepping forward after observing quietly. Who the hell are you to claim the medicine is innocent? Quentin sneered. I can prove it wasn't caused by Imorchinol, Dustin said confidently. If you don't believe me, I can ask the old man myself. He stepped forward, his expression calm and unwavering. Chapter 173. Ask the old man. Quentin looked shocked at first, then his expression turned serious. Are you kidding me? The old man is dead. How can you ask him anything? He might be dead, but his body is still warm. I have a way to bring him back to life, Dustin said with a slight smile. That's ridiculous. Do you think you're a god? Bringing the dead back to life? You might as well say you can fly. Quentin laughed mockingly. Who does this young man think he is, talking like that? Someone in the crowd questioned. Exactly. Even Dr. Shane wouldn't claim he could do something like that. This kid is full of shit, another voice chimed in. I think he just wants to impress Miss Harmon, someone else added. The people around Dustin were filled with doubt and scorn. How could he possibly bring someone back to life? It sounded completely impossible. Whether it's nonsense or not, we'll find out soon enough, Dustin replied calmly as he approached the old man. Hey! What do you think you're doing? Don't mess around. My father's body is still warm, and I've already called the police, the middle-aged man warned anxiously. Calm down. I just want to take a look at your father. Maybe I can help you get the justice you deserve, Dustin said. I don't even know you. Why should I let you touch him? The middle-aged man shouted. Mr. Rhys is the chief physician of Harmon Pharmaceuticals. If your father truly died because of Imorchinol, we are prepared to take full responsibility, Natasha spoke up, supporting Dustin without hesitation. All right. If he's really a doctor, then let him take a look, the middle-aged man finally relented. If it was really Imorchinol that killed him, we'll support you, many others echoed. Dustin noticed the man hesitating and said calmly, do you really want your father to die without knowing the truth? Fine. I want to see what you can do, the middle-aged man gritted his teeth and stepped aside. Dustin crouched down and examined the body briefly. No breathing, no pulse. At first glance, this old man is indeed dead. Since there's foam at his mouth, it appears he died from poisoning. Did you hear that? The Harmon family's doctor said it was poisoning. My father was poisoned by amorchinol, the middle-aged man shouted. The crowd gasped in shock. Whispering spread as people pointed fingers at Natasha, their eyes filled with suspicion. Dustin! What the hell are you saying? Did you even examine him properly? You're deliberately blaming the Harmons. Jessica hissed in a low voice. She began to suspect that Dustin might be a spy sent by the Hummer family. At such a critical moment, he claimed the old man died from poisoning. Wasn't he just pouring fuel on the fire? Cousin, your boyfriend is a complete idiot, Quentin sneered. By saying that, he's accusing you of selling fake medicine that killed someone. Could anyone be this stupid? He was only making things worse. This is getting interesting, Edwin thought to himself as he observed from the crowd. He hadn't expected Dustin to make such a mess. This was far more entertaining than he imagined. Judging by your reactions, it seems you all believe what I said, right? Dustin asked, looking directly at the middle-aged man. Of course we believe you. You're brave enough to expose the dark secrets of the Harmon family, the man exclaimed enthusiastically. As he spoke, a brief smile flickered across his face before quickly disappearing. Dustin noticed it. Since you believe me, I'll now save your father, Dustin said with a wicked grin. Save him? My father is already dead. How the hell are you going to save him? The man asked in disbelief. I have my methods, Dustin replied confidently. Suddenly, he slapped the old man hard across the face. Smack! The dentures flew out and landed straight into someone's glass. Before anyone could react, Dustin kept slapping him again and again. The old man's cheeks swelled rapidly, and blood began dripping from his nose. Are you fucking crazy? Why are you hitting my father? The middle-aged man screamed, his face turning pale. I'm saving him. This is a secret technique for reviving the dead. You'll see soon enough, Dustin said, delivering a few more vicious slaps. The old man's head puffed up like a balloon, tears streaming down his face. Stop it, you lunatic. Stop it, the middle-aged man roared and rushed forward, but Dustin shoved him away effortlessly. Is this guy really a doctor? I've never seen anyone save a person like this, someone muttered. What kind of fucked up technique is this? He's just beating a corpse, another exclaimed. Is he insane? How can a doctor act like this? The man is already dead, and he's still hitting him. The Harmon family is rotten to the core. This doctor is a madman. The crowd erupted in anger. In their eyes, even the dead deserved dignity. Beating a corpse like this was utterly inhumane. This bastard has lost his mind. First they kill my father, now they abuse his body. Is there no justice left in this world? The middle-aged man collapsed to the ground, wailing. Dustin, stop. Jessica's face turned ghostly pale. He's completely lost it. Quentin shook his head. What is happening? Ruth murmured, utterly confused. This is getting even more interesting, Edwin said with a grin. Just as everyone thought Dustin had truly gone mad, a loud gasp rang out. Wait, did his finger just move? Did you see that too? I thought I imagined it. Not just his fingers. He's crying. The crowd froze, staring at the body in disbelief. Could slapping someone really bring them back to life? He's tougher than I expected, Dustin said with a smirk, finally stopping. Looks like I need stronger measures. Ruth, bring me my knife, the one I use for butchering pigs. I'll cut his head open to wake him up. The moment he said that, the corpse suddenly screamed and sat upright. Chapter 174. When the old man suddenly sat up, the entire hall exploded in shock. Several women screamed hysterically. It's a zombie, someone shouted. The crowd scattered in panic. No one had expected the motionless body to come back to life. It was absolutely terrifying. Dad? Why, you're not dead, the middle-aged man pretended to be shocked. No. I'm not dead, the old man replied awkwardly. Without his dentures and with his swollen face, his speech was slurred and ridiculous. My God! He actually brought a dead man back to life. I can't believe my eyes. Is this what doctors are capable of now? The hall descended into chaos as people stared at the very much alive old man. Hey, I saved your father's life. Is it too much to ask for a thank you? Dustin grinned. You asshole. Even if my father survived, it was pure luck. Immorchinol is still poisonous, the man shouted angrily. That's right. I felt like shit after taking your medicine. My whole body still hurts, the old man complained. After such an ordeal, he was determined to squeeze compensation out of them. Oh? Where exactly do you feel uncomfortable? Let me check, Dustin said, stepping closer. The old man panicked and retreated. What are you doing? Stay the hell away from me. Relax. You're not fully healed yet. Let me make sure you recover properly, Dustin said calmly. At that moment. Dustin. The knife you wanted. Ruth rushed over, holding a large kitchen knife. Perfect. It's bigger than my usual one, but it'll do just fine for cracking open a skull, Dustin said, swinging it casually. Crack open my skull? The old man nearly pissed himself. Son, we need to go to the hospital right now. Yes. Let's go to the hospital, the middle-aged man quickly tried to help him escape. Did I say you could leave? Dustin stepped forward, grabbed the old man by the hair, and yanked him back. I never abandon my patients, alive or dead. He waved the knife menacingly. Please. I'm not sick. I'm completely fine, the old man begged, trembling. Stop lying. Everyone saw your condition earlier, Dustin said coldly. That's right. If you're sick, get treated properly, someone in the crowd said. Trust the doctor. He knows what he's doing, others echoed. I'm fine. I swear, the old man cried. Lie down. Don't move, Dustin ordered. Make the incision, he said calmly. Let him go. You'll kill him, the middle-aged man screamed, but the bodyguards restrained him. Based on my diagnosis, your condition is extremely serious. We'll start by opening your skull, then your abdomen. Dustin raised the knife. Wait. Stop. I'm not sick, the old man screamed. I was paid to pretend to be dead. Paid? Pretend? The crowd erupted. You scamming pieces of shit. How dare you cause trouble here? We should beat them to death. Get rid of them. Chaos exploded. Who hired you? Dustin pressed the knife against the old man's neck. I don't know. We were just paid, the old man sobbed. Please spare us, the middle-aged man begged. Take them away, Natasha ordered coldly. She already knew who was behind it. Useless trash, Edwin sneered as he left. It's over, Quentin muttered, his face pale. All his hopes were crushed. Dustin, how did you know he was faking? Ruth asked. He was holding his breath. A cheap trick, Dustin replied calmly. Thank goodness you figured it out, Ruth sighed. Mr. Rhys, you're incredible. Malcolm praised eagerly. Dr. Shane, he was just lucky, Jessica snapped. Without you, Immorchinol wouldn't even exist. What nonsense. I didn't make Immorchinol, Malcolm frowned. What? Jessica froze. The real genius is standing right next to you, Malcolm scoffed. Jessica was completely stunned. Chapter 175. After the Stormy incident, the Harmon family's press conference went smoothly. In contrast, the Hummer family's press conference ended in complete disaster. The launch of Immorchinol dealt a heavy blow to Eternamax's sales. Compared to a new drug that was more effective and cheaper, Eternamax instantly became obsolete. The Hummer family couldn't sell Eternamax at all. Large quantities of the product piled up in storage, slowly expiring. Edwin's carefully laid plans turned into a total failure. Although this setback didn't shake the Hummer family's foundation, it still caused massive financial losses. After the press conference ended, Dustin was preparing to leave when Ruth stopped him at the door. "Dustin, I need a favor," she said. "What is it?" Dustin asked, raising an eyebrow. "I'm attending a class reunion later. Come with me and act as my bodyguard," Ruth said bluntly. "The Harmon family has plenty of bodyguards. Why do you need me?" "I'm not interested," Dustin replied. "None of them are as capable as you," Ruth said honestly. "There's an annoying guy in my class who keeps chasing me. I told him I have a boyfriend, but he doesn't believe me. That's why I need you." "So you want to use me as a shield?" Dustin shrugged. "That makes me even less interested. Come on. Aren't we friends? You won't help me with something this small? Where's your loyalty?" Ruth frowned. "What nonsense are you talking about?" "Don't say things like that," Dustin said nervously, glancing around. "Stop pretending you don't care," Ruth pressed. She crossed her arms smugly. "You definitely heard me." Dustin opened his mouth to explain, but Ruth cut him off. "I don't care. If you don't help me, I'll tell my mom." "What?" Dustin froze. Fine. I'll go with you. Are you satisfied now?" He was genuinely surprised that this girl would threaten him like that. Still, he couldn't help but admire her persistence. "That's more like it." Ruth smirked and dragged Dustin out. That evening, they arrived at Phoenix Karaoke, inside a private room. Sheila sat on the couch, resting her chin in her hands, looking bored. Nearby, a group of young men and women were singing loudly and drinking, having a great time. "Sheila, you said you were bored staying at the villa. I took a big risk sneaking you out, so why do you still look miserable?" Claudia asked, puzzled. Sheila used to be lively and cheerful, but ever since her illness was cured, she had been acting strange. For days, she had little appetite and seemed lost in thought. "Maybe my body hasn't fully recovered yet," Sheila replied lazily. "Is that really it?" Claudia asked skeptically. "Can I ask you something?" A young man suddenly spoke up with a bright smile. "Did you tell Ruth about this gathering?" "I haven't been able to contact her recently." "Of course I did. We're good friends, I wouldn't leave her out," Sheila nodded. "That's great. It's been a while since I last saw her." "I wonder how she's been," the man said with relief. "Nigel, you should give up on Ruth. She's not interested in you," Sheila said bluntly. "Where there's a will, there's a way. One day she'll understand my feelings," Nigel replied stubbornly. "Your feelings?" Claudia sneered. "You change girlfriends more often than people change clothes." "Claudia. That's bullshit. I'm loyal." Nigel protested awkwardly. "Alright, fine. You're loyal. You're not a playboy," Claudia waved him off. Her main concern was Sheila's safety, not meddling in romantic nonsense. Just then, the private room door swung open. Ruth walked in gracefully, followed closely by Dustin. "Ruth! You're finally here. Come sit down." Nigel exclaimed excitedly as he poured her a glass of juice. "Dustin?" Sheila suddenly stood up, eyes wide with surprise. Claudia was startled by Sheila's sudden energy. Something felt off. Sheila stared at Dustin, who stood near the doorway. Claudia frowned. "Does Sheila like him?" "Dustin, why are you here?" Sheila asked happily, nearly ignoring Ruth. "Ms. Murray?" Dustin was surprised. He hadn't expected to see her. "You two know each other?" Ruth asked, stunned. "I got sick a few days ago, and Dustin treated me," Sheila said sweetly. "Oh? Looks like fate brought you together again," Ruth said knowingly. "Yes. It must be destiny." Sheila smiled brightly. "Nigel, who is this guy?" Nigel squinted at Dustin with clear disdain. The atmosphere grew tense as both women focused on Dustin. Ruth stood very close to him, which made Nigel extremely jealous. "Oh, I forgot to introduce him," Ruth said proudly. "This is my boyfriend, Dustin." "Boyfriend?" Nigel's face darkened. Sheila's smile vanished instantly. Disappointment washed over her. She couldn't believe her close friend had already claimed him. Chapter 176. "Ruth, when did you get a boyfriend? Why didn't you tell me?" Nigel snapped, glaring at Dustin. "Do I need your permission to date someone?" Ruth rolled her eyes. "Stop overestimating yourself." "I'm just worried you might be getting scammed," Nigel sneered. "There are plenty of pretty boy frauds who live off women." "That's bullshit. Dustin isn't like that," Sheila blurted out. Everyone turned to look at her. Realizing she'd spoken too hastily, Sheila lowered her head. "Ms. Murray, what's that sachet around your neck?" Dustin suddenly asked. "What's wrong with it?" Sheila lifted it curiously. "Throw it away." "There's something off about it," Dustin said seriously. "What nonsense?" Claudia snapped. "It calms the nerves and improves sleep." "I'm just stating the truth," Dustin replied calmly. "If you don't know what you're talking about, shut up and stop acting smart," Claudia fired back. "Claudia." Sheila frowned. "Enough," Ruth intervened. "It's just a sachet. Let's sit down and have fun." Dustin felt isolated. Claudia shot him a hostile look and turned away. "Claudia, who the hell is this guy?" Nigel asked coldly. "He's just a countryside doctor." "Nothing special," Claudia replied dismissively. "Skilled with hidden weapons," she added flatly. "So he's just a doctor?" Nigel sneered. "Kid, take my advice, leave before you embarrass yourself. You don't belong here." "That's right," a woman in a yellow dress mocked. "A nobody like you doesn't deserve Ruth." "Oh? So what?" Dustin replied calmly. "Do you see Mr. Lincoln's Patek Philippe? You'll never earn that kind of money in your entire life," she scoffed. "Oh? So what?" Dustin repeated. "You don't even understand Mr. Lincoln's background," she continued arrogantly. "His family controls billions in Millsburg real estate, with ties everywhere." "Oh? So what?" "He graduated from Oxford, earns millions annually, and practices martial arts. He was even invited into the Martial Arts Association." "Oh? So what?" "With his status, you're nothing but trash compared to him," she snapped. "Oh? So what? Can you say anything else?" she exploded, face flushed with rage. "Punk, you think playing dumb will save you?" Nigel sneered. "No matter what, you'll always be beneath me." "Oh, really?" Dustin replied calmly. Nigel clenched his fists, irritated beyond belief. Suddenly, loud shouts erupted outside. "Stop! This room is reserved. Surround them." The door burst open as masked assassins dressed in black stormed in, instantly overwhelming the bodyguards. "Who the hell are you? Get out," the woman in yellow screamed. "Shut the fuck up," the leader barked, slapping her aside. "Our target is Sheila Murray. Everyone else, get lost," he announced. Nigel stepped forward angrily. "You want to take her? You're looking for death." "Oh? Playing the hero?" the assassin mocked. "So what if I am?" Nigel puffed out his chest. "You stupid bastard. Kill him," the leader ordered. Nigel charged forward confidently. Within seconds, he knocked them all down. The crowd erupted. "Mr. Lincoln is incredible." "These idiots are nothing," Nigel said smugly. Before he could enjoy it. Bam! A massive fist smashed into his face. Nigel staggered back as blood poured from his nose. His moment of glory shattered instantly. Chapter 179. How is this possible?" Nigel gasped, his mouth hanging open in disbelief. He was finally seeing the true power of the four scoundrels. Any one of them could have easily killed him. It was almost cruel fate that someone like him, an expert, had been defeated by a doctor everyone had looked down on. It was unbelievable. How can this guy be so strong? Claudia muttered, eyes wide. At first, she had thought Dustin was just a shady character relying on dirty tricks. She never expected him to be this skilled in martial arts. He was even stronger than her. Seeing his abilities, she realized she was no longer the best among men. Dustin is amazing. Sheila cheered, eyes sparkling. The other girls exchanged looks and began to admire him as well. Feeling their attention, Dustin walked toward Brent and asked calmly, "Who sent you here? Today's my day of reckoning anyway. Just kill me." Brent shouted through clenched teeth. "Killing you won't get me anywhere. If you talk, I'll let you live," Dustin replied. "I'll die anyway if I tell the truth," Brent said firmly. "You mean the spider venom in your stomach?" Dustin asked, raising an eyebrow. He produced a golden needle and stabbed it into Brent's abdomen. Immediately, a bulge appeared, writhing violently as if something inside was struggling for life. After moments, it stilled. Dustin carefully withdrew the needle, now stained with black liquid. "The venom is gone. You should be able to speak now," he said flatly. Brent's face drained of color. He realized the four scoundrels had been controlled by venom, forced to obey. Any attempt to resist caused agony worse than death. They had tried countless methods to remove it, all failing and often worsening the pain. But Dustin had done it with a single needle. It felt miraculous. "I specialize in poisons and venoms. If you want your freedom, you have to be honest," Dustin said coldly. Brent hesitated, then finally relented. "All right. I'll tell you everything, but you must spare both of us." Who would choose death over life? "Deal," Dustin nodded. "To be honest, the person who ordered us to kidnap you was..." Before Brent could finish, the door burst open. Xavier charged in with a squad of elite guards. His eyes locked on Brent. "It's the four scoundrels again. Die!" Xavier shouted, smashing his fists into Brent's skull. Blood sprayed as Brent crumpled. "Ha!" Dustin narrowed his eyes. Had Xavier killed him to keep him silent? "Sheila! Claudia! Are you okay?" Xavier wiped blood from his hands after finishing Brent off. "We're fine." Dustin came just in time, Sheila said, forcing a smile. "Dustin?" Xavier's head snapped toward him. "What are you doing here?" "What a coincidence," Dustin said casually. "Coincidence? You were at Sheila's ambush before, and now you're here again. How is that a coincidence?" Xavier growled. "What's your point?" Dustin replied. "You're working with the four scoundrels to get close to Sheila," Xavier accused. "It's not like that," Sheila began, but Xavier cut her off. "Don't be naive, Sheila. We don't know this man's intentions. We need to interrogate him for your safety. Get him." Elite guards readied their guns. "Stop. I brought Dustin here and I vouch for him. He's not a bad guy." Ruth stepped forward. "Whether he's bad or not, we'll find out when we catch him." Xavier snapped. "Are you blind? Can't you see you're tormenting an innocent man?" Ruth snapped back. "Who are you to lecture me? Leave!" Xavier barked, signaling his guards. Ruth was slapped hard across the face, stumbling to the ground. Bright red fingerprints marked her cheek. "Ha!" Dustin's eyes darkened with anger. "Are you insane, Xavier? Why hit my friend?" Sheila yelled, helping Ruth up. "I'm protecting you, Sheila. I won't let suspicious people escape. If I have to be the villain today, fine. Arrest that punk. If he resists, kill him," Xavier ordered. Dustin snorted coldly. He flicked his fingers. Phew! 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 Golden needles shot from his fingers, hitting guards' acupuncture points. They froze instantly. Do you want to die? Xavier roared, drawing his gun. Dustin flicked 2 needles toward him. One hit his shoulder, the other his neck. Xavier froze, unable to move. What sorcery is this? He gasped. You're not as skilled as you think, yet you attack and insult others, Dustin said coldly, approaching him. Rhys! Let me go, or I swear I'll kill you. Xavier shouted. You dare threaten me? This is what you get for speaking out of turn. Dustin scoffed, raising his hand. He slapped Xavier again. This is for cursing me. Then a hard second slap, and this is for touching a woman. A third followed, and this is for your audacity. Slap after slap, Dustin showed no mercy. Each word came with a hit. The tension in the room grew unbearable. And this is for your stupid face. Dustin yelled, slamming Xavier to the floor. For a moment, the room was silent. Chapter 180. Everyone stared at Xavier, beaten and bruised. No one expected Dustin to slap him, Xavier, heir of the Horst family, untouchable and powerful. Why, you dare hit me? Xavier tried to sound tough, but fury and pain contorted his face. I'm not just hitting you, I'm breaking your hands. Dustin snorted, stomping hard on Xavier's wrist. Crack! Arg! Xavier screamed, sweat pouring down his face. He couldn't move. Stop! Rhys! Do you know who he is? Claudia shouted. I don't care. Anyone who messes with me pays, Dustin said calmly. Ruth, give him 10 slaps for me. Okay. Ruth shouted, rolling up her sleeves. She struck Xavier repeatedly. How dare you hit me? How dare you? Stop! Claudia yelled. She rushed in to end the chaos. Get lost! Dustin sneered, slapping Claudia. She flew backward, covering her face in disbelief. Why, you dare hit me too? Don't you deserve it? Dustin replied. I've saved you multiple times. You stood by silently when Xavier framed me and when Ruth was slapped. Now you act against us just because Xavier got beaten. Are all martial arts families this vengeful? Claudia stuttered, speechless and red-faced. Even Sheila couldn't react. Torn between her savior and her friend, she remained silent. I'm done with him, brother-in-law. Ruth declared, exhausted. Xavier's swollen face looked like a pig's. He was dizzy and breathless. You laid a finger on Xavier? You're enemies of the Horst family. Explain yourselves or no one will help. Claudia shouted. Fine. I'll explain, Dustin said. Sheila hesitated. Was the sachet around my neck a gift from Xavier, Miss Murray? I think Claudia gave it to you, Sheila replied. What if it came from Xavier? Dustin pressed. Claudia, confident, responded, Xavier asked an expert to make it and asked me to give it to Sheila. It's for sleep and to nourish the soul. Why make a fuss? Sleep and nourish the soul? Ridiculous. Dustin laughed, tossing the sachet into a glass of wine. Bubbles swirled as the sachet expanded. A thin red snake slithered out, thrashing in the wine. What is that? It's a snake. Oh my God. How horrifying. What if it bites someone? Claudia stood frozen. How could this happen? This is a serpent love charm, Dustin explained. It manipulates the host's mind. Once active, they fall in love completely, sometimes to the point their heart stops. Shock swept the room. Claudia's unease grew. She'd never imagined such a charm existed. Ridiculous. He put a serpent love charm in her sachet to control her, someone exclaimed. Dustin turned to Claudia. Still think it's for sleep and soul nourishment? Claudia glared at Xavier. Stop his nonsense. What serpent love charm? I've never heard of this. I'm a victim too. Xavier yelled. That doesn't mean Xavier did it. Someone set him up. Claudia argued. Exactly. Xavier's always honest. Nigel and the others agreed. Honest? Ha! The charm requires 2 snakes, male and female. The female's here. Now we just need the male, Dustin said. He flicked his hand. 2 needles shot between Xavier's chest and abdomen. Xavier writhed in pain. Moments later, he coughed up thick black liquid, inside which a reddish snake twisted and writhed. The crowd stared in stunned disbelief. Chapter 181. Was that really a charm? Everyone froze, staring at the red snake Xavier had just expelled. One by one, disbelief showed on their faces. No one expected Xavier, the respected heir of the Horst family with a bright future, to stoop so low just to win someone's affection. Xavier, I can't believe you'd do this. Claudia shouted, her voice filled with shock and anger. She felt betrayed for trusting him and had almost become part of his deceitful plan. Xavier stood there, pale and speechless. The truth was out, and no amount of denial could change it. Humph. Thank goodness Dustin saw through your tricks. If he hadn't, Sheila would have fallen right into your trap. Ruth said, her face twisted with disgust. She despised men like Xavier, shameless and desperate enough to use underhanded tactics to win a girl's affection. It was revolting. Sheila stayed silent, looking at Xavier with a mix of disgust and realization. So what if I gave her the charm? I did it because I really like Sheila. I'm the best match for her in all of South City. Uncle Caden treats me like family. I just wanted to speed up our family's marriage plans. What's so wrong with that? Xavier shouted, frustration clear in his face. Ugh, you're such a hypocrite. It doesn't change the fact that you resorted to such low tactics to get what you want. You're disgusting. Ruth spat on the ground. What do you? I have true love for Sheila, nothing compares. Xavier insisted passionately. Dustin retorted sharply, true love. If you really loved her, why did you kidnap Miss Murray in the first place? Xavier frowned, confused. What are you talking about, kid? Miss Murray was attacked twice, and your timing was too perfect. Someone must have tipped you off. Plus, the serpent love charm and the spider venom you used came from the same source. It seems you have connections to the 4 scoundrels, Dustin explained calmly. That's nonsense. Xavier yelled. If you didn't do anything wrong, why did you just kill that man? Dustin pressed. I was just worried about Sheila's safety. I acted with all my strength. Xavier insisted stubbornly. Is that so? We still have a survivor here. Let's hear his side of the story, Dustin said, lifting the injured Wade with one hand. Fortunately, Wade was alive and able to speak. Enough. This ends now. Claudia shouted suddenly. Did you want me to explain myself? Why the sudden change? Dustin asked, smirking. You better stop if you know what's best for you, Dustin. Fighting like this helps no one. This is a matter for just the 3 of us and our families, Claudia warned. We'll handle this ourselves, outsiders don't need to interfere. Claudia continued. The Murray, Doyle, and Horst families had been close for generations. Their lives intertwined so tightly that if one family faced trouble, the others would too. If this scandal spread, it wouldn't just damage the Horst family's reputation, it would also harm the Mays and Doyles. Even though it was tough for Sheila, everyone had to stop questions immediately. Wait, this guy is terrible, and you still want to help him? Have you thought about how Sheila feels? Ruth shouted angrily. Shut up. You shouldn't meddle in our matters. Claudia snapped. Why you? Ruth began to argue, but Dustin raised a hand. Let it go. She's right, this is their problem, not ours. But what about Sheila? Ruth asked, frowning. She didn't want her best friend hurt. I'll be fine, Ruth. I've decided to let my father handle it, Sheila said, forcing a small smile. Chapter 182. Even as she said it, Sheila knew deep down that her father would side with Xavier. In wealthy families, personal happiness often took a backseat to what was best for the family. "All right. We all know Uncle Caden loves you, so he wouldn't let anything bad happen," Ruth said, deciding not to press further. "Let's go home and take a proper nap, Ruth," Dustin yawned. He gathered his golden needles and turned to leave, but then a voice interrupted him. "Running away already?" Xavier sneered, his face twisted with rage. Before Dustin could react, Xavier lunged and stabbed at him with a knife. "Just die already!" Xavier shouted, pressing the blade into Dustin's back. "Behind you!" Ruth and Sheila screamed. Everyone else froze, shocked at Xavier's sudden attack. "Oh?" Dustin said calmly, stopping. He turned slowly toward Xavier. "You want to kill me? So what if you die? I can dispose of trash like you whenever I want." Xavier laughed maniacally, pressing harder. But no matter how hard he tried, the knife wouldn't go in further. "Since you want my blood, don't blame me for being ruthless," Dustin said, grabbing Xavier by the neck and lifting him off the ground. "Ugh!" Xavier gasped, face red, kicking wildly. "Dustin! Let him go now!" Claudia shouted, shock in her voice. She struggled to resist harming him herself. "But he wants to kill me. Am I supposed to just stand here?" Dustin replied, tilting his head, eyes icy. "I don't care. You can't hurt Xavier, no matter what. Doing so will make enemies of all three families." Claudia warned. "Exactly. Just release him. You really don't want to see me angry," Nigel added. "Mr. Horst isn't someone to mess with, Dustin. Admit you're wrong, and maybe he'll forgive you," another voice chimed in. "Can't you see what's happening? Just let Mr. Horst stab you if it calms him down. Then this will all be over. Fight back, and your family will face serious trouble." "Right. Strength doesn't matter as much as power here. Kneel and apologize. Survival isn't shameful," someone else said. The crowd erupted, scolding Dustin. Even though they knew Xavier was wrong, he held all the power. Right or wrong didn't matter. "Do you hear that, Rhys? You can't cross me. You may fight, but you're weak. One word from me, your family disappears. Kneel and bow, maybe I'll spare your life." Xavier sneered. Dustin smirked. "What makes you so sure I won't kill you? Do you really think you could? Touch a single hair on my head, and your family will be wiped out. Go on. Kill me. You keep boasting about your power, do it. Show me your guts." Xavier shouted. Before he could finish, Dustin struck him swiftly, snapping his neck. Xavier died instantly. Chapter 183. Why don't you get a better brain in your next life? Dustin sneered, looking down at Xavier's lifeless body. With one swift motion, he tossed Xavier aside as if he were nothing more than trash. Xavier's body landed with a heavy thud near Claudia and the others. Even in death, Xavier's face was frozen in fear and disbelief. He couldn't understand why Dustin had dared to attack him. Everyone gasped, paralyzed with shock as they stared at the body at their feet. No one knew how to react. How could a well-respected heir from a wealthy family, admired by the entire city, lose his life so abruptly? After a moment of stunned silence, chaos erupted among the crowd. "Are you out of your mind, Dustin? Did you really just kill Xavier?" Claudia shouted, her face a mix of shock and horror. Dustin's act felt like a peasant murdering a king, utterly treacherous and heartless. "You've crossed a line, you bastard. You've really done it this time," someone yelled. "Since you killed Xavier, you'll have nowhere to hide. The Horst family will come for you. They'll want revenge on you, your family, and your friends. Anyone you care about will be in danger, and they'll follow you to your grave." Nigel panicked. He's lost it. "This guy has completely lost his mind," another voice exclaimed. "The Horst family has a long history of martial arts, and their influence reaches all over South City. They have countless followers, so you've made yourself an enemy of countless disciples by committing such a terrible act. Do you even understand what you've done? How could you kill Mr. Horst? Not even God can save you now." The crowd erupted in chaos. No one expected Dustin to be bold enough to take a life. Did he really want to end his own? "As long as you don't cross me, I won't retaliate. But if you do, I'll give you the same treatment," Dustin said calmly. "Horst wanted to kill me, so I had to make sure he couldn't," he added, showing no emotion. "You're insane. You madman. You will definitely regret this," Claudia shouted, still reeling from the shocking turn of events. "I never regret my actions. If the Horst family wants revenge, they can come for me anytime," Dustin replied sharply, then turned to leave. "Hey, wait for me. You were brave tonight, brother-in-law. But Xavier is no small threat. I doubt this will end well for you. Don't worry though, with the Harmon family's help, we can handle this," Ruth called, running to catch up. "Don't worry. I dealt the killing blow, so I'm not afraid of his family seeking revenge. Even if we fight again, who knows who will win this time?" Dustin said casually. "Are you serious? You don't have to act tough," Ruth replied, looking at him with doubt. The Horst family may not be as powerful as the Harmon family, but they were still a major force in the city. Dustin found himself in a tough position. He was facing a wealthy family that had held power for generations. One man challenging such a force seemed impossible. "You'll find out soon enough," Dustin said with a light chuckle, keeping his cards close. As soon as they left, chaos erupted in the room. "Quick! Notify the Horst family immediately," someone shouted. "Can you believe that madman killed Mr. Horst? He'll pay for this," another voice echoed. Meanwhile, in the council chamber at Fallridge Haven, Caden sat with a middle-aged man, sipping tea. "I need to apologize, Sir Gabriel, about the Gozerberry. I don't have it with me right now, so I can't give it to you," Caden said. "Oh? What happened?" Gabriel Horst asked, confused. The Gozerberry was known to help someone become a high-level martial artist. Gabriel was eager to obtain it. 2 days ago, a guy named Dustin got lucky and cured Sheila's illness, so he was rewarded with a Gozerberry, Caden explained. "How can that kid have something so valuable?" Gabriel scoffed, narrowing his eyes. "I thought the same. I gave it to him, but that doesn't mean you can't get it back," Caden hinted. "You're too kind. Since you can't go after him yourself, I'll handle it," Gabriel said with a grin. "That's a good plan for now. But please, try not to involve the Murray family." "I don't want any gossip spreading," Caden replied. "Consider it done." "This won't be my first time dealing with someone to get what I want," Gabriel said confidently. "I'll make sure it's done quietly so no one finds out," he added, eyes wicked. In his world, a man was innocent until a bounty was placed on him. How could a mere background figure possess such a valuable treasure? He certainly deserved to die. Just then, a Horst family guard burst in, looking terrified. "Sir Gabriel! Something terrible has happened." The guard ran too fast and tripped, falling. Gabriel frowned. "What are you panicking about?" Gabriel snapped. The guard stammered. "Spit it out. What happened?" Gabriel demanded. "Sir! Something awful has happened. Mr. Horst has been killed," the guard cried, dropping to his knees. "What? My son seemed fine a while ago. How could he be dead?" Gabriel shouted, standing in shock. "But it's true. Mr. Horst had his neck broken, and his body is outside," the guard sobbed. "That's impossible. No way!" Gabriel yelled. When Xavier's body was brought in, Gabriel felt like he had been struck by lightning. His face went pale. "Who did this?" Gabriel screamed, shock turning to rage. His eyes were bloodshot, and he acted like a wild animal. It was done by a guy named Dustin Rhys, the guard managed to say. Dustin Rhys, you dog. How dare you kill my son? I swear I'll make you pay. I'll tear you to pieces. I'll rip you apart. Gabriel shouted, teeth clenched, eyes wide with anger. Spread the word. Use every resource to search the city if we need to. We have to find that guy no matter what. Chapter 184. After sending Ruth home, Dustin returned to the peaceful medical center. As soon as he opened the doors, he frowned. The place looked like a disaster zone. Boxes of medicine were scattered, and Dahlia was rushing around, sweating heavily. Where did he put the diarica? She mumbled, holding a prescription. After searching, she spotted a box of diarica on a high shelf. She needed a stool to reach it. What are you doing? Dustin asked, coldly. Startled, Dahlia lost her balance on the stool. Dustin quickly reached out and caught her, holding her as a pleasant scent filled the air. Once steady, he let go. You're back already? Dahlia asked, smiling briefly before hiding it. Where did you go in the middle of the night? Why didn't you answer my calls? I just stepped out and didn't check my phone. What are you doing here? Dustin replied, uninterested. I saw Mr. Jones passed out at the entrance, so I helped him inside, Dahlia explained. He passed out? What happened? Dustin frowned. Thieves ransacked his house, and after trying to fight them off. You should check on him. He's hurt badly, Dahlia urged. Dustin followed her advice silently. Inside, Gregory Jones lay on the bed, pale. Under his bed, a steel basin held contaminated blood. Dustin checked Gregory's pulse, frowning. Gregory's celestial decay was worsening, faster than expected. You're back already, kid? Gregory asked weakly. I guess this condition returned, but thanks to the medicine Dahlia gave me, I should be fine, Gregory explained. What the hell happened here? Dustin asked. He noticed the seals he had placed to control Gregory's celestial decay had loosened. Gregory had been forced to use his true energy. Earlier, some thugs came to the medical center, demanding you and the Gozerberry. I fought them off, but using my true energy reopened all my old injuries. I don't know what to say. Gregory huffed. He remembered 10 years ago when he could have easily handled them. Age had finally caught up. Oh, before they left, they dropped off a note for you, Gregory said, pulling out a blood-stained paper. Dustin read it. Meet me at the horse dojo at 10 p.m. Bring the Gozerberry. If you don't show up, we'll get rid of your entire family. Dustin crumpled the paper. The Horst family was behind this threat. He didn't want unnecessary trouble but felt justified responding. Good thing Dahlia showed up. Otherwise, I could have been in serious trouble. Gregory sighed. He had internal injuries that could have been fatal without her care. Thanks, Dustin said to Dahlia. You're welcome. Mr. Jones has always been kind to me, so I wanted to help, she replied. I appreciate everything, but I have to go now. Please look after Gregory, Dustin said. Where are you going? Dahlia asked. To get my revenge. Dustin declared. Later that night, at South City's military headquarters, a handsome young general studied battle formations on a sand table. Female lieutenants watched him with admiration. The next best person for the job, Dustin replied quickly. Adam Spanner smirked. Known as the youngest commander of Dragon Marsh, alongside the goddess of war Scarlet Spanner, he commanded hundreds of thousands of troops and had won countless battles. Not even 30, he was called the National Warrior. Suddenly, his phone rang with an unfamiliar number. Hello, is this Adam Spanner? A voice asked. Who are you? How dare you call me by my name? Adam replied, annoyed. This is Dustin Rhys, the voice said. Adam froze. Well, if it isn't Mr. Troublemaker. I thought you were gone for good. I even bring flowers to your grave every year, Adam said stiffly after a pause. Stop talking nonsense. I need you to do something for me, Dustin snapped. Hey, watch your tone. I'm a commander now, not some weakling you can push around. Adam said fiercely. Oh, what do you want me to do? Dustin teased. I want you to show some respect. When you ask me for a favor, do it nicely, maybe flatter me a little first, Adam replied. Dustin could tell Adam was still cocky. Forget it. I'll find someone else, Dustin said, ready to hang up. Someone else? Adam protested. Don't hang up. Come on, can't you take a joke? You always get mad at everything I say. If something's bothering you, tell me. Dustin sighed. You're the commander now. I shouldn't bother you. Maybe I'll find someone else. No need. It's an honor to help you. Think of it as a favor from me. Please give me a chance, I promise I'll do a good job. Adam pleaded. Ha! Since you're begging now, I'll give you a chance. I can feel your sincerity through the phone, Dustin said. Thanks a lot, Dustin. Adam cheered, grinning. Nearby, several female officers watched in disbelief. Their serious, tough commander was now acting so soft. Who was this Dustin Rhys? Chapter 185. At Fallridge Haven, Sheila knelt before her father, desperate. Father! Please help Dustin, he might die. Caden crossed his arms, cold and unyielding. You dare ask me to help him? He's the one who caused Xavier's death. That's unforgivable. The Horst army has gathered the best warriors from Swinton. No one can save him now. Sheila's heart sank. But father, Dustin has saved me many times. Please, help him for my sake. Tears flowed down her cheeks. Since returning to Fallridge Haven, Sheila had pleaded with her father for help. Only he had the power to stand against the Horst army. It's exactly because he saved you that I haven't killed him myself. Caden shot back. Father! I'll do anything if you just save Dustin. Sheila cried, now on all fours. Her knees began to ache from kneeling for so long. Foolish girl. You don't understand what you're asking. Caden slammed his hand on the table as he stood up. Do you want me to go against the Horst family for someone who means nothing? What about the rest of us? I don't care about the others. Dustin saved me, and I have to repay him. Sheila insisted, her eyes filled with tears. You're being naive. Caden shouted. Claudia! Take her downstairs and keep an eye on her. She can't leave Fallridge Haven. Yes, sir. Claudia answered, pulling Sheila away. Claudia! Please, help me. Sheila begged, her eyes puffy from crying. Sweetheart, it's not worth it for a stranger, Claudia sighed. She could see that Sheila had fallen for Dustin, but she knew this love was unlikely to end well. They came from different worlds. Sheila, you came from a rich family, while Dustin is just an ordinary guy with no special background. You are completely different worlds, Claudia continued. Claudia! I need to call Grandpa. If he agrees, we can save Dustin. Sheila pleaded. Sheila, General Murray doesn't care about these things anymore. Your dad is in charge now, Claudia replied, shaking her head. I have to try. I won't give up. Sheila insisted, determined. Fine, but I hope you don't regret it. Claudia handed her phone to Sheila. From Claudia's perspective, Sheila was wasting her time. General Murray was one of the highest-ranking generals in Swinton. He retired 10 years ago and handed all his duties to Caden. Unless his family was in danger, he wouldn't get involved in minor issues. At 10 p.m., at the Swinton Horse Dojo, Gabriel stood in the ring, dressed in heavy armor. His fierce expression made anyone who looked at him feel uneasy. Behind him, the elite members of the Horst family stood tall, commanding respect and fear. The crowd stretched far and wide, a powerful force. In the audience, Nigel was talking to a group of people. "Mr. Lincoln, do you think Rhys will show up tonight?" a girl in a yellow shirt asked. "Humph. Even if he doesn't show, he's still in big trouble. The only question is whether he'll go down alone or take his whole family with him." Nigel sneered. The Horst family was at the top of the martial arts world, their wealth and power making them some of the most powerful people in Millsburg. How could a nobody from the countryside stand a chance against them? "He's asking for trouble by crossing the Horst family," one person exclaimed angrily. "Sure, he might enjoy his moment of fame for a little while, but soon he'll have to pay for what he's done," another added. A few members of the group shook their heads, anticipating the upcoming confrontation. "Wait! I think someone is coming," someone in the crowd suddenly shouted. Everyone turned to see a figure slowly walking toward them from a distance. Chapter 186. Did that guy really come here? He must not care about his life, someone in the crowd shouted. "Your courage is impressive, but showing up here is a big mistake," another person added. The crowd buzzed with excitement, their faces showing a mix of shock and disbelief. "Are you Dustin Rhys?" A guard from the Horst family stepped forward, his voice loud and commanding. "That's me," Dustin replied calmly. "So, you're the one who killed my son, Xavier?" Gabriel's intense gaze was fixed on Dustin, his face serious. "Yes," Dustin nodded. "Get down on your knees," Gabriel yelled. "Kneel? You're not worth that kind of respect," Dustin shot back. He continued, "Horst, here's your chance. Give back the people who broke into the peaceful medical center and apologize to Gregory. If you do that, I'll spare your life." The crowd gasped at his boldness. "Wow! Is he crazy? He's acting so tough even when he's in danger," someone whispered. "He killed Xavier and now he wants an apology from Sir Gabriel? He's out of control," another person said. "Only the foolish are fearless. This guy doesn't know who he's dealing with," someone else murmured, pointing at Dustin. "Kid! Do you even realize what you're saying? You're the one in trouble now. If you don't want to die a slow, painful death, hand over the Gozraberry and beg for forgiveness. Otherwise, you'll be wiped from existence." Gabriel's face turned dark, his voice cold. "I might not have the Gozraberry, but I still have my life. If you think you can take it, then come and try," Dustin challenged, waving his finger. "Perfect. If you don't care about your life, don't blame me for what happens next. Guards! Cut off this arrogant punk's limbs. I want his head on a stick as revenge." Soon after giving his orders, a few guards rushed toward Dustin, eager to take him down. Boom! With a powerful stomp of his foot, the ground beneath him cracked, sending debris flying everywhere. As the pieces of rubble shot across the room, some struck the guards with such force that they stumbled and fell. In just a few seconds, several guards were on the ground, moaning in pain and holding their injuries. "Go! All of you!" Gabriel shouted, his voice filled with anger and frustration. "Kill him!" At Gabriel's command, a large group of guards charged at Dustin, weapons raised and faces twisted with fury. They surrounded him like a tidal wave. "Humph! This punk is dead meat. The members of Horst Dojo are all elite fighters. He won't stand a chance." Nigel laughed. "I can't wait to see him defeated," added the girl in yellow, chuckling along with him. "Look at him. He's not even running away while surrounded by all those guards. Does he plan to fight them all alone? Ha ha ha. Does he think he's Superman?" The group laughed, eagerly waiting for the show to unfold. But soon, their smiles froze. The fight took a turn they never expected. Dustin was unstoppable. 1, 2, 3. 10, 20, 30. In just 2 minutes, more than half of the Horst family guards had fallen. At that moment, no one could match Dustin's skill in combat. The scene was nothing short of a massacre. Dustin alone was taking down the entire group. Wow, he's on another level. Chapter 187. 10 minutes later, The horse dojo was filled with groans of pain. Dustin stood in the middle of the crowd, radiating an aura that was both powerful and terrifying. Some people in the audience were frozen in shock, staring wide-eyed as if they had seen a ghost. Everyone was stunned by Dustin's strength. He had taken down the entire dojo. All by himself. It was important to note that these warriors were the best of the best, each capable of fighting 10 opponents at once. Yet within just a few minutes, Dustin had defeated them all. It was unbelievable. Wow! He's that strong. He's on a completely different level, someone exclaimed. Where did this demon come from? Another person gasped. Nigel and the others were left speechless, especially a few girls who covered their mouths in shock. Dustin had faced off against more than 100 soldiers, defeating them effortlessly from every direction. It was truly astonishing. The horse dojo is nothing, Dustin declared confidently, his eyes locked onto Gabriel. Gabriel, impressed yet resolute, replied, I must admit, kid, you're impressive. I didn't give you enough credit before. He removed his coat, revealing his muscular physique and the long sword at his side. But this is where it ends. Today, I will take your life, he announced as he slowly drew his sword, a cold gleam flashing around him. Sir Gabriel is about to unleash his full strength. This kid is finished. Nigel said excitedly. Have you heard of the 100 Immortals? Someone asked. Of course. The 100 Immortals is a ranking list in the martial world. In Dragon Marsh, there are millions of martial artists, but only 100 can make it onto that list. Those 100 individuals are the absolute elite, the top experts. Nigel proudly lifted his chin and said, just so you know, he's one of the top 10 of the 100 Immortals. What? Top 10 of the 100 Immortals? The others gasped in shock. They knew Gabriel was strong, but they never imagined he ranked that high. Making the list was already incredibly difficult, being in the top 10 was almost unheard of. Anyone ranked that high could easily wipe out every martial arts dojo in Swinton. It seems I underestimated Sir Gabriel's power. He truly is a martial arts master from a prestigious lineage. That poor bastard actually dared to challenge Sir Gabriel. He's courting death, someone muttered. The onlookers exchanged uneasy glances, already convinced Dustin was doomed. I heard Sir Gabriel's sword is faster than a bullet, and no one can block it. Is that true? A girl in a yellow dress asked. Absolutely. His sword is famous for its speed, especially his ultimate move, Eclipse Strike. No one has ever survived it. Nigel bragged. Wow! That's insane. I hope we get to see it tonight, the girl said excitedly. Look! Sir Gabriel is making his move. As the crowd buzzed with anticipation, Gabriel stood on the stage, his presence growing heavier, his aura surging violently. Kid, it's an honor to die by my sword. Gabriel declared. Now let me show you what it means to shatter all laws with a single strike. With that, Gabriel leaped high into the air. As he landed, he crouched slightly, gathering his energy, then shot forward like an arrow. Eclipse Strike. The blade flashed, slicing through the air with terrifying speed. A violent gust followed the shining arc of the sword. Here it is. Sir Gabriel's strongest move, someone shouted. No wonder it's his ultimate technique. No one can survive Eclipse Strike. The crowd gasped as Gabriel and his sword merged into a blinding streak of light aimed directly at Dustin's chest. Then, ding! 2 fingers appeared out of nowhere, clamping down on the blade. With a casual twist, the sword snapped cleanly in half. Clang! The wind vanished. The light dissipated. Ha! Gabriel froze, his mind going blank. Blocked, with 2 fingers. How is this possible? Nigel screamed, his face turning deathly pale. Chapter 188. Smack! With the final slap, Gabriel's face was completely ruined. His nose was crooked, his mouth twisted, and more than half his teeth were gone. He looked utterly pathetic. He collapsed onto the ground, utterly powerless. Gabriel never imagined Dustin would be this strong. He hadn't been able to fight back at all. Not once. All he could do was endure the beating helplessly. With that kind of strength, Dustin could easily rank among the top 3 of the 100 immortals. Did I really see that? Sir Gabriel was defeated? And beaten like a dog? Who the hell is this guy? What kind of monster is he? After a long, deathly silence, whispers finally spread throughout the dojo. No one answered, because everyone already knew the truth. Gabriel had been utterly crushed. His reputation as a top 10 expert of the 100 immortals, and his so-called ultimate move, Eclipse Strike, had become a complete joke. Dustin's strength was beyond comprehension. With a single slap, he had turned Gabriel into a helpless wreck. Who are you? Gabriel asked from the ground, terror written all over his face. How could someone this terrifying exist in a backwater place like Swinton, and be so young? It was unnatural. Who I am doesn't matter, Dustin replied coldly. What matters is whether you'll still be alive after this. Gabriel froze, then burst into maniacal laughter. Kid! I admit you're strong, absurdly strong. But don't forget this, you're alone. I have the entire Horst family behind me. The Horst family has thousands of disciples spread across 17 provinces of Swinton. Do you really think you can fight 10, 100, or even thousands of them? If you kill me today, you'll become the enemy of the entire Horst family. You'll be hunted day and night until you die. Hearing this, Nigel and the others quickly recovered from their shock. That's right. So what if he's strong? He's still just a man. The Horst family has wealth, power, and even stronger experts than Gabriel. Once they move, he's finished. A reckless idiot will always be a reckless idiot. Nigel shook his head with a smug smile. Exactly. Compared to the Horst family, he's just an ant waiting to be crushed, the girl in the yellow dress sneered. In this world, strength alone means nothing. Power and connections decide everything. They were already savoring Dustin's inevitable downfall. Are you so sure the Horst family can protect you? Dustin asked calmly. What? You think you can fight the entire Horst family alone? Gabriel sneered. Dustin scoffed. Why don't you call them and ask? Ask if they even have the balls to protect you. Ha! Gabriel frowned, then pulled out his phone. Dozens of missed calls filled the screen. A deep unease settled in his chest. He called back the last number. The moment it connected, his father's furious roar exploded from the phone. Gabriel! You useless bastard! Where the hell have you been? Do you know what you've done? Our entire family is finished because of you. If I'd known you'd bring this disaster on us, I would have killed you myself. Gabriel was stunned. Dad, what happened? You still have the nerve to ask? The military has issued a kill ban on our family. Do you know who did it? Adam Spanner. The god of war himself. The youngest chief commander in Dragon Marsh. What the hell did you do to piss him off? Gabriel felt as if lightning had struck his brain. God of war. Adam Spanner, kill ban. This is over. Just die already. No one will save you. The only way the Horst family survives is if you're gone, his father screamed. The call ended. Gabriel stood there, trembling, his mind completely shattered. How is this possible? He muttered. Do you still think the Horst family will protect you? Dustin asked coldly. Was it you? Gabriel stammered. Who the hell are you? Why would Adam Spanner back you? You don't need to know who I am, Dustin said flatly. I'm giving you one chance, to end your own life and spare your family. He kicked the broken sword toward Gabriel. Gabriel stared at it, his face drained of color. Then, in front of the stunned crowd, he picked up the sword and sliced his own neck. Blood sprayed across the floor as his head rolled away. Chapter 189. The sight of a head rolling across the floor left everyone in the martial arts gym in shock, followed by gasps and screams. No one could believe that Gabriel had taken his own life so brutally. He had severed his own head with a single sword strike. Had he truly lost his mind? "What the hell did you do to Sir Gabriel?" Nigel shouted, his voice trembling with fear. "You want to find out? Go ask him yourself," Dustin said, ignoring the horrified faces around him as he walked out of the gym. As soon as he left, a fully armed team stormed in and secured the area. Everyone present was taken into custody. Dustin didn't worry about what would happen next. With Sergeant Spanner in charge, he was confident everything would be handled properly. Meanwhile, at Fallridge Haven. What? Dustin didn't die? How is that possible? Gabriel is in the top 10 of the 100 Immortals, and he brought many elite members of the Horst family with him. It should have been easy to deal with that kid, Caden said, furrowing his brow at the news. We still don't know the details. There's been no word from the dojo. All we know is that Dustin came back safe, a guard whispered. That's strange. Where's Gabriel? Call him now, Caden ordered, deep in thought. Sir Gabriel has disappeared. We can't reach him, and the military has sealed off the dojo, the guard replied. Sealed off by the military? What happened? Caden asked, surprised. We're not sure yet, the guard said. Get someone to investigate and find out what's going on, Caden commanded. Yes, sir. The guard quickly left to follow orders. Just then, a loud whooshing sound filled the air. A military helicopter appeared above and landed smoothly in the square. The cabin door swung open, revealing an old man with white hair and a strong build, followed by a few subordinates. He walked out with confidence. The old man had a square face, a goatee, and an air of authority that made everyone uneasy. His presence was enough to make ordinary people shiver and keep their distance. This was Christopher Murray, the founding father of Dragon Marsh. Father? What brings you here? Caden, who had been sipping tea, jumped in surprise. The tea spilled, and the cup shattered on the floor, but he quickly got up, eager to show respect, like a mouse facing a cat. Even though Christopher hadn't been involved in family matters for 10 years, his long-held influence still commanded respect. Caden, as the heir, knew better than to act out of line. Kneel down, Christopher said softly. What? Caden was taken aback but soon obeyed, kneeling on the ground. To the Murray family, Christopher was like a god, no one dared to challenge him. Do you know why I made you kneel? Christopher asked as he took a seat, his presence dominating the room. I don't know, Caden replied, looking down. Humph. You've damaged our family's reputation. You've done things you shouldn't have and offended people you shouldn't have. You nearly ruined the Murray name. Christopher said, his voice cold. Father, I don't quite understand, Caden responded, confused. You don't even realize the trouble you've caused. If this continues, the Murray family will be destroyed because of you. Later, if you don't step down as head of the family, you'll regret it. If you can't handle the responsibility, then leave now. Christopher shouted, furious. Caden couldn't believe what he was hearing. Step down, he gasped. He thought his father would just give him a few harsh words, but he never expected to be stripped of his position. Over the years, Caden had dedicated himself to the Murray family, focusing on his work and keeping everything running smoothly. While he may not have achieved great things, he ensured the family stayed organized. Now, out of nowhere, he was being told to step down, and he didn't understand why. Father, what did I do wrong? Caden asked, feeling frustrated. You are blind to the truth. You don't see real talent when it's in front of you. Step back and think about your mistakes before you create even bigger problems. We can talk again once you understand, Christopher replied firmly, leaving no room for discussion. Caden wanted to explain himself, but Christopher cut him off. Have some dignity and don't embarrass me further. Feeling lost, Caden fell silent and remained kneeling. Leave and fetch Sheila, Christopher ordered, waving his hand. Yes, Caden nodded, bowing deeply before leaving, his expression dark and troubled. Not long after, Sheila burst into the living room, her eyes wide with surprise. "Grandpa! You really came?" She rushed into Christopher's arms, tears in her eyes. "Please, save Dustin. He's in danger." "Calm down, silly girl. Dustin is fine now," Christopher said, smiling gently for the first time. Back then, Caden became head of the family because he gave Christopher a precious granddaughter. "Really? Dustin is okay?" Sheila quickly wiped her tears. "Of course. When has Grandpa ever lied to you?" Christopher gently patted her head. "Thank you, Grandpa," Sheila exclaimed, her excitement showing as she kissed her grandfather's cheek. This made Christopher laugh, and he couldn't stop grinning. "Are you so nervous about Dustin because you have a crush on him?" Christopher suddenly asked. "Huh?" Sheila was taken aback, her face turning bright red. "Grandpa, what are you talking about? I don't have a crush on him." "Huh? If you like someone, it's nothing to be embarrassed about. Young people should be bold," Christopher said with a chuckle. "Grandpa, Dustin saved me before." "I'm just grateful to him," Sheila said, lowering her head, her voice shaky as her cheeks flushed. "Just grateful? Then why were you crying for him?" "Little girl, if you really like him, don't hesitate to express your feelings. That boy is special. If you win him over, it will be wonderful for me too." Christopher rubbed his beard and laughed. After all, Dustin was the Kieran. If he becomes my grandson-in-law, all those old guys will be so jealous. Ha ha ha, he thought to himself. Chapter 190. When Dustin returned to Peaceful Medical Center, everything that had been broken and damaged was cleaned up. The clinic looked brand new again. Dahlia was asleep at the table, her beautiful face showing signs of fatigue, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. Seeing her, Dustin felt a mix of emotions and deep gratitude, remembering how she had saved Gregory's life. He took off his coat and gently placed it over her. Dahlia stirred and woke up quickly. "You're back. Are you hurt?" "I'm fine, thank you for today," Dustin replied politely. "Don't mention it. It's only right for me to take care of Mr. Jones when he's hurt," Dahlia said, pursing her lips. "Have you eaten? Are you hungry?" Dustin asked. "A little," she answered. "Do you want your usual spaghetti bolognese?" he offered. Thank you," she said. "Wait a moment." Without hesitation, Dustin headed to the kitchen and began to cook. During their 3 years of marriage, he would often make her a midnight snack, especially spaghetti bolognese, which she loved. But over time, they grew apart and their relationship became strained, eventually leading to their divorce. "Here's your spaghetti." About 15 minutes later, Dustin returned with a steaming plate of spaghetti bolognese. It smells so good," Dahlia said, immediately starting to eat. Before long, she had finished the whole bowl, even licking up the sauce. "This tastes amazing. Your cooking skills have really improved," she smiled, a rare sight. "Maybe it's just that you haven't had it in a long time," Dustin said. "Is that so?" "Maybe," Dahlia replied. Her eyes lost some of their sparkle. Unknowingly, 3 years had slipped by. Over time, many things that used to be ordinary became second nature for Dahlia. She had grown used to having someone bring her warm clothes when it got chilly, having someone cook her meals when she was hungry, and having someone by her side when she felt sick. But when those familiar routines changed, she felt lost. "Dustin, can we ever go back to how things were before?" Dahlia suddenly asked after a moment of silence. Dustin, who had been about to wash the dishes, paused and struggled to find the right words. Could they really return to the past? Maybe a while ago, it was possible. There was a time when he wished she would say something like that. But now? Just then, a phone rang. Dustin set down his fork and answered, greeted by a warm, cheerful voice. "Hey honey, where are you? Want to go out for a late-night snack? This is a perfect chance for you to get me drunk." I can't go tonight. Gregory's not feeling well, So I have to stay home and take care of him, Dustin replied, feeling awkward. Gregory is sick. I'll come over right away. Natasha said, sounding worried. No need. It's just a little cold, nothing serious, Dustin quickly assured her. Gregory is getting older. We shouldn't take any chances. How about I send someone over tomorrow to help? Natasha insisted. That's too much trouble. I can handle it on my own. You're a big guy, but you can be clumsy and forgetful, you might miss something important. I'll send someone over. Once inside the council hall, the atmosphere buzzed with anticipation. Everyone was eager to secure a distributorship for Imorchinol. The news about the medicine had spread quickly after the Harmon family's press conference, and many wealthy individuals were eager to join in. Meanwhile, Dustin arrived and scanned the room, noticing the crowd. He felt a mix of excitement and nerves about the recruitment event for agents. Natasha had made it clear that he needed to be there to represent his interests as a major shareholder. As he looked around, he spotted Matt and Julie. He walked over to them. Hey, how's it going? Dustin asked. Great. I'm hoping to get the distributorship with Harvey's help, Matt replied, his enthusiasm evident. Really? That sounds promising. Dustin encouraged, feeling a bit of hope for his own plans. Just then, Natasha appeared, her presence commanding attention as she walked to the front of the hall. Thank you all for coming. Today marks an important step for Imorchinol, and I'm excited to see who will join us as our agents, she announced, her voice steady and confident. Dustin listened closely, ready to support the team and make sure everything went smoothly. He couldn't shake off the earlier tension with Dahlia, but he pushed it aside, focusing on the task at hand. As the event continued, people began to discuss their plans and aspirations. The energy in the room was palpable, and Dustin felt optimistic about what lay ahead for Imorchinol and for himself. Sure, I'll show my appreciation generously once the deal is done, Matt said, feeling excited. The Laney family was having a tough time and needed a way to turn things around. Imorchinol was their chance. This was an opportunity they couldn't afford to miss. Matt, you're too kind. A small favor like this is nothing, Julie smiled. But then, her expression changed as she spotted someone. What is that loser, Dustin, doing here? Matt looked in the direction she was staring and felt annoyance wash over him as he remembered their last encounter a few days ago. Since Dustin was here, they needed to find a way to make him look foolish. Let's have some fun with him, Matt said coldly to Julie and walked over to Dustin. Well, if it isn't Rhys. Are you trying to be a distributor for Harmon too? Matt taunted. Rhys? He's just trash. Why would the Harmon family work with someone like him who has no qualifications? Julie added with a sneer. I don't have qualifications. And what about you? Do you even have what it takes to work with the Harmon family? Dustin shot back. Of course, we do. The manager here, Harvey, is like a brother to me. If I say the word, getting the distributorship will be a piece of cake. Julie replied, full of herself. Dustin shook his head and said, I doubt that. I don't think the Harmon family would give you the distributorship. What? You think they won't give it to us? Who do you think you are? Julie snapped. Dustin smiled slightly and replied, me? I'm the chief physician of the Rhys family, and I'm also a major shareholder of Imorchinol. Chapter 191. What did you just say? A major shareholder? Julie paused, then burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Have you lost your mind, Rhys? You? A major shareholder? That's hilarious. Oh Rhys, you can brag all you want, but why do it in front of us? You're just making a fool of yourself. Matt chuckled. He had looked into Dustin and found that he was nothing special. Sure, he might have some sneaky tricks, but he had no real skills. Believe what you want, but I promise you won't get any rights to the company, Dustin said calmly. Ha! You promise? You think highly of yourself. Mr. Marks is in charge, and one word from him makes the final call. Julie sneered. I don't know Mr. Marks, but I doubt he has the power to decide that, Dustin replied without flinching. Ha! And you think you know better? Look in the mirror, loser. Who are you to judge authority? Julie mocked. Just leave, Dustin. You're embarrassing yourself. Matt laughed, looking at Dustin like he was a joke. Dustin couldn't understand how he had lost to such a loser twice in a row. Julie. Just then, a heavy-set man walked up to them. He was the manager of Harmon Pharmaceuticals. Harvey, you're finally here. Julie's face lit up as she rushed over and wrapped her arm around him, clearly excited. Julie, it's been a while. You're getting lovelier every day, Mr. Marks said with a playful slap on her behind and a flirtatious grin. Was I? Oh yes, as I was saying, I need to discuss emotional, Matt interrupted, trying to steer the conversation back on track. Right, Mr. Marks replied, clearing his throat. But as I mentioned, Mr. Rhys is the one in charge of that. You'll need to speak to him directly if you want to pursue the company's rights. Julie leaned in, intrigued. Mr. Rhys sounds important. Is he someone I could meet too? Mr. Marks nodded. Yes, he is a chief physician at Harmon Pharmaceuticals and very close to Ms. Harmon. He even developed the formula for Amorcinol. Wow, he must be incredibly smart. Julie exclaimed, a hopeful look on her face. She often sought out influential people and found ways to connect with them. Mr. Marks, how can I get in touch with Mr. Rhys? Matt asked, eager to move the discussion forward. Mr. Marks smiled. I can help with that. Let me see if he's available for a meeting. As they continued talking, Dustin sat quietly, feeling overlooked. Julie had brushed him aside as if he didn't matter, but he remained hopeful that he could contribute to the conversation somehow. Is Mr. Rhys here? Can you introduce me to him? Matt asked hopefully. Mr. Marks paused for a moment. Well, actually, I have a gift for you. Please take this. Matt quickly pulled out a check for $1 million and handed it to Mr. Marks. Ha ha ha. How generous of you, Mr. Laney. Mr. Marks smiled brightly when he saw the check. And what about the company's rights? Matt asked. Of course, there won't be any problem. Mr. Marks replied enthusiastically. Chapter 192. Honestly, Mr. Rhys is a close friend of mine. We would do anything for each other. Just last night, we went out for drinks. If I put in a good word for you, he'll definitely help me out. Mr. Marks said proudly. Dustin chuckled at this claim. What a smooth talker. What's so funny? Mr. Marks shot a glare at him. Just ignore him, Harvey. He's a loser, Julie said, rolling her eyes. Mr. Marks, if you can help me get the company's rights, I'll make sure to reward you well. Matt promised. Ha! No problem. I'll get it done. Mr. Marks was thrilled. Thank you, Mr. Marks. Matt smiled back. With the high demand for Amorcinol, he knew he would soon be very rich once he secured the company's rights. Then, he could restore his family's former glory. Mr. Matt, I have another business opportunity besides the company's rights. Are you interested? Mr. Marks asked slyly. Oh? What is it? Matt raised an eyebrow. Mr. Marks glanced around before speaking quietly. Our company has high standards for Amorcinol, so any products that don't meet those standards are discarded. A few of us managers think that's a waste, so we've kept the substandard products to sell. I can offer them to you at a great price. Substandard products? How would they be useful? Julie asked, confused. Julie, they may not be top quality, but they can easily be sold as if they are. No one would be able to tell the difference from real Amorcinols once they're packaged nicely. Mr. Marks said with a sly smile. Really? Julie's eyes brightened with interest. Have I ever lied to you? Here's the deal. If you take them, I'll sell them to you for just a fifth of the original price. Price them right, and you can sell them for a lot," Mr. Marks suggested. "That sounds amazing. Thank you, Harvey," Julie exclaimed, her excitement clear. "What do you think of this deal, Mr. Matt?" Mr. Marks asked, looking directly at him. "It's a fantastic deal. I'll take all the stock you have, Mr. Marks," Matt replied, smiling widely. He felt lucky to buy Immortanol for only a fifth of the original price. Matt never missed a good opportunity like this. He didn't care much about the quality of the products, all that mattered to him was making money. Chapter 193. "You! How dare you hit me?" Mr. Marks shouted, holding his face, still stinging from the slap. His expression showed both anger and shock. With the Harmons backing him, everyone usually tried to please Mr. Marks. When had anyone ever had the nerve to hit him before? "So what if I smacked you?" "As an employee, you're supposed to follow the company's rules," Dustin replied boldly. "But look at you. You steal from the company and mix bad products with the good ones. You deserve that smack." With that, Dustin stepped forward and slapped Mr. Marks again. Mr. Marks felt dizzy, and blood dripped from his nose and mouth. The noise drew a crowd, and many people stopped to watch. "Wow! Who is this guy? How dare he hit Mr. Marks? Causing chaos on the Harmons property. He's really bold. He must be clueless. He's going to get in a lot of trouble." The crowd murmured among themselves, intrigued by the scene. "Rhys! Are you out of your mind? Stop it now!" Julie exclaimed, shocked at what she saw. "Dustin! Do you have any idea how much trouble you're in? How could you hit Mr. Marks? You're not leaving here in one piece today," Matt yelled angrily. But Dustin didn't seem worried at all. He continued to hit Mr. Marks. He could ignore Mr. Marks' talk before, but now he was getting violent. That was too much for Dustin to accept. "Security! Someone! Help!" Mr. Marks cried out in pain. Within moments, a group of guards rushed in. They quickly surrounded Dustin. "Rhys! How could you do this to Mr. Marks? Marks is coming. You're going to regret this." Julie frowned when she saw that they had backup. She glanced at Dustin, eager to see what trouble he would be in. "Humph! You foolish idiot! No one can save you now." Matt enjoyed seeing Dustin face consequences from Mr. Marks. Dustin had annoyed him for a long time, but Matt hadn't acted on it yet because he wanted to maintain his reputation. Now, he felt thrilled that someone was finally going to teach Dustin a lesson. "What are you all doing just standing there? I want to see him get hurt, now. I'll take the blame," Mr. Marks shouted at the guards, pointing at Dustin. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out just as the guards were about to act. A man with a square face strode over, commanding attention. He had several men with him. Dustin recognized him as Morgan Finn, the vice president of Harmon Pharmaceuticals. When the crowd saw him, they quickly made way. Even Mr. Marks, who had been yelling at the guards, fell silent. "Is this his boss? We can't be that unlucky, can we?" Julie thought, feeling a wave of anxiety. She could tell that this man was important because of how scared Mr. Marks looked. This guy really hit the jackpot. Matt grumbled, frustrated. He had hoped Mr. Marks would finally get back at Dustin, but this unexpected arrival seemed to ruin that chance. "Mr. Finn, you've arrived just in time. This man here is stealing from the company instead of protecting it. He's sold faulty products, which could seriously harm the company's reputation. You need to arrest him," Dustin said, pointing at Mr. Marks. Morgan squinted and hummed softly. "Oh? Are you telling me what to do? And who are you? Do I even know you?" "Mr. Finn, we've met before," Dustin replied. "So what? I've met a lot of people. Should I remember all of them?" Morgan looked Dustin up and down with disdain. "And who do you think you are? Why are you interfering in the company's business? Dustin frowned at Morgan's words. Mr. Finn, as the vice president, shouldn't you address actions that could harm the company's reputation? Whether I look into this is up to me. What proof do you have that Mr. Marks is selling bad products? You want proof? Here it is. Dustin kicked over a box, spilling emorchinol all over the floor. Hey, young man. So what if these emorchinols are substandard? How can you prove they belong to Mr. Marks? How do we know you didn't steal them? Morgan shot back. Mr. Marks was momentarily surprised, but he quickly recovered. That's right. Mr. Finn, this guy is a thief. I caught him stealing from us. I never expected him to fight back so aggressively. He's truly awful. I can back that up. He's the one who stole the emorchinols. Julie added. Chapter 194. Do you hear that? Everyone's saying you're the thief, Morgan said with a smirk. Who was this bold person who dared to get involved in his business? Mr. Finn, are you really going to protect him? Dustin asked, narrowing his eyes with a threatening glare. Dustin suddenly understood why Mr. Marks felt so confident in his actions. He had an equally corrupt boss backing him up. Dustin thought he had seen the worst of Mr. Marks, but Morgan was even worse. Not only did he twist the truth, but he also blamed others for things they didn't do. It was clear to everyone that his subordinate was at fault, yet Morgan shamelessly accused Dustin. This was unacceptable. So what if I protect him? Who do you think runs this place? Mr. Finn said, pressing his lips into a tight line. I'm giving you a chance. Get down on your knees and apologize to Mr. Marks right now, and admit you were wrong. If you refuse, I'll make sure you spend your life in prison. Is that really what you want to do? Dustin shot back. Do I look like I'm joking? You should know if your opponent has someone powerful behind them before you start acting tough. Who do you think you are, doing whatever you want on my turf? Now, get on your knees and apologize. Morgan shouted. Do you hear that? Get on your knees. Mr. Marks taunted, looking at Dustin as if he had already won. Rhys. Why did you even get involved? This is what you get for sticking your nose where it doesn't belong. Julie mocked. You really think too highly of yourself. Matt said, giving him a scornful look. When you face someone with absolute power, it doesn't matter if you're right or wrong. What does it matter if the truth is on your side? If the person in charge says you're wrong, there's little you can do about it. Defending yourself was simply how society worked. All right, if that's your choice, don't regret it, Dustin said, cutting straight to the point. He didn't waste time chatting and quickly made a call on his phone. Oh? Calling for help? Morgan laughed. Hey, kid. You don't get it. This is my territory, and I'm in charge. Who do you think can save you now? Mr. Finn, let's not get too cocky. The Harmons run Harmon Pharmaceuticals, not you, Dustin replied. So what? I'm a founding member of Harmon Pharmaceuticals. Even Natasha Harmon shows me respect, unlike you. Morgan boasted. Just then, a clear, confident voice interrupted. Is that so? Should I be addressing you respectfully now? Everyone turned to see an elegant woman in red walking toward them. It was Natasha Harmon. Miss Harmon? Morgan felt a wave of worry. He quickly forced a smile and approached her. What brings you here? I'm here to join the fun. Am I not welcome, respected Mr. Finn? Natasha emphasized his title with a hint of sarcasm. Miss Harmon, it was just a joke. Don't take it seriously, Morgan stammered, feeling awkward. He never expected her to show up at such a bad time. A joke? It didn't sound like one to me. You seemed pretty confident back there, Natasha replied, unfazed. Well, Morgan struggled to find an excuse for his words. Forget it, I'll let that go. Now tell me, what's happening here? Natasha asked, shifting the focus back to the matter at hand. Miss Harmon, let me explain what happened, Mr. Marks began, but he was interrupted by Natasha's intense stare. Do you think you can speak now? She asked sharply. Know your place. Morgan snapped at Mr. Marks before turning back to Natasha with an apologetic smile. Miss Harmon, it's not a big deal. Someone here with bad intentions stole some immortanals. I'm already taking care of it, and it will be resolved soon. Oh? Who would be bold enough to steal immortanals? Natasha inquired, raising an eyebrow. That rascal! Morgan exclaimed, pointing at Dustin. Mr. Finn, are you sure it's him? Natasha asked, trying to hide a smile. Absolutely. Morgan replied confidently. And do you know who he is? Natasha continued, amusement spreading across her face. Whoever he is, he has committed a serious crime by stealing the immortanals. We need to make sure he faces justice. Morgan declared, trying to sound righteous. All right then, let me clarify something for you, Natasha said, her expression turning serious. The man you've accused of theft is the chief physician of Harmon Pharmaceuticals and the creator of Immortanol, Dustin Rhys. The crowd erupted in shock at this revelation. Chapter 195. What? Mr. Rhys? Morgan's face showed pure shock. He had heard that the developer of Immortanol, Mr. Rhys, would be here today, but he never imagined he would be so young. And no way. He's Mr. Rhys? Mr. Marks stared in disbelief. He had been boasting about being friends with someone so important, and now that person was standing right in front of him. This was bad. Really bad. They were in serious trouble now. Mr. Rhys? Dustin Rhys? Julie looked around, confused. They must be mistaken. The amazing Mr. Rhys who created Immortanol is Dustin? How can that be? She wondered aloud. What kind of talent does this guy have to create the formula for Immortanol? Matt was shocked, but soon jealousy took over. Immortanol was a valuable drug that could bring great wealth. How could such a treasure be in the hands of someone he thought was worthless? It felt like a waste. Mr. Finn, I'll ask you one more time, Natasha said firmly. Do you believe that Mr. Rhys is the one who stole these Immortanol products? Well, this might be a misunderstanding. Morgan's eyes twitched as he forced a smile. A misunderstanding? So you're saying Mr. Rhys isn't the thief? Natasha scoffed. Of course. Why would Mr. Rhys steal his own products? Morgan nodded quickly. Alright, then who stole this box of substandard Immortanol? Natasha demanded. I understand now. Morgan pretended to figure it out. It must have been Mr. Marks who stole the company's products while he was supposed to be guarding them. He misused his authority and accused Mr. Rhys before we even investigated. That's unacceptable. We cannot have someone like him in our company. I'll fire him immediately. Mr. Finn, Be quiet. Just as Mr. Marks tried to speak, Morgan slapped him hard and shouted, You worthless piece of trash. Admit your mistakes, or I won't go easy on you. Yes. I was wrong. Please forgive me, Mr. Finn. I promise I won't make the same mistakes again. Mr. Marks covered his face with his hands, trembling as he confessed. Why are you apologizing to me? You should be apologizing to Miss Harmon. Morgan shouted. Miss Harmon, I'm so sorry. Please let me off this time. I know I messed up. Mr. Marks begged, falling to his knees. Natasha ignored him completely, focusing her gaze on Morgan. Nice move, Mr. Finn. You're throwing someone else under the bus to save yourself. But do you really think you'll get away with it? Miss Harmon, what do you mean? I don't understand, Morgan said, furrowing his brow. Don't think I don't know what you've done. I just never bothered to take action. But you've messed with the wrong person this time. I'm giving you one last chance. Apologize sincerely to Mr. Rhys for your behavior today, or be ready to face the consequences. Natasha said coldly. Miss Harmon, you must be joking. Morgan's face darkened. I'm a founding member and the vice president of this company. How can you make me apologize to someone like him? How will I maintain control over my subordinates if I do that? You're not going to apologize, are you? Guards, take care of him. Natasha wasted no time. With a snap of her fingers, 2 bodyguards moved in. He walked up to them and slapped Morgan hard on the face several times. Morgan was completely confused. Chapter 196. Why would you order them to hit me? Morgan asked, covering his face with his hands in shock. Not only did I have them hit you, but I'm also firing you. You are no longer the vice president of this company. Natasha said flatly. Natasha Harmon. This is outrageous. I've worked so hard for this company all these years, and you're letting me go because of this scoundrel? How will the other employees react to this? You're disregarding my hard work. Aren't you afraid of how they'll respond? What? Are you threatening me? Natasha laughed mockingly. Let me be clear. Not only am I firing you, but I'm also sending you to prison today. I have proof of all your wrongdoings, and it's enough to keep you locked up for a long time. Natasha Harmon. How could you do this? I have the support of your cousin, Quentin Harmon. Morgan shouted, though he felt scared inside. Quentin Harmon? Ha! Why don't you call him here? Let's see if he can save you, Natasha said with a threatening tone. Just then, Quentin stepped through the door but quickly turned around. He didn't want to deal with Natasha when she was this angry. Natasha, you can't do this. Shut up. Natasha interrupted, raising her hand and slapping him so hard that his nose started to bleed. I gave you a chance, and you wasted it. Guards. Tie them up and take them to the police station. At her command, several security guards arrived to restrain Morgan and Mr. Marks. Miss Harmon, I was wrong. Please, give me another chance. I promise I won't do this again. Morgan finally lost control when he realized how bad things were getting. He dropped to his knees and began to beg. Yes, Miss Harmon, we let greed take over for a moment. After all the years we've worked for the company, could you please forgive us just this once? Mr. Marks was so scared that he was in tears. Even Mr. Finn, who usually supported him, looked helpless. How could a manager like him stand up to Natasha? Mr. Rhys, I'm so sorry. I was rude and foolish. Please, have mercy on us and let us go. Morgan noticed that Natasha was ignoring them, so he quickly turned to Dustin for help. What? Julie and Matt stared in disbelief. The vice president of Harmon Pharmaceuticals was on his knees, begging someone they considered worthless. It was humiliating. It's too late for apologies. Take them away. Natasha signaled to her guards, and they quickly dragged Morgan and Mr. Marks away. Their cries for forgiveness went unheard. Natasha's quick and firm actions left the crowd in awe. She was impressive and commanding, truly living up to her title of the Steel Lady. Dustin, I'll leave the rest to you. I want to make sure no one else in the company has bad intentions. I can't let a minor employee ruin our reputation, Natasha warned Dustin before leaving with her team. She knew it was a critical time for the company and wouldn't allow anyone to jeopardize it from within. After Natasha left, everyone turned to Dustin. He now had the power to decide the company's fate. Rhys. Why didn't you help plead for Mr. Marks? Julie asked, clearly unhappy with him. He stole what he was supposed to protect and sold bad products behind our backs. He got what he deserved today. Why should I help him? Dustin said calmly. He's a close friend of mine. You could have easily helped him. Why didn't you? Do you have any empathy at all? Julie glared at him. He's your friend. What does that have to do with me? And what do you even mean to me? Dustin replied. You're my ex-cousin-in-law. Even if it's not for my sake, you should have helped him for Dahlia's sake. Why are you so cruel? Julie said boldly. Ha! So you do remember that I'm your ex-cousin-in-law? If I recall correctly, you didn't help me when I was accused of theft. You even supported those who slandered me. Why didn't you think about our connection back then? Dustin sneered. Julie's face turned red. She struggled to find the right words to defend herself. Chapter 197. Alright, everyone. Let's put our differences aside and talk business, Matt said to ease the tension. Dustin, let's be professional. I'm really interested in the company's rights. Here's a check for $1 million. I'd like to buy the rights. $1 million? Do you think I'm a beggar? Dustin scoffed at the offer. Are you saying that's not enough? Aren't you being greedy? Julie jumped in, clearly upset. Just because the Harmons gave you a prescription formula, you think you can act superior? You only have power because of them. Dustin, let's get straight to the point. What do you want for the company rights? Matt tried to keep his cool. No amount of money will change my mind. Someone like you is not fit to have the rights to Immortal. Dustin firmly rejected him. What? You're turning down money? Matt glared at him. Well, it depends on where the money comes from. I don't trust your sources, Dustin said, looking down on Matt's offer. Dustin, you're going too far. Matt's face darkened. I'm trying to move past our issues, but don't get in the way of my money. Exactly. You should feel honored that Matt is interested in Immortal's rights. Don't be ungrateful. Julie added, feeling proud. Are you threatening me? Dustin raised an eyebrow. That depends on how you interpret it. It could be advice or a threat, Matt replied in a low voice. I don't care if it's advice or a threat. I stand by what I said. You are not getting the company, Dustin declared firmly. Rights. Dustin said clearly. Rhys. Are you really determined to go against me? Matt asked, gritting his teeth. His stare was as cold and sharp as a snake's. So what if I do? Why would I be afraid of you? Dustin scoffed. Alright then, just wait. Matt said angrily before leaving. Rhys. What good does it do to burn bridges? You're just lucky to have the prescription formula. Don't get too cocky. You're only making things harder for yourself by going against Matt. You're despicable. You just rely on others. Just wait, Rhys. You'll regret this. Julie yelled at Dustin as she prepared to leave. But just then, several police officers walked in. Are you Julie Amberson? The lead officer asked. What if I am? Julie shot them a glare. We received a report that you are involved with Morgan Finn and Harvey Marks in selling drugs. We have solid evidence. You need to come with us. Hey! What nonsense is this? When have I ever sold drugs? Julie panicked. Still denying it? Harvey Marks just named you as the mastermind. No way. That can't be true. How could Harvey say that about me? You must be mistaken. Julie shook her head in disbelief. Come with us, and we'll see if there's a mistake. Take her away, the officer ordered, not wanting to waste more time. I'm innocent. This isn't fair. Matt! Help me, Matt! Julie cried out in panic, desperate for help, but no one was there to save her. Matt quickly found a place to hide when he sensed trouble coming. He didn't want to get involved. He was surprised when Mr. Marks decided to blame Julie for the situation. Chapter 198. An hour later, James rushed into the Nicholson Manor. Mom! I've got bad news. Julie's in big trouble. What kind of trouble? Florence asked slowly, sipping her tea. Matt just called. He said Julie's been sent to jail. This news shocked Florence. What? Florence sat up straight. How did that happen? Why would Julie suddenly be locked up? Matt said Julie went to the Harmons to buy something called Immortal. She got into a conflict with Dustin, and now she's being held for stealing drugs, James explained. Stealing drugs? No. That's impossible. Julie can be spoiled, but she would never do something like that. Florence exclaimed. Then she paused as a thought struck her. Wait, did you say she had a conflict with Dustin? Could he have set her up? Exactly. That's what Matt thinks too. James nodded. Dustin has always held a grudge against us. He must have framed Julie to get back at us. That monster. How can he be so heartless? Florence slammed her hand on the table, her anger boiling over. We've always treated him kindly, and this is how he repays us. He's nothing but a traitor. What do we do now, Mom? James asked, concerned. We need to use our connections to bail Julie out. Florence said, clearly. Flustered. Julie was her only niece, and she cared for her deeply. Mom, it looks like the only person who can help us now is Matt, James said seriously. Just then, Matt rushed in, looking out of breath. He had clearly been busy trying to assist Julie. Florence quickly approached him, desperation in her eyes. Matt, thank goodness you're here. Julie has been taken, and you're the only one who can help her. Matt let out a heavy sigh. Mrs. Nicholson, I've been asking around, and it turns out Julie is being accused of being the mastermind behind the theft. The Harmons are not going to let her off easily. Right now, it looks like Julie could face 8 to 10 years in prison. What? Florence gasped, nearly losing her balance. Julie is just a sweet girl who has never faced any real challenges. How could she survive 8 to 10 years in prison? Please, Matt. You have to do something to save her. Mrs. Nicholson, given how serious this is, I need to ask my father for help, Matt replied, shaking his head. Anything. We will be forever grateful if your father can get Julie out. Florence said, her eyes filled with hope. Matt took out his phone and called his father. After a short conversation, he ended the call and looked troubled. Mrs. Nicholson, my father is willing to help Julie, but he has one condition. What is it? Florence asked eagerly. He wants the prescription formula for Imorchinol from Dustin. If you can get that from him, not only will my father help save Julie, but he will also give you $30,000 as a reward. Matt explained. $30,000? Are you serious? Florence's eyes sparkled with excitement. Absolutely. My father always keeps his promises, Matt replied with a nod. That's easy. It's just a prescription formula, right? I'll go get it now. That useless man won't dare say no to me. Florence was energized. Not only could she help Julie get out of prison, but she could also walk away with a lot of money. What a great deal. Okay, I'll be waiting for your good news, Mrs. Nicholson, Matt said with a smile. James. Gather a few men and come with me. Florence shouted as she rushed out the door. Chapter 199. At noon, after resolving an issue with the dealer, Dustin returned to Peaceful Medical Center. As soon as he entered, he noticed an 18-year-old girl with a sweet face. Her hair was tied back in a ponytail, and she was dressed casually. She was busy cleaning the medical center, beads of sweat dripping down her face from the hard work. Meanwhile, Gregory was asleep on a recliner, snoring loudly. He was unusually covered with a blanket. Mr. Rhys, you're back, the girl said. She quickly stood up straight, looking a little nervous when she saw Dustin. Who are you? Dustin asked, confused by the situation. I'm Caitlin Lawler. Miss Harmon sent me here to take care of Mr. Jones, she replied, nodding. Are you old enough for this job? Dustin asked in surprise. He had expected Natasha to send a middle-aged housekeeper, not someone so young. I am. I'm already 18 years old. Caitlin insisted, nodding vigorously. Still, I think you're too young. At your age, you should be in school, Dustin said, shaking his head. It was just a casual comment, but Caitlin suddenly dropped to her knees. Mr. Rhys, please don't fire me. I can do laundry, cook, and clean. I'm willing to do anything, no matter how tiring it is. Don't let my thin body fool you, I'm actually very strong. And I don't eat much, so I won't be a burden, she pleaded desperately. Dustin was completely stunned by her sudden reaction. She had seemed perfectly fine just moments ago. Mr. Rhys, I'm begging you. If I make a mistake, you can scold me or even hit me. I can take it. Just please don't fire me. As she spoke, she slammed her forehead against the floor. Enough. Dustin quickly stopped her. I didn't say I was firing you. Caitlin froze, then slowly looked up at him. If customers come knocking on the door, greet them with a smile and help them however you can, Dustin said, trying to sound serious, though he couldn't completely hide his smile. Caitlin nodded eagerly. I understand. I'll do my best. Good, Dustin replied, finally feeling relieved. Now let's clean up that cut on your forehead. It looks painful. Caitlin touched her forehead and winced. I'm fine. It's just a small scratch, she insisted. Dustin shook his head. You need to take better care of yourself. Come on, let's patch it up first. As he led her to the small medical room at the back of the center, Caitlin felt a mix of gratitude and excitement. She had always dreamed of working in a place like this, helping others and being useful. Once inside, Dustin carefully cleaned the wound and applied a bandage. All right, it's done. Be more careful next time, he said, looking at her seriously. Caitlin touched the bandage and smiled. Thank you, Mr. Rhys. You're really kind. I'm just doing what I should, Dustin replied. Now let's get back to work. There's still a lot to do. Caitlin nodded enthusiastically. She was determined to prove herself and become a valuable part of the medical center. If anyone dares to bully you, you can just search for the findenovel.net website on Google. You can read novel chapters there early and in high quality, Caitlin suddenly said. Dustin smiled faintly. Me? Okay, she replied obediently. All right. Go get some rest. You don't need to work for now, Dustin said. Okay, Caitlin nodded. But even after agreeing, she couldn't sit still. She kept wiping the tables and cleaning around the medical center. Dustin felt a bit helpless watching her, but he didn't stop her. Chapter 200. Dustin knew Caitlin felt extremely insecure. If he told her to stop working, it would only make her feel more useless. Just then, his phone rang. When he answered, an unfamiliar voice spoke. Hello, is this Mr. Rhys? I'm Aspen Cruiser, the new chief inspector from the Investigation Bureau. Oh, Chief Cruiser, Dustin said calmly. What's going on? We've just arrested a suspect named Julie Amberson. Our investigation shows she is your sister-in-law and is involved in the theft of Immortal. Would you like to take her case? Aspen asked cautiously. It's unnecessary. This has nothing to do with me, Dustin replied flatly. Although he didn't get along with Julie, he wouldn't abuse his authority for personal revenge or deliberately send her to prison. Understood. Enjoy your day, Mr. Rhys, Aspen said before hanging up. Dustin put down his phone without saying anything. He picked up an old book and began flipping through its pages. Reading had always been his habit whenever he had free time. Suddenly, a furious shout came from outside. Dustin! Get your ass out here right now! Florence stormed into the medical center, followed by James and several other men. Do you need something from me? Dustin asked, lifting his head calmly. You heartless animal! What did Julie ever do to you? How dare you frame her like this? Florence screamed as she barged in. You're shameless and ungrateful. Mom, since when did you learn so many curse words? James muttered in surprise. She hadn't even finished middle school, yet she scolded people like a pro. Is that the fucking point? Florence snapped back, glaring at him. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and turned to Dustin. Rhys, I bet you don't have anything smart to say now. I knew you were guilty from the beginning. I don't know where you heard that bullshit, Dustin replied calmly. But Julie's arrest has nothing to do with me. She chose to associate with the wrong people. Bullshit. Florence roared. Do you think denying it will make everything disappear? I'm warning you, if anything happens to Julie in there, I won't let you off. Is that all you came here for? Dustin asked expressionlessly. Of course not. Florence sneered. We came for the emotional formula. That's right. James shouted. Since you got Julie into this mess, you owe us. Hand over the formula. The emotional formula. Dustin raised an eyebrow. Sorry. I can't give it to you. It belongs to the Harmon family now. I don't give a damn. Florence yelled. You're giving us a copy today. Exactly. James echoed. If the Harmon family can have it, so can we. Hand it over, and we'll forget about everything you did before. I've already told you no, Dustin said coldly. If that's your purpose here, get out. Bullshit. James snarled. You're handing it over today, whether you like it or not. Otherwise, don't blame us if things turn ugly. Seeing things spiral out of control, Caitlin rushed in front of Dustin, spreading her arms to shield him. Why, you're being unreasonable. Mr. Rhys already said. Who the fuck do you think you are? James snapped. Get the hell out of my way. In a sudden burst of rage, James slapped Caitlin hard across the face, sending her crashing to the ground. Her cheek instantly turned bright red, swelling rapidly. Dustin's expression darkened. A terrifying fury surged within him.